while tagging this brand. So it's really that simple. It's a straightforward process. It involves a lot of work and, you know, a lot of knowledge to look into the niche and to look for the right people. But in the end, the outcome is to get a huge database of people that have a passion around your brand. And whenever you're launching your next and next and next product, guess what? You'll have like this database of people that will talk about all at once, talk about your product and spread the word. And they'll be more than happy to you know, be with you on this road.
Beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
It's incredible, actually.
It is incredible. And that's great insights. So just before I move on, I want to let everybody know that one of the things that we'll do at the very end is just do a once around and ask each of you to leave the audience with, you know, one thing that the audience should remember about you and your company. So, you know, we'll get back to everybody one more time for certain. Vincenzo, my friend. So where are you calling from today? Are you, I've talked to you in Italy, in Spain, in the UK. Where are you today?
I'm in London right now.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So thank you very much in advance for the invite. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Oh, you're a great guy. So let me ask you, what are some of the most effective strategies for driving external traffic to your brands and to your products?
Yeah, I mean, lately we've been testing multiple sources of traffic, to be honest, and the ones we've been seeing bringing the best results for brands is doing Google Ads and YouTube, right? And I'm going to tell you the reasoning behind both of those methods, right? So let's start with Google Ads. So most people, they think that when somebody's going to Amazon, we make the assumption that people sometimes they go straight to Amazon and then don't look anywhere else, right? But you will be surprised how many people actually go first to Google. They type the product. It might be phone cases on Amazon. It might be whey protein, any kind of product that they want to purchase on Amazon. And you can actually run advertisements in there, right? So what we do with our brands is that we make sure, like, let's say you're selling a water bottle. We make sure we target keywords such as water bottles on Amazon, best water bottle on Amazon, best brand of water bottles on Amazon. Those keywords, we target them with Google Ads. And we have seen that actually the CPC is much lower when compared to, we know, traditional Amazon PPC, which on a keyword such as water bottle, you're just going to pay like $8-10 per click. And we have seen a very good result with that, because what we do as well is we combine it with what we call basically the Amazon attribution. So we can track all the traffic that comes from Google, so we can then understand if that's actually working or not. And on top of that, we're adding the Amazon bonus referral, right? So actually Amazon has a program that if you send traffic from outside of Amazon to Amazon, you get a 10% return on the sale, right? So that means on top of getting cheaper clicks outside of Amazon, you actually get some cashback on that sale, right? So it's a very good method. We've been implementing it, and I will advise to everybody on this call to start exploring that first method, right? So that's Google Ads. Let's quickly jump to YouTube so I can conclude this part of the question. And YouTube is also something that we've been seeing a lot of results lately because we have seen that a lot of people, specifically for products that, you know, people, they want to see how the product looks, how the product is being used on a real case scenario. And let's be honest, most people, when they want to buy something, like they want to buy an electronic or something, or that kind of products, they go to YouTube, right? What are the top 10 phone cases for my phone? What are the top 10 charges? That kind of things. And if you target the right influencers with very target audience, what you can do is structure what we call an affiliate deal with them. What basically means they are already part of the Amazon affiliate program. You make sure that they use your link in your videos, you pay them on top of that, and sometimes we even double their commissions. So they become our brand ambassadors, they send a ton of traffic, and it's also been working very well for us. Those are the two main methods that we are seeing paying very well for our brands. Yeah.
And what about, I see some comments coming in on the chat, so I just want to ask the question, and feel free, but then anybody else on this, is driving external traffic to your brands and your products only for private label, or does it work also for wholesale and for retail arbitrage? And you know what? I'm going to throw this over to Pato right now, because I could see him nodding right now.
Let's go, Pato.
Let's get him into the mix. First off, Pato, where are you calling from?
Hey Don, hey everyone.
Hey, my friend.
I'm in Cleveland right now. I'm almost heading my way to Seattle in a couple hours. So I'm happy I could squeeze this round table in. I appreciate the invitation. I always enjoy being here, Don, with
It's
you
always
and
great.
with all the panelists, because we always get the opportunity to learn from everybody. I loved what Vincenzo said, and happy to give my part.
Yeah, please. So, and you were raised in Cancun, correct?
I'm from Cancun, so yeah. So
Yeah.
everybody here asks me like, "What are you doing here?" Like between Chicago and Cleveland, like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, I love getting snow in October when everybody's starting complaining. I'm like, I'm loving it. So yeah.
You haven't had it long enough, my friend.
Not yet, not yet.
So what about wholesale and retail arbitrage, Paco,
Look,
and driving external traffic?
I love this question because most people just assume like, well, this is for private label. Like I must have my own brand and do all these things. But honestly, I think this is a great opportunity for us wholesale sellers and arbitrage sellers. So like if you're selling a name brand, maybe a brand that you don't own, this is a great opportunity for you to create your own email lists, to start getting some of those customers. And so I think there's two big reasons why you want to be doing this, because you're driving traffic to your asset, right? You're landing that traffic in your landing page. You're getting the name, email, cell phone. You're getting all the information from the customers. And really, what's driving this traffic is the name brand, right? They're searching for, like Vincenzo said, they may be searching for the best products in a certain category, the best whey proteins to put them some like muscle, right? You didn't invent the protein. You didn't spend hundreds of thousands in developing the formula, developing the product, but you have the product and you're driving the traffic. So you can get all these very valuable information for products you might have in the future. For, let's say you wanna get a distribution deal. Maybe you're trying to negotiate an exclusive deal, right? There's so many things that you can be doing with brand name products. And if you have an interesting customer list that you can reach, and you can find a new niche, a new customer for this brand, they'll be interested in talking to you, right? It doesn't matter where you live. I see we have people from all over the world, right? You might live in Latin America, you might live in Mexico, you might live in Europe. So all these companies will be interested in putting their products in front of a new market. So I would say for all of those sellers here in the chat that are selling brand name products, do this, take advantage of the brands you're selling, and start building your own lists, your own traffic, and use that to negotiate with brands, and use that to get extra revenue for other products that you might have in those same categories or for those customers.
So if I'm doing wholesale and I'm building products and sales, maybe for an exclusive brand that I have a deal with, I'm now going to be able to take those numbers and show the next exclusive brand how I was able to build this brand, and go to ASD and get the next exclusive deal for myself. I see you nodding, so I guess I'm on target.
And one other thing, Don. So there's many people say, well, like Patricio, it's getting tough. Like I get rejected by brands. Like this brand doesn't want to sell to me. And you have to think, like, there's like how many, like, I don't know, tens or hundreds of people they talk to, like these brands, people wanting to sell their products on Amazon, right? So if you do this, you build an audience, you build a list, you build up on a good product launch that you did. Right, so you can go to the next brand and say, "Hey, like I'm not like any other seller that you're talking to 10 times a day. I'm different. I bring value to you. Why? Because I have these assets that you can use. I'm willing to make this investment to do all this work to get your product in front of consumers, right? So when you do that, exactly, you're able to add value to the brands and just to set yourself apart from all the rest.
And just one last thing on this, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I know it's a question I had in the past. And if I'm doing wholesale and I am paying for PPC on a certain product, when that purchaser comes to Amazon, they're coming to my product, correct? They're coming to my. I'm getting that sale.
You have the buy box when you're doing the PPC. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
That's your sale.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So Vincenzo, let me come back to you for a moment. What about, how do you manage the external sources, and how do you know if they are, if they're working or not working necessarily? Is it just the amount of sales that you have? Are there any tools that are out there that'll help manage that?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that we make sure when driving any kind of traffic to Amazon is we try to use the Amazon attribution system. We know it's not fully accurate, but at least it's going to give us some feeling of what is going on. That's the first thing. The second thing that we try to do when running any kind of external traffic, if possible, because sometimes you cannot put like a middle landing page between that traffic and Amazon, is we try to filter the traffic we send to Amazon, right? Especially this is for people getting started with influencer marketing and external traffic, that they may hire influencers that they don't know how to analyze if the audience is genuine or if it's actually targeted people. And you don't want to be sending all the traffic to your Amazon listing and then it's not going to be converting, right? So one good advice I will give to also people in here when doing any kind of external traffic, try to mix that with some kind of promotion that justify to the person to take the extra action to go to a landing page, put in information and redeem a code. So you get two benefits here. You filter the right people that take the extra time and actually want to purchase the product, and you also create a customer list that you then can retarget that customer leads with any kind of other advertisement externally. Yeah.
Are there any specific, products or brands that would work better with external traffic than others?
Yeah, the ones it work the best is usually a product that you can showcase. Like you can showcase how the product is being used. You can showcase before and after. You can basically sell a lifestyle to the person. Like, I bought this product and these are the benefits that I'm getting, right? If you're just selling maybe a notebook, right? It's difficult to transmit that, right? Maybe you open the notebook, but you're not really transmitting anything, that makes an instant buy. So usually those products that, you showcase and it's something innovative, work very good on external traffic. Yeah.
Got it. All right. So Marcelo, let's come back to you now, and then we'll go over to Alexander again. But Marcel, what I wanted to ask you is back on using social media and influencers and such, when in a product's lifestyle should a seller start using social media? You mentioned Instagram before, but I keep hearing from everywhere I go about TikTok and how valuable that is on driving products, even for companies like Akrumi. You'd never know that I work for Akrumi, by the way, right?
Right.
not a commercial.
No.
So I try to keep it very quiet.
Yeah.
But when in the product life cycle do you start using social media in a big way? Is it Instagram? Is that the first place? Do you go to TikTok? Are there certain products that are better on TikTok than Instagram? Give us a little bit more on the whole social media part. And also, and Alexander, I'm going to ask you the same question in a minute. If there's anything that's been mentioned at all that you and Marcel want to chime in on, feel free. This is wide open.
Right. So I would start, if you ask me right now, as an Amazon seller and also for being in this industry for a lot of time, I would start from the day one that your product, is let's say selected by you. So you have the product selected. I would go to social media and start posting about it, because you have some pictures. You maybe get your supplier to get some pictures and start posting and generating content about it. It's very important to be there and to also put yourself on in front of your potential customers, and also research your niche, get people to warmed up about your product. And when it's live, guess what? You already have an audience that you can target and explain to them what your product does. Now, in terms of Instagram versus TikTok versus Twitter or Pinterest or whatever. It's a very good question. TikTok is very, very powerful. We acknowledge that, we know it. But the problem on TikTok from our perspective is that in order to go in contact with someone, the following has to be bidirectional, right? So you have to follow them and they have to follow you in order to be able to message them. So reaching out to them, it's a bit trickier. But Instagram, and this is when we've discovered that all the products are available on the Instagram platform, and a lot of people discover new products on the Instagram platform and purchase that. Then from there, it's a very let's say business friendly, so to speak. And imagine gathering an army of people that will generate content for you, and this is very important. I want to mention this. They will generate pictures and videos for your product. You can reuse this content. Of course, you will ask for their permission, and you will reuse this content. You can reuse it for your YouTube channel, for your brand's let's say listing. You can and I encourage everyone to post into Amazon posts. That's free traffic, that's free sales for everyone. So it's incredible how you can mix this and get your branding from A to Z. If you have let's say a vision and vision, mission, objectives, that's very important to set up and put yourself out there and post, get content, give a free product, get content, and post.
And you're allowed to give free products?
Yeah, of course you're allowed. Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Hey, I'm not the expert. I only provide the money.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very cheap, because I don't want to go into things, but back in the days when I started, I was broke. I had no more money. I had the inventory. I didn't have money for PPC. So that's how this micro influencer program was started, because I was forced to go into social media and to find people to offer them with one free product because I had the inventory. So the inventory is what you have always. So it's the cheapest organic way to grow your brand in terms of brand awareness, in terms of followers, in terms of people to be promoting you. Yeah, it's free traffic.
Got it. Yeah. Terrific. So now, Alexander, back to you. We started with you. Let's come right back. First off, is there anything on any of the topics that the other people were talking about? Is there anything that you wanted to add to?
Yes, of course. So as you hear, all the speakers are telling about different external types of attracting traffic. And of course, if you're using external traffic like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and etc., it's probably an idea to send it not only to your Amazon listings and share the commission from the sales, but to send all the traffic to your web shops and sell your goods directly. But the problem is how to send the goods. To send the goods all over the Europe, for example, through your web shop, you have to have logistics like Amazon has. Right. And some time ago, there was only Amazon who can do this. So WAPI actually solved this problem, because our fulfillment centers all over the Europe, we can deliver the goods directly from your web shops. We accumulate through our IT platform all the sales from all your sales channels, and we deliver them like the same speed, 24, 48 hours. And this is a great solution for those who want to use external traffic and forward it to your own web shops.
It's funny, I never heard of WAPI before a couple of months ago when I was introduced to them by some of the firms in Europe. And anytime I talk to somebody in Europe and I mention, do you know WAPI? They all say, of course we know WAPI. Like it's like, of course, it's like, a utility there. You've got to know them. I'm going to ask you one quick question, and we're going to wrap up because I think we're out of time. But do you have any idea, I'm sure you do, of how many Amazon fulfillment centers there are in Europe? And conversely, how many does WAPI have?
I think it's an Amazon secret, but we think that there is more than 70 of them. This is actually one of the things that you have to know when you're coming from abroad, not from Europe. Probably it will be much easier for you to have one central warehouse, like we call it Amazon Preparation Center in Europe, for example, at WAPI in Germany. And then even if you're using FBA, you will have possibility to ask WAPI to send SPDs to different Amazon warehouses. It makes it much easier, but there are a lot of them.
So
I was on excursion at a few of them. They are huge.
They are. They are. So I'm going to come back around to each of you and ask for one thing that you would like everybody. This was a very fast panel with some great information, but I want to leave everybody with one thing that they should know about you. You know, the name of your company, obviously, and what's the one thing that if they're thinking about, we'll start with you, Marcel, if they're thinking about IntelliRank, what should they be thinking about? Why would they come to IntelliRank? Tell us that one thing that people should remember.
Product launching, ranking, and micro-influencers. So we help from day one the product is available. We help you launch, we help you rank, and we also can help you with the micro-influencer program. So
fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And if you're in Europe and you're doing something, you got to get to WAPI, that's for sure. So
that's great. That's great.
That's a big shout out for Alexander there. Yeah.
That's great. And Marcel, you do it for sellers just in Europe or all over the world?
Usually the English-speaking countries. So we're targeting the US, Canada, and UK. Yeah.
Okay. So that leads me right into the next question with Vincenzo. Before you leave with the one thing people should think about when they think about e-commerce, how many languages do you speak?
I speak 3. So I speak English, parlo italiano, Italian, y hablo español. 3.
And Alexander had said to me last week that, do you know what the number 2 most the number 1 most spoken language in the world is?
I thought it was English, but I don't know.
Alexander,
No,
what
not.
is the number 1 spoken language in the world?
The most people of the biggest amount of people in the world, they speak not English, and this is a miracle for everybody. The answer is bad English. Everybody speaks bad English.
That's good.
That's what I'm
good.
saying on my webinars. I'm asking everybody to speak very slow and to speak bad English so that everybody understands.
That's a new one. That's a new one.
Fantastic. So you see, Vincenzo, you speak 4 languages. You got to throw bad English in there.
Yeah, of course.
All right, my friend, tell us about e-commerce and what's the one thing people should think of when they leave here thinking about you and e-commerce.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that make us unique is that we are a one-stop solution for Amazon business. So we got specialists on all the areas. So it comes to listing optimization, PPC advertisement, anything that has to do with graphic design, photography, product launch, everything we got it. So yeah, we are here for you and we can take over your business. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, my friend. And Pato, I think you're on mute there, but let us know, let us know the one thing that besides wanting to work with this, handsome young man and Sophia's brother, tell us the one thing that people should be thinking about in working with you and Algo Mas.
Well, first of all, Don, we got to bring Marcel and Alexander to Mexico.
Yes.
To Spanish-speaking countries. I know Vicenza, and it's all over. He's working with Santiago, and he's already working with us at Algo Mas. So yeah, we gotta bring him over for sure.
Absolutely.
And so Don, for us at Algo Mas, we've built through the years. We built a very close relationship with the biggest marketplaces in Mexico and Latin America. So I know we talked about a lot about Europe. And Europe, it's definitely a great opportunity. But I think what most sellers, not only Amazon sellers, but e-commerce sellers overlook is the huge opportunity that we have in Latin America. First of all, because it's a huge market. It's not 1 or 2 countries, like the whole continent is a huge market. But also the competition in Latin America is not very developed. There's not a lot of competition. Not a lot of sophisticated sellers. So by doing a few things right, you can really do very well in Latin America and grow very fast. So for us, what we've done is we built relationships with Amazon and with Mercado Libre. Mercado Libre is the largest marketplace in Latin America. It's a lot bigger than Amazon in Latin America. So there's opportunities for doing global selling, for doing remote selling with Mercado Libre. Amazon has a big presence in Mexico, but also in Brazil. They're gonna launch next year third-party sellers in Colombia as well. So Amazon is expanding in Latin America. So the one thing I wanna leave everybody is just don't overlook Latin America. If you're trying to grow a brand, and or if you're trying to grow your business, selling wholesale, selling arbitrage, especially arbitrage is a great opportunity also in Mexico and Latin America for US and European products. There's a big market for well-known brands. So take a look at Algo Más. We can help you grow to Latin America. And I want to say one more thing, Don, because you're going to be the first people hearing about this. We've been working for months. We've been working in putting together an e-commerce conference alongside with Amazon and Mercado Libre. We're going to be hosting and having this big conference in Mexico City in November. So if you're interested in working directly with the marketplaces, we've got everybody's backs there. We work directly with Amazon and with Mercado Libre. We put together a program with them to launch successfully international sellers. So if anyone is interested in going directly to the source, directly working with the marketplaces, you gotta check out ecomexpo.com, ecom with just one M, ecomexpo.mx. Check out the event November. We'll all be there. So we'll be happy to see you there and show you around Mexico City. I don't know if Sophia will be there because she's international traveler all over the world. But if you're there, I'll be happy to show you around and to introduce you to the marketplaces.
And thank you, Pato. And non-Spanish speaking sellers, will they be able to attend and learn and gain from that conference as well?
Yeah, we'll have translators. We'll have translators, and in Mexico, like Europe and most other countries, most people speak in the marketplace. People that work at these companies, they speak English as well. But we'll have translators for anyone that needs one.
It seems that everywhere I've gone in Mexico, everybody spoke English, and it was very, very, very comfortable and beautiful at the same time. So that's fantastic. It looks like we lost Alexander at the end. I guess that's the internet, but it happens. And at least Marcel gave him a great shout out. That was fantastic. This is really a great panel, guys. I appreciate it very much. And now we have beautiful Sophia back to take us on to the next great session. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Don, Alexander, Marcel, Tyler, Vicenzo, and Pato. I'm sorry, Tyler, who was really missed. But everybody, thank you so much for that roundtable. I know all of the 400 participants in that chat have a lot of questions and have taken a lot of good notes, I hope. But especially, I want everybody in the chat to please scan all of the QR codes that you have right on your screen, because this is actually just the perfect combination of tools and support that you need to launch products, go international with Whoppy, rank in Amazon, with IntelliRank, with eComC, with AMPD. So just scan those QR codes for me, everybody. And thank you so much to all of the panelists and speakers who are here today.
Thank you, Sophia.
So much to discuss right now, and I wish we could have more time. But up next, I just want you to remind you that we're gonna talk about Accrumi in just a moment. But before we do, I want to leave you here another QR code for everybody to scan, because today our primary sponsor of the day, as you guys know, it's Accrumi, and they have a special surprise for us today. For everybody who is in this call and scans the QR code in the screen, you're gonna get to fill out just a 3-minute survey to apply for your first funding. And if you apply today and you fill out the 3-minute survey, it's just a few questions, everybody who is in this call will get $500 sign-up bonus, which is our $500 for free, basically, upon funding. So free funding, $500 once you get your funding approved. So just get that QR code, fill out that survey, and yes, I mean, it's free, a free $500, right? So thank you, Accrumi, for that. I'll get back to, I'll put that QR code in just a moment. And I want to introduce Ben, who I've had the pleasure of working with for more than a year now. Welcome, Ben. He's almost like family to us, the Telles family. We see so much of each other. So nice to see you, Ben. Ben is the president and co-founder of Accrumi. He's responsible for underwriting and technology on Accrumi, but he's also the co-founder of Algo Online Retail and Algo Mass student communities. So with Pato, alongside Pato. And also he's an active wholesale FBA seller. So Ben, I know you have a tight schedule. So thank you for being here and introducing Accrumi to us. It's nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you, Sophia. And thanks for having me. So I think we'll just jump right into it. And just to address, I know a lot of people are asking how they're going to get links and contact info for everyone that's presenting today. So we'll send out an email also with all of those links and information at the end of the webinar as well. So if you want to jot things down now, that's great, but just know you'll have it all in your email later tonight. So I think I need my permission to share, or can I just share? Let's see.
Let me know.
I think you need to stop your screen share if that's you sharing.
Okay. Hold up. There you go.
All right. So hopefully, can everyone see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. So this is going to be a little different than the roundtable. This is going to be a little bit more of a formal presentation. I'll try and keep it short and sweet and simple, and then answer any questions you guys might have at the end. So what we're going to be talking about today is how to evaluate funding options for your Amazon business or your e-com business like a pro. My name's Ben. I'm the co-founder of Accrumi and Algo. So let's go to the next slide here. So what we're going to be covering are basically the 6 financing terms that you need to know and that you should be analyzing and considering before taking on an investment to grow your business. So the first thing we're going to cover is repayment schedule. Then we're going to cover your relationship with your investor and that investor's reputation. Then the term or the length of your loan or the investment you're receiving, restrictive covenants that might be part of the financing agreement, the amount of capital that's available to you, and then the cost or the rate that's being charged. And I think that this order of items is sort of in the order of importance. So a lot of people will think about interest as the most important thing to consider when comparing loans. But in my experience, especially with how unique the different Amazon seller financing options are, the interest rate's pretty much the least important thing that you need to worry about. So just to start, it's a question that I've heard, or a saying that I've heard one of my partners say before, which is, how much does a bag of groceries weigh, right? So if you guys watching this at home see the 2 bags of groceries, which one weighs more? Do you know how much a bag of grocery weighs? And the answer is, well, it depends what you put in it, right? So obviously the bag of groceries on the left with a bunch of tomato soup cans is going to weigh a lot more than the grocery bag that just has a bag of chips in it. So the same kind of goes for financing. A lot of people will say, well, what is this financing going to cost? And they might see a loan that's 10% and one that says it's 15% and automatically say, well, the 10% has to be better because it's a lower rate. 10 is lower than 15. Well, in reality, especially with e-commerce loans, you have to read through all of the terms and the fine print because, for example, the 10% loan might have a slightly lower interest rate, but might require you to make a $20,000 a month monthly payment, make you personally guarantee the loan, and have a 3-month term, while the 15% loan, where you're paying a slightly higher interest rate, might only have a $2,000 a month payment, no personal guarantee, and a term of 24 months. So what a lot of times Amazon sellers will do when looking at financing options is they assume all the guts of the financing are going to be the same, and they should just be comparing what has the cheapest rate. And because there's so many unique financing options out there for Amazon sellers, that's not really the case. And you really kind of have to dig into the fine print and the terms and understand what you're getting yourself into. So the first component of those guts, the first fine point that you're going to want to look at is going to be your monthly repayment. So you might, let's say, for example, you borrow $100,000 today to buy more inventory or launch new products or even cover maybe your operating losses, whatever you want to do with it. Will you have access to 15,000, 30,000, maybe even 60,000 plus in the next 30 days to start paying that loan back? Well, the reality is with most of the short-term funding options available to Amazon sellers, that's kind of how they're structured. They'll give you the money today and they expect you to start paying it back pretty quickly. So just, as an example, let's say you have a $100,000 loan or investment. These are a few of the different most popular types of loans up at the top there. So we have equal monthly payments with basically a term loan, 90% of your receivable, which is basically be like factoring where they buy your Amazon receivable, 25% of revenue. So that'll be like a revenue where you pay back a percentage, loan where you pay back a percentage of your revenue, and then zero payments, which is how Accrumi works. And we'll talk more about that later. So just for example, you could see here that, with a 3-month loan, if it's a term loan, which would be kind of like what an Amazon lending loan is, you'd basically be paying around $33,000 a month. If it's a factoring deal, you'd basically be taking all of your Amazon receivable and just paying it back to the factor as you receive it, and then you'd repeat and borrow again. If it was a revenue-based loan, maybe you'd be paying somewhere between 50 and 100,000, depending on what your revenue is that month. And with Accrumi, you'd be paying zero. Now, the important thing to kind of keep an eye on here would be the equal monthly payments or the term loan. So the term of your loan can have a huge impact on your cash flow for a term loan. So for example, if you have a $100,000 loan and it has a 3-month term, you're basically paying $33,000 a month. That's $33,000 a month coming out of your business to pay back your lender. But if you extended that loan, or if you were offered a loan for 12 months instead of 3, that would decrease your monthly payment to $8,000 or $8,800. So a pretty big difference and a lot more manageable for someone who, let's say, has a $100,000 plus Amazon business. And then a 24-month loan, your payment would be less than $5,000. So a lot of people will just say, okay, I have a loan offer here for a 5% interest rate or a 10% interest rate and a 15% interest rate. I'm going to take the 10. And the 10 might be a 3-month term and you have to pay back, $33,000 a month. Whereas the 15 or 20% is a 24-month term and you're only paying back $4,600 a month. And that can have a huge impact for an Amazon seller who is trying to grow their business and is borrowing money because they are having cash flow issues or they need more cash flow. So just to give you kind of like an example, right? You sort of have two options. Like with Accrumi, we're all about reinvesting your cash into growth. And with most of the other lenders, they're all about getting paid back as quickly as possible to decrease the risk, which is something we'll talk about a little later. So you can see on this graph, the green line is basically Accrumi because you're never making any payments to us. You're just reinvesting your cash and growing. And the blue line is you basically depleting your assets every month to pay back a lender. So the second thing we're going to look at, your investor relationship or reputation. So the first thing I kind of always like to think about when working with an investor is, are you just a number on a spreadsheet, or are you a real person and a real small business to them that they want to help? That's just something to think about when you are working and looking at different investor funding options. The other one's going to be, do they have a good reputation among sellers? A lot of Amazon seller investors or e-commerce investors might not have the best reputation. Some of it deserved, some of it maybe not as deserved, but either way, you probably want to work with someone who has a good reputation. And then the last one is just going to be do you fully understand the deal that you're getting yourself into? And do you fully understand how you're going to pay that investor back? So I think a lot of times, kind of like that story about the frog trying to cross the river and the scorpion asks for a ride, and then the scorpion bites him, and then they both die and sink to the bottom. It's sort of the same idea, I'd say, with a lot of Amazon sellers. They end up taking on sort of last resort funding with terms that they don't even know how they work, and then they don't even know where they're going to get the money to pay that investor back. Basically, then there comes a time where the investor says, it's time to pay me back. And then the seller says, well, I don't have the money. And then you basically get in the equivalent of kind of like a foreclosure liquidation type event, because you didn't really understand what you're getting into or have a plan to actually pay the investor back. And at the end of the day, the number one rule of investing is don't lose any money. So your investor's goal is always going to be, number one, not to lose any money. And it's important that you understand how you're going to align with that number one goal. Now, the third thing that's pretty important when thinking about your loans or thinking about taking on money to grow your business is going to be the term or the length of the loan. So you can have loans for Amazon sellers where basically they'll give you the money for 2 weeks and you have to pay it back 2 weeks later, which I kind of describe as like the Amazon seller equivalent of a payday loan. Like, you know, Amazon owes you $10,000 and you need that $10,000 today to pay a supplier or to pay someone in your warehouse. So you borrow against that $10,000 and you got to pay it back when the $10,000 comes in from Amazon. Then you have like 3, 6, 12-month loans. Those are pretty standard from like Amazon Lending and some of the other debt type investors out there. And those can usually go up to as long as, let's say, 24 months. Longer than 24 months, you're going to have to go with traditional bank type financing, maybe an SBA loan, which are going to be difficult for most Amazon sellers to get. And then there's Accrumi, obviously, that we don't have a term. You pay us back whenever you want, and we can talk more about that later. And the big reason this is important is, first of all, it ties back to point number one, right? It's going to impact your weekly and monthly payments. But more importantly, and this is kind of the way I think about it, is if you have a really short-term loan, you're basically going to have to constantly be refinancing it and constantly relying on an investor to once again determine you are a good investment risk and to give you more money. So basically, you're going to spend all of your time reapplying for loans, refinancing your loans, and chasing more money, which not only wastes a lot of your time, but also just becomes very stressful. So that's why I would also, in addition to that whole thing we talked about earlier with monthly payments, would just be look for a longer term loan and just decrease your stress level and the time that you spend just worrying about financing your business. Now, the fourth thing, this is important. This is kind of like the fine print on almost every financing agreement, right? So it's not just Amazon financing. If you're buying a house, there's going to be rules of what you can do with the money and how you can spend the money. If you're buying a car, and you get a car loan, you have to take the car loan and use it to buy the car. You have to have insurance, things like that. So these are going to be the restrictive covenants that are pretty common across all e-commerce financing agreements. The first one is going to be account health standards. So pretty much anyone who gives you money and invests in your Amazon business is going to want to know that your account is in good standing. You know, it wasn't recently suspended. It's not going to be suspended. You don't have a bunch of IP complaints, things like that. The next one is going to be a lockbox or a transaction account. So this is basically that a lot of Amazon investors are relying on your Amazon payable, your Amazon receivable, whatever you want to call it, the amount of money that Amazon owes you as part of their collateral for their investment. So they're going to want to know that that money from Amazon, from the sales being made, is being sent to a bank account that they either control or somehow have access to, so that they know that that money is all staying in their ecosystem and is part of their collateral. The next thing everybody's going to want is either data access or in some cases user permissions on your seller account. For us and for most investors, they definitely want data access where you just connect, through Amazon's API like you do with any tool. And then for some other investors, they'll ask for user permissions on your account, which is not something we ask for, but they will, and that's also pretty common. And obviously, if you take money from someone like Amazon Lending, they pretty much control your account anyway. And then minimum sales volumes, some investors will look for. They'll have a minimum as far as how much sales you have to have. A lot of investors will look to see if you have other loans or encumbrances on the business. So if your business has other loans, they're going to look at that and determine how much, if anything, they can invest, because they're not going to want to be behind those loans. And then defaults or breaches, which are basically things like if you try to steal the money out of your account, or if you stop selling, or if you don't answer phone calls or anything, that puts the investment at risk, that you're in default. And then there are certain things that happen as a result of those defaults or breaches. So those are all the common ones that you're pretty much, anytime you take money, whether you know it or not, for your Amazon business, you're basically agreeing to all those common ones. And then some of the less common ones would be like personal guarantees. Those are on a lot of lines of credit, like the Marcus line of credit, things like that. Penalties for decrease in sales. So a lot of loans will say things like, if you do have less than 50% of your sales at the time of funding, the loan becomes due, or the payback period gets accelerated. Use of funds. A lot of loans will say you can only invest the money we're giving you in inventory, for example. And they'll tell you can't use it for personal uses. And then a prepayment penalty or lockup. And prepayment penalties or lockups are something that we don't do at AccrueMe, but there are other investors out there that do that, where they basically say, if you want to pay us back, you have to give us, let's say, 30-day notice, and we're going to earn and charge you fees for those 30 days. And on day 31, if you call us up, you can pay us back in full. So at AccrueMe, we just say, pay us back. If you want to pay us back, send us the money and we're good. But a lot of the other investors out there say, you have to stick with us for 30 days, which sometimes makes it harder for you as an Amazon seller to finance out of that financing because you're stuck with them for 30 days. Number 5 is going to be the amount of capital available. So each funding source that you're going to talk to, even if they all specialize in Amazon sellers, each funding source is going to have different underwriting criteria. So underwriting criteria is basically how investors determine if something's a good investment or not. So they're going to look at things like inventory value, the profits and financials of your business, your sales numbers, maybe your account history, seasonality in your business. Are you selling on multiple platforms, or do you just sell on Amazon? All kinds of stuff like that. And they're going to look at all of those things, but some investors care more about certain things. So some might care more about your inventory value, while others care more about your sales numbers. So everyone's going to kind of look at different things, and each funding source is going to offer you a different amount and different terms based on your business and the things that are important to them. So a lot of times you'll kind of, as Amazon sellers will assume, I can get the same amount of money from everyone, when the reality is almost every investor you talk to, unless they're doing the exact same thing, which there are a few of them where they're basically doing the exact same type of, factors, for example, who are just buying your Amazon receivable. But for the most part, they're going to all be looking at something different. They all care about something different, and they're all going to give you different amounts they can invest and different terms of those investments. And then you need to see who's going to give you the amount that you actually need to accomplish your business goals, and who's going to give you the best terms for your business goals and your business plans. So something to consider is really to just shop around and see what some of the other options are out there, because your business might be different and better suited for a different investor. Now, the 6th and the last thing that we're going to talk about is going to be the rate, or your investor return, or your cost of capital. So rates are going to be different, or what your investor earns is going to be different across pretty much all of the investors. And that's really determined by the greater the risk, the greater the return. So for example, an equity investment, so somebody who just buys shares in your business, is going to earn more than a revenue-based loan. And someone who does a revenue-based loan is going to earn more than a secured asset-based loan that's backed by all of the proven assets in your business. And an asset-based loan that's maybe backed by inventory and receivables is going to earn more than a receivables factoring that's just backed by an Amazon receivable that's a pretty reliable, solid asset. So those are kind of the risk levels with the type of investment. And then a bigger business is always going to be less risky for the most part than a smaller business, right? If you have a $10 million business, $10 million in sales, you're going to be with a diverse product portfolio and history. You're going to be a lot less risky of an investment than somebody who has a $10,000 business with one new ASIN that they've been selling for 6 months. And those things all kind of go into an investor determining what rate they're going to charge you, or how much they need to earn to give you an investment. So the thing that I kind of hinted at the beginning is, are rates even important? Like, does it really matter? Does a 10% versus a 15% make a difference, or is everything else a lot more important? And personally, especially with Amazon loans, I think everything else makes a big difference. A lot of times people will sort of think of an Amazon selling loan or financing the way they compare mortgages, right? Most of the terms are going to be the same. It's either 15 or 30 year, and I just want to get the best rate. But the reality is, with e-commerce and Amazon loans and Amazon investments, the terms are all so different that the rate's almost irrelevant. So if we look here, for example, we have a 5% APR, 10%, 15, 20. The 5%, you're basically paying $8,500 a month in a monthly payment. And there's some assumptions, there's a $100,000 loan, 12-month term loan with equal monthly payments. you're basically paying $8,500 a month with 5%, or you're paying $9,200 a month with a 20% interest rate. So the difference in your monthly payment between a 5 and a 20% loan of $100,000 is going to be $700. So if you have a $100,000 loan and are running a business that qualified for a $100,000 loan, $700 a month is really going to be a drop in the bucket for you. And then your difference in interest paid over that time is going to be $8,000, which will have a little bit more of an impact on a business of this size, but not as big of an impact as what we talked about before. So for example, sticking with the same sort of numbers, the 12 month, if we were looking at a 12-month term, but now if we made that term of that loan 3 months, your payment on a 5% loan goes from $8,500 a month to $33,000 a month. Your annual interest doesn't change, but your payment and your impact on your cash flow basically changes by $25,000. Same thing, if you go down the stack at a 20% interest rate, you're going from $9,000 to $34,000. So it's a $25,000 impact just by the length of the loan, $25,000 a month on your cash flow versus, let's say, a $5,000 difference in your financing cost per year. So everybody likes to harp on financing costs and their interest, but the reality is for someone who's running a growing business, the interest doesn't really mean a lot. It's going to have a much bigger impact on your cash flow to be making big monthly payments. So that's really it. Don't forget, it basically, everything depends on what you put in it, right? It's not just all about the sticker price, interest rate. It all depends on what you're actually putting into the deal and what the deal looks like. And now just my AccrueMe plug. So we really designed AccrueMe to be the best option for sellers that need capital to grow in the long term. We invest $10,000 to $1 million in Amazon FBA sellers. You repay us on your schedule. That means there are no payments for months or even years. You pay us when you want to. And we only earn a profit when you do. So there are no fees or fixed interest rate. Instead, we earn a share of your business's bottom line profit. So that's after cost of goods sold, after Amazon fees, after Amazon PPC. That bottom line profit is what we earn a share of. So we really truly only profit when you do. And you retain all of your ownership when you sell. So it's not like we're taking a piece of your business, which I know is important to a lot of you private label sellers out there. So if you want to learn more and see how we can help you, go to app.accrueme.com and tell us a little bit about your business, and also mention when we ask you, where did you hear about us, that you heard about us at ExitCon, and you will receive a $500 cash sign-up bonus upon funding. So hopefully that was helpful. And I don't know if I talked too fast for the translators. So if I did, I apologize, but that is it for me.
Thank you, Ben. I think you did talk a little bit fast, but that's okay. I think you have a few more minutes left if you want to answer a few questions. How do you feel about that?
Do we have any questions? Let's see here.
Let's see. While I pull up my screen. Everybody, if you have any questions for Ben or about AccrueMe, I know I saw people asking Ben about how they could learn about AccrueMe in Spanish. I think we put up a website there in the chat, you guys, for everybody who speaks Spanish. There's a link for AccrueMe in Spanish. You can just click that on the chat.
I see there's a lot of stuff in Spanish, but I don't know what it says.
Yes, people are asking, hey, I want to learn more about AccrueMe, but your presentation's in Spanish. You need to start learning Spanish, Ben.
I'm working on it. So I see someone asked, do you finance startups? So we don't finance startups. We finance pretty small businesses. So if you have like at least $10,000 of inventory in your business, we'll invest in you, which is pretty small, but we don't fund startups. What I would suggest, though, if you are brand new and trying to get started, the way that most people do it is either credit cards, which I know are taboo, or funding from family and friends. So, asking your brother or whoever it is to give you some money, which is also a little bit taboo, but that's really the way. If you don't have any cash of your own and you want to get started on Amazon, that's how most people do it.
Also, we have, do you require 6 months in business for funding?
So we do require 6 months, but we have made some small exceptions in the past. So if it's, for example, you've been selling for 5 months and you're doing well, we can figure out a plan for you. And if it's a new business and you've sold on Amazon and have a history of doing that before, and this is just a new version of that business, we can also fund you with less than 6 months.
Great. I think that's amazing news for some of you. Also, Accrumi is only for US markets or other markets?
So right now we only invest in people selling on Amazon.com, which is the US market, but they can be based anywhere in the world. So we're invested in people who sell on Amazon.com in the US, but they live in the UK, they live in Mexico, different parts of Asia, Australia. So anyone who's selling on Amazon.com, which is obviously Amazon's biggest market, and we're working on expanding that. So right now it's just Amazon.com, which is the US market.
Well, anyways, I think that's great news for many of the participants here. If you're based in Mexico or elsewhere in Latin America and Europe, but you are expanding or are already selling in Amazon.com, so Amazon US, you can get funding for Accrumi. So I think that's great news. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah. And I see another one here from, somebody wants to know how you qualify. So I think that's pretty much it, right? So you have to be selling profitably. So you have to make a real bottom line profit. You have to be selling on Amazon.com, which is in the US. And you have to have at least $10,000 of inventory in your business. So if you have those things, we definitely want to talk to you and can probably help you. And then I see Angel asked, how does Accrumi make money if the seller can take years to pay back without making payments? So that's a good question. Get that a lot. So basically what we do is we just track every month our share of the profit. So let's say that this month we were working together, maybe your business generated a $10,000 profit and our share of that calculated in our portal was $1,000. We basically say, okay, take that 1,000, put it down in the system and you owe us an extra 1,000. And we just keep counting how much we owe until you're ready to pay us back. So we have people that we've invested in 2 years ago that haven't paid us anything, but we just track their business on a daily basis and they make the payments when it makes sense for them and their business. Minimum amount of sales. So we don't really have a minimum amount of sales. Clint, we basically just look at the assets in the business and that you're selling profitably and with a good sales velocity. So assuming we say, you need $10,000 in assets in your business, that's probably somewhere around 10,000 in monthly sales, maybe a little bit more than that, depending on the sales velocity and profitability of your inventory. What else do we have here?
Right.
Clint, 10,000 inventory sold on Amazon monthly, annually. So it's not sold. It's basically just the asset value of your business. So we want to see that you have $10,000 worth of inventory at cost that you've purchased and that you're selling. So most of you are probably cycling through inventory and we're looking at the asset value of that inventory, not the sales velocity of your account on an annual or monthly basis.
Wow, you have a few questions still. So also this one's interesting, Ben. DC Washington says, do you offer help and advice on how to increase sales?
So we try to help a little bit. A lot of it's technology based and focused on your ROI and how you can do that. But most of the sellers we're working with sort of have a plan, have experience and know what they're doing. If you do need help increasing sales or just getting started on Amazon, obviously I'd recommend checking out Algo Online Retail, or for the Spanish speakers, Algo Mas, the best at really kind of getting you going. But we have more unique situations where we're helping with sales. It's usually bigger sellers trying to make $100,000 inventory purchase decisions or changes to their PPC agency or things like that. So we don't really get in the weeds of small growth type technologies or strategies. That's mostly what someone like Algo could help you out with.
Yes. So for those of you that you don't know, Accrumi and Algo are actually sister companies. So for all of the questions I'm getting in the chat about help with selling, getting started selling, or tips just in general on Amazon, go over to Aldo's website for that.
What else do we have here?
I think you have time for a couple more.
All right. I was a little fast, I guess.
Yes.
Let's see here. What is your initial share of the profit? So the profit share adjusts every month. So we track it and we adjust it every month. So to start, it's just based on how much in assets you have in the business and then how much we contribute. So let's say you have $100,000 in inventory when we start, and let's say we give you $50,000. Now our 50 represents about a third of the total 150 asset pie, and we take half of that third. So that month we would earn, let's say about 17% of the profit. And that fluctuates every single month. A lot of people use kind of Accrumi like a credit line in a way. So if they need more money, they just have a button in their portal, their Accrumi portal, they request more. And if they don't need as much and they don't want to pay us as much of the profit a certain month, they just send it back to us. See, Ron says, what if the 10,000 inventory sells through slower than usual? So we have an internal algorithm called the brain that we use to analyze and project the sell-through of products. So we understand that things will sell a little slower, a little faster. I mean, that's just part of business. And if something's selling much, much slower, we'll probably reach out to you and try to figure out why that is and help you figure out how to get the sales velocity back up. But for the most part, I mean, we see a lot of up and down fluctuation in sales, and that's completely normal. We're not trying to like predict it exactly, but just close enough. What is Catalina asking? Do you know, Sophia? Part incremental?
Again, just
incremental in the sales?
Yeah. Do you participate on to increment to up the sales?
Oh, yeah. So we try to help with technology and insights, but we're not going to, set up a PPC campaign for you or anything like that. Don wants to know private label, retail arbitrage, or wholesale. And the answer is everything and all of those and everything in between. So we basically invest in anybody doing Amazon.com FBA. So that includes retail arbitrage, online arbitrage, wholesale, private label, white label, brand exclusives, pretty much anything you can think of, we've invested in.
And I think that's related to David's question. What if I don't have inventory myself? I just fill orders as they come in.
So if you don't have any inventory at FBA, at this point, we don't invest in you. If you're doing like drop shipping, for example, that's probably the one. Drop shipping and FBM are things that we currently don't invest in. So we'll invest in anybody who has inventory at Amazon FBA. I'm guessing you're asking about drop shipping, David. There are some funding sources out there, though, that would fund you mostly based on your Amazon receivable. So you can look into those. Do you help with a buyout search? Do you offer CFO related support or your investment growth? So for buyout, I'm guessing you're asking about selling your business. So we can definitely introduce you to some contacts. A lot of the sellers we've invested in have sold their business. And then from a CFO standpoint, a lot of it's automated. But, a lot of back end things like monitoring your profitability, generating a temporary P&L on a monthly basis and a daily basis, handling wires and supplier payments. Those are all things that we basically programmatically handle through our portal for you. Not drop shipping, David. Okay, so maybe I misunderstood. Yeah, so if you have product at FBA, of it worth at least $10,000, then we could probably figure out a way to work with you. If we have a PO, would you be a better match than a bank? So is that a PO that you are placing an order or a PO from somebody to buy something from you? If we sell the business, do you get a profit from the sale? Nope. So we just get back what we invested and the profit that we had accrued to date, and you get to keep all of the proceeds from the sale. Someone buying from you. So we really just focus on Amazon FBA sales. So if you just have like a big PO from one person, we probably wouldn't really be a good fit for that. David, yep. So after 6 months or so with your Amazon store, I mean, I would suggest reaching out like 4 or 5 months in with selling, just to kind of get to know how everything works with us. But if you're meeting the $10,000 threshold at FBA and you've been selling for, 4 or 5 months, you should probably start the process instead of waiting for, month 6 to start communicating with us. And I see we have a few others in the Q&A now.
Yes. But you'll share your contact information, right, Ben? They
Yep.
can, I mean, they can contact AccruMe directly through the QR that's on the screen.
Yep. Let's see here. We manufacture and ship direct to Amazon, which you guys would set up to manufacture too, instead of only purchasing from a factory. Yeah, so that's something we've looked into, Clint, is working more with manufacturers, especially US-based manufacturers, but currently we only work with funding the actual finished goods. Selling books on Amazon. So if you're looking to just resell a ton of books, like buy pallets of books, we have invested in some sellers that do that. It's a lot of work, a lot of unique SKUs, but there are a lot of people that do that and make some good money doing that. But that's not something I could really help you with. Does AccruMe need to improve before we buy? I think that means approve before we buy. So for the most part, we let you buy whatever inventory you want, unless you've been running your business at a loss or you've been making a bunch of bad inventory decisions for months. Then we start trying to get more involved in getting you back on the right track. But for the most part, we invest in you because we believe in your ability to run a business, and we don't want to run your business for you. We want you to do that. So for the most part, we'll let you do whatever you want, unless you have, an ongoing problem with profitability or the quality of what you've been buying. FBA financing only. Yes, FBA only for now. Server not working to sign up. Let's see. That should be working.
So
if it's not working, there might just be a lot of people on it. So you could try again in a few minutes on app.accrume.com.
Ben, I have one last question, I think, for just in Spanish. What percentage ROI does a seller need to be candidate to funding?
A percentage ROI?
Yes.
So we really target people that are making 10% a month on their assets. So that means if you have like $100,000 in inventory, we'd ideally like to see you making somewhere around $10,000 a month in profit. But that obviously varies a lot. So we have some sellers who are making 20, 25%, and then some that are making 3 or 4 or 5. So really anyone over like 3%, as long as it's consistent, are people, then businesses that we're interested in. And if you have a very high ROI, we also have some things we can do to adjust our profit share to make it more favorable for you.
Okay. Thank you, Ben, so much for being here and for that presentation. I think we have so many more questions I would love to answer, but we have to get going with the next roundtable. So thank you, Ben, so much for being here. And
Thank you for having me. All right. Thanks, Sophia. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Say goodbye to Ben right there in the chat, right? Thank you to Ben for that amazing presentation and all that content. So everybody who has additional questions, you can just fill out, so take the QR on the screen, just scan that with your phone, and it'll take 3 minutes. You can get an instant funding offer right on the AccruMe website. Remember that those of you who apply today will receive a $500 gift bonus, sign-up bonus, upon your sign-up. So go ahead, scan the QR, and even if you're not sure that AccruMe will that you're a candidate, just fill out that funding survey and you'll get an answer right away. So thank you, Ben, for that. And let's get going with our second roundtable for the day, which I personally will hold today. So I just want to welcome, first of all, we have three amazing speakers, three amazing speakers, because Santi, we have Pato, we have John from Song Guru. I'm going to introduce in just a moment. Pato, who you already met from Algomas. Santi, also from Algomas, Santiago Telles, who is my other brother and the founder of Algomas Mexico. But he will not, I don't think he'll be able to join us, because great news for me, Pato, and Santi. Santi's wife is just about to get to go into labor, so he's having a baby today. He's becoming a father today in just a few hours, so he was unable to join. But great news. We're super happy for Santi. Very sad that he couldn't join here today. But instead, we have in his place, we also have Tyler Gregg from AMPD. So I'm just going to introduce everybody, and we'll get right into the questions in just a moment. As you met Pato before, again, he's the founder of Algomas. He's been an Amazon seller for more than 8 years, and he has been teaching for the last 5 years to thousands of students how to sell on Amazon, Latin America, Amazon US, and the rest of the world, Canada, Europe. Also, we have John here today. Welcome, John. I'm glad that you could join us. Thank you for being here. And if you can hear me, just say hi there.
Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you, John. So John, he's the founder of Song Guru. Song Guru is an all-in-one software for Amazon sellers. You guys are gonna want to check it out, Song Guru, if you haven't already. Everybody who is an Amazon seller will profit enormously from using their software. How John started, he's an entrepreneur and an Amazon thought leader, but he has over 15 years of experience working with digital agencies as an account director and strategies for some of the top global, actually, the digital agencies in the world. And after that, he started his Amazon journey on 2014, launching multiple successful private label brands. With that experience is that he launched Song Guru to help Amazon sellers such as yourself find the best products available out there based on real data. So Song Guru, we're glad to have you, John, today for our modern sourcing and wholesale private label. And we also are going to have here today Tyler Gregg from AMPD. So AMPD specializes on getting you traffic all the way from Google. It's an all-inclusive operation system to manage all of your Google campaigns conveniently in one place. So he's a VP of operations at AMPD. He's passionate about helping brands grow into the next level, leveraging Google advertising for their next step on their growth journey. So before AMPD, he worked for a management consultancy specializing in helping growth stage brands that are in the growth stage expand their operation and grow their sales. So also amazing to have you, Tyler, and welcome.
Hey, Sophia, thanks so much for having me here.
So Pato, if you can hear us as well, we're gonna get started with the questions for the second round table. Everybody can also drop in a few questions in the chat if you want. We're gonna be able to see them as well. I'm going to ask a few questions. So first of all, just confirming that Pato is right there. Hope we're missing Pato. I think he'll connect in just a minute. So John, Tyler, do you want to take a minute to just introduce yourselves?
Sure, go ahead, John.
Okay, cool, man. Good to see you, Tyler. Hey, everyone. It's John here. You're catching me at home today in the garage, so apologies for the background. But I'm here. And, I'm based in Los Angeles. That's where I'm based. From South Africa originally. And as you said, we've developed a software for sellers and agencies over the last few years. We have about 17 different tools connected to the main Amazon marketplaces. We're very focused on private label sellers, and we have a lot of sellers on our team as well. So we truly kind of understand what needs to be solved, and we do it in the most impactful and efficient way possible. So everything from product research to some of our SEO tools, which are probably the best known in the space, through to kind of management and alerting, etc. So excited to be here, and this part of the Amazon journey is such a critical piece, and there's obviously as we progress, there's so many more opportunities available globally now to source products. So it's going to be a pretty interesting conversation for sure.
Thank you, John. Tyler.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. I'm Tyler from Amped. We help, as Sophia mentioned, we help branded Amazon sellers bring in Google Ads traffic with full attribution. So really helping sellers tap into another source of revenue. And excited to be on this this roundtable here around sourcing. And I can shed some light on kind of our expertise on kind of the external traffic side. And I think interesting ways that some of our sellers have started to use Google to kind of understand the demand to help kind of provide intelligence on how and how much they source. So I'll be able to share a little bit, but excited to hear John kind of talk about what they've been doing on the sourcing side as well.
Yeah, so I mean, we can get started actually with the first question, and this is going to be specifically for you because I'm particularly, I mean, every time I come to an ExitCon, I learn so much from just the speakers, having you guys here. So my first question for you, Tyler, is why is Amazon actually encouraging external traffic?
Yeah, I think it's super interesting to kind of dissect. So the biggest reason is Amazon ads has become pretty expensive, right? And Amazon knows the best way to get more ads dollars is to get more customers into their marketplace. And the best way to get more customers and more Amazon Prime users is brands bringing in their customers to Amazon and kind of creating that marketplace and generating it to be bigger and bigger. So they're incentivized to do it because they get more customers. They know that when consumers come into the marketplace, they might buy your product. They're also going to buy other products from Amazon. They're also in a war with Shopify, right? And really trying to figure out and beat out Shopify. So imagine a world 10 years from now where if Shopify or Amazon wins the Google war, that's going to be the big winner in e-commerce. So I think that's the incentivization that Amazon has and kind of the why. And then what they've been doing to encourage external traffic is they rolled out Amazon attribution to allow brands to understand what's actually converting. So now you can actually see the ROI from Google Ads. They rolled out the brand referral bonus program, which provides a 10% kickback on average, 10% kickback for any sale that you bring in. So that's if you bring in $100 or $1,000 from Google Ads, Amazon pays you $100 back, right? That's pretty darn good incentive. And they also provide ranking rewards, which we've seen through our data for a long time. Ranking rewards obviously leading to more organic sales, so a halo impact. But Amazon actually hosted us on a webinar just a couple of weeks ago, and they actually, for the first time ever, publicly acknowledged that external traffic does drive ranking and does drive bestseller rank. We've always called it the halo impact. In Amazon's case studies, they were referring to it as the snowball effect. So kind of same thing, different terminology. So I guess we'll have to change our terminology to match what Amazon calls it.
Yeah, so they get additional traffic, free traffic from our campaigns.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And it all stems the attribution links that they provide and that Amp obviously helps set up stems from the old affiliate links. And I guess not old, but not as prevalent these days. And the affiliate links, Amazon would obviously, if you're an affiliate, you bring in traffic, you get that 2-3% kickback from any conversion. So Amazon has visibility into every product that is purchased after coming in with that link. It's the same technology that drives the attribution links. So while you get credit for sales from your brand, Amazon is very, very aware of all the other conversions that they get. So it's a win-win, right? Like you guys get the direct sales, you get to see as a brand, you get to see what's converting, but then Amazon's also getting their own little snowball effect too from all the other conversions that people buy, because that's the thing that's beautiful about consumers, especially on Amazon. It's so easy to just keep adding things to cart.
Yeah, we keep on buying. Once you go to Amazon, you go to and you end up with 4 things on your cart.
It's a dangerous place as a consumer.
So thanks, Tyler. And let's head on to questions about sourcing for wholesale, and we'll get back to other questions that I know many people in the chat have questions on external traffic and how they can work with Google Ads to get more sales on their actual listings. But I just wanna answer and get into this question. What is the current, if you have anything to add to this question, John, what is the current state of sourcing for private label sellers? Is China still like the go-to, or are there other countries that you've seen? Do you have anything to add about that? And I'm going to add as well, since Pato and Santi couldn't be here, I'm the spokeswoman about sourcing in other countries, and I'm actually specialized in sourcing in Mexico, Latin America, and Europe. So I'm going to add into that. But if any of you guys have any comments, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say, speaking to our customers, there's been some horror stories coming out of China and getting stock and you know, being backlogged, etc. So you know, I think it's hard to generalize, right? I think, yeah, you know, I think that as entrepreneurs, we always try to look at the silver lining of some of the ongoings that have been happening globally on the sourcing side. And I would say, you know, the positive things that have come out of the last couple of years of obviously short supplies, you know, lockdowns, etc., is we're all entrepreneurs. We're all trying to figure out better services, better ways to improve and obviously manage our businesses. So, you know, what's really positive out of the last couple of years is one, the growth of other markets outside of China. So you've got more choice, more opportunities, more ways of accessing products, right? So that's amazing. You know, Mexico being one of the hotspots at the moment, making Chinese manufacturers and suppliers hungrier for your business, which is awesome, right? We definitely want that, and that's always been a challenge of trying to actually get you know, time with large manufacturers in China and getting them to manufacture your products. So they're a lot more open to those conversations, which is great. And then obviously the third piece being you know, new and interesting ways to ship products globally and get your costs down, right? We know how crazy shipping costs have got, but there's really cool new services, new ways of bundling, you know, shipping products, etc., to get them global, right? So that's what's so cool about being an entrepreneur, is that you know, you get this ability to tap into new services, new products, new ways of doing things, which is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just add to that, is I think is a really good way of saying it, John, is like the silver lining of the last few years, just kind of the macro trends that I hear from our sellers and our partners, engaging with them on calls and conferences, is like there is pretty serious movement away from the Chinese market for some sellers in some industries, of course, not all. And I think it's interesting to see more opportunity. Obviously a struggle right now, definitely a lot of headaches, more than headaches, challenges, frustrations for sure. But, you know, with more and more markets opening up for being legitimate and profitable sourcing opportunities, I think, you know, if we can think long-term here, a few years from now, as things hopefully get back to kind of smoother operations, having more markets available is definitely a win long-term for, I think, a lot of sellers.
Yes, and I agree. I think the last few years were challenging for everybody, especially sellers that were China-based in all of their sourcing. And I think I personally saw a big interest and a big surge in the need to start sourcing and even manufacturing products in different places. In Latin America I saw a big change and a big increase in just the general exports that were done in the last few years, especially because of COVID. So, I mean, everybody who is here, I think you should think about also digging into sourcing your products and name brands from countries that you have nearby, such as, I mean, Mexico, right? I think it was the production in the last few years up 20%, just trying to compensate for China and the problems that they had in fulfillment. So obviously, I will always recommend start sourcing in Mexico as well. And also for sellers who are only selling in the US, I have to add right now that you start thinking about, because this is private sellers, so start private label sellers, so start thinking about also getting your first private label. So many of you here on this call today don't even have private labels yet. So when you get started with your first private label, think about sourcing near rather than China. In some cases, it might be better. Just the shipping costs, just offsetting those shipping costs is going to be totally worth it. Even if the product, sometimes even if the product per piece, per unit, it's higher price, just the headache of speaking to your representative in China, the time difference, the language barrier, it's just going to be way easier to source in Mexico. So had to put that in there. And also another question, what do you guys think about how do logistics compare for importing products from the US to other sourcing locations in your experience?
Yeah, I don't have too much experience specifically around sourcing shipping from Mexico. I mean, obviously the easy answer is it's way shorter if you're staying in the US, right? So what I would lean on there is again, like going back to the question around, hey, where should you source from? China is definitely not out of the picture. You should definitely absolutely look at that. You've just got more options, more due diligence that you should be doing. And most importantly, you need to choose the right manufacturer and location and shipping for the type of product that you're creating, right? So, I wouldn't suggest, trying to necessarily source something from Mexico if it's not really their area of expertise, or trying to recreate the wheel, because you've got to understand that manufacturers have years and years of optimization experience around their manufacturing. So, depending on what your product is, and there's so many different choices that you can make, you need to match it to your location. Or if you want location to drive it, make sure you understand what are they best at, and then go after that in that location. And especially if you're going for what are they best at, there's definitely systems and processes in place to get those products to the US or whatever market you're going to. So you need to tap into what's been tried and tested and what are they best at, and don't reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, 100%. And a little outside of my expertise on that side, but you can't force it to a location just because you want to be sourcing from that location. I was talking to a 10-figure seller just like a week or two ago at a show, and he was describing, a leather jacket is so much more than a leather jacket, right? Like, what are all the components and pieces that go into a leather jacket? You need to find and source from the market that has those resources, that has that material easily available, so that the factory is able to put it all together quickly, and you're not sending it all over the world to get those little different components. Like leather jacket, right? Like, you got the leather, you got the zipper, you've got, everything else that goes into a leather jacket. You can't force a market to deliver on that. You have to rely on which market has that resources and is able to put it all together as quickly as possible.
I agree. And as I'm acting again as moderator and slash Mexican sourcing expert, yes, I wanted to add that also, as you guys say, for example, in Mexico, I don't know if you knew this, I know, John, you're half a world away in Australia, but for example, in Mexico, many of the main things that we fabricate in Mexico are actually leather, and leather, textiles, any artisan type products, but a lot of clothing. So any wood products. So yeah, I mean, you have to definitely research what industries are most developed on the country you're sourcing. I don't know, for example, John, you that are from Australia, it's a very different perspective. In your opinion, are there other countries that are really pushing to be big sourcing hubs for private label sellers outside of China?
I'm actually based in Los Angeles, so I'm
Oh.
way Mexico. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I'm going to Mexico next week for a few days.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, just to your point on sourcing, you know, I was looking at a furniture product a while back, and you know, I went, you know, one of the things that we always teach, right, is if you're going to source something, go to the country, spend time there, go and meet the manufacturers, right? And that's absolutely the best way to do this. If you're interested in sourcing from Mexico, you know, connect with the right people and go to a furniture fair or an expo fair, go and experience that, right? You make so many connections. And I think that's the other side of being a global e-commerce product seller, right? Is you have these amazing opportunities, hopefully, to create a relationship with your manufacturer in whatever country you do. So, you know, when you go to Mexico and you meet these people and you have that personal relationship with them, and you can kind of develop that product and move that forward, wherever that is, if it's Mexico or China, that's the cool part of our job, right, of what we're doing. So, you know, I would absolutely encourage you to you know, understand what those countries manufacture and find the next best physical event that you can go to and get over there and spend time there. So that's just a note to that initial question. I think in terms of global hubs, I think, you know, we've got customers who are sourcing products out of Italy, you know, creating amazing brands that are high ticket items on Amazon, you know, super quality artisan products. You know, we've got people obviously doing it out of Vietnam, which is a massive hub, right? We've got people who are sourcing directly out of Australia. I guess the point I'm saying here is, like, you know, there's so many options. You just have to kind of choose. And if you choose, it's the same as like choosing a product, right? Everyone's like, oh, what product should I choose? I'm like, well, what do you like? And everyone's like, well, I don't know if I should choose something that I like. And I'm like, well, why not? Because they're like, oh, well, you know, there's so many of those. I'm like, if you look hard enough, you're going to find that opportunity. So if you want to source out of any specific country or any specific place, go and look for it, right? You'll find it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a question.
Ahead,
I saw a question in there. I was just asking, kind of along the lines of what John was saying, is like, are there good trade shows to attend in Mexico? I had a lot of our customers go to one. It's called the Mexico trip. So pretty straightforward. I was put on by Amazing at Home, and they brought a whole group down there, and they went and toured a bunch of factories and sourcing locations. So that's one that I heard really good things about. I personally haven't gone, but had a lot of our customers say good things about that one.
Yeah, definitely. There, you can actually just Google trade shows in Mexico City, and there are a ton. We have the World Trade Center right on the center of Mexico City, and there are tons and tons of trade shows every single year that you can go and visit. I mean, most of you are US based. Some of the people we have here from Turkey and all over the world, but most of you are US based, and I mean, Mexico is just a short trip away, so definitely make sure to check out that. And I'm getting a question also for John. Does Easy Source can you talk a little bit about Easy Source, how it works, and does Easy Source help source in all countries or just China?
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting project. I think it must be going about 3 years ago. You know, Alibaba, who obviously is the mecca for sourcing as a search engine in China. You know, they kind of, as a business, wanted to connect more with you know, private label sellers and kind of go more up funnel. So they put out a pitch to, you know, a number of different, you know, all the kind of big software companies in the space. You know, we actually went up to San Francisco and spent some time with them, and we won that pitch to help them develop their API for that Easy Source product. So the kind of idea behind that and how we truly helped them was kind of a mantra that we have here at Zonguru, which is it's GIGO, which means garbage in, garbage out, right? And the point being there is, you know, if you return everything, you know, that's relevant or non-relevant, it's very difficult to choose. So what we did with Alibaba is kind of work through their APIs and algorithms and really filter that for relevancy for private label sellers. So, you know, if you're truly wanting to source a product, you know, a private label product, and you want to find manufacturers that have the experience of working with Amazon sellers, they already have, you know, a track history of working with sellers and e-commerce businesses into the States or whatever location you're selling, we kind of filter those results. So we recommend results. And, you know, people use it, they typically go and then search on Alibaba, and they typically always come back to the ones that we recommend through that product and that API. So we manage that for them. And to the point, yeah, you know, there is a China focus there. I think you can filter it by you know, various other Asian countries at the moment. They don't have a US presence at the moment, but there's certainly other options you have outside of China. You can just literally turn the filter off for China, and then whenever you're using our Chrome extension, it'll return the top results, and you can drop into our app and look at deeper results there as well and filter that. And you can kind of set your preferences, so whenever you're searching, it's always going to return stuff for your preference. So yeah, that was a challenging project, trying to work with Alibaba and saying, like, trying to explain to them that, like, all of their data is not the best in the world, right? And we need to filter that. So that's what we worked on with them. Yeah,
that's amazing that you have that feature that you can filter out by country and get sourcing specifically. So everybody, go make sure to check out Easy Source from Songuru as well. I'll put the links in just and the QR codes in just a minute. Also, I have another question before I get a question directly for Tyler. What about sourcing name brands in another country to sell on Amazon US? And I want to start answering that question. And if you guys want to come in after, that's okay. So sourcing name brand products in another country to sell on Amazon US, it's totally viable, and I'd actually recommend it. I was actually just making and assembling just a distributor and provider list for distributors here in Europe and providers, and I found so many amazing name brand products coming from Italy, Germany, UK, Spain, so many name brands that are either not being sold on Amazon US and ought to be because they're popular worldwide, or are definitely being sold on Amazon, but just by a few sellers. So I don't think really US based sellers have put the eye on sourcing name brands that are originally from other countries, just because they might not know the brands. But I urge everybody here to, especially those of you who are doing wholesale, of course, to source name brands and search and start looking for big name brands that are from elsewhere, no, that are European, that are even Mexican, no, again, with a topic of Latin America. Actually, the fastest growing community in the US right now is the Latin community in general. So, for example, all of the name brands that are popular in Latin American countries, not only Mexico, but all over Latin America, these name brands should be brought onto Amazon. So that's my personal look on the subject. If you do not have name brand products from other countries on your Amazon store, you should definitely look into that. And actually, there are already companies that dedicate themselves to importing the product into a US, which you can buy directly from. Of course, your cost may be a little bit higher because you're doing it through someone else, but you will get your first taste into the market before you actually start importing yourself.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. It's such a huge opportunity. You've got to think about the US, right? It's 300 million or 350 million, whatever it is, shopping on Amazon, and it's hugely multicultural. And if you're selling private label on Amazon.com, it's a niche. It's a niche that you're trying to own, right? And if you can find other popular brands elsewhere that are not available here and bring them in, or get the rights or whatever that is, that's a massive advantage. And you absolutely have an audience, right? Because it's such a diverse, multicultural place of people. So, you know, it's a really interesting way of kind of, I always say to people, like, if you're living in another country and you're selling on Amazon.com, you have a massive advantage of understanding your products in your markets, and they've been done in a unique way that you could potentially bring to the .com market. So it's a pretty, don't forget, you have a lot of advantages by either sourcing other cool products from other markets and bringing to the US, or understanding what your local market has and bringing that to the US as well.
Yeah, we have a ton of customers that do exactly that, and they're able to capitalize on the built-in demand, right? Like you don't have to build that demand. It's already there. And you see it from our perspective and from the data we have, like there's search volume for those name brands, right? And you're able to tap into that on Google because people are looking for the products already. And for you to be able to be present when they're searching for it, such a huge opportunity and a way to kind of see early success out of the gates when you're trying to get that product started. It kind of solves a little bit of that like cold start that you would otherwise have to deal with, of like building the reputation, all that. You're able to piggyback off of that.
Which is actually a benefit from doing wholesale of big name brands, that the fact that you already have that search volume and that you don't have to create brand awareness for those types of products, because the brand awareness is already there. And as you said, John, and I agree, the US is a country made up of Italians, Middle Easterns, Mexicans, Latin America. I mean, it's just a big jumble there, no? It's called the country of immigrants. So definitely everybody who's doing wholesale. And that was actually another question that I had today is what have wholesale sellers been doing to get ahead of other Amazon sellers when it comes to sourcing? And I think that's one main one, that the fact that they can source outside big name brands from other countries and get that search volume without having to actually manufacture the product. So actually this leads back to you, Tyler. I wanted to ask, when and what type of products work best for Google Ads? I don't know if you're going to answer name brand products.
Yeah, sure. And name brand products are really well because it's built in demand. But then other types of products are ones that serve a specific function, right? And like think like gift baskets. Like that's a very general, personal kind of buying decision. Whereas something that's very specific, like as simple as a broomstick, right? People are searching on Google for broomsticks. Like they're not searching to research what a broomstick does. They're searching to buy it. And if you have the ability to show your ad at the right time to that person who's signaling the buying intent, and then be able to give them nice, great shopping experience on Amazon, which Amazon's going to help out with, of course, those are the types of products that work really well. So products that serve a specific function, or name brands, ones that have built-in demand. And that's one where we see a lot of our customers come into our service, and they kind of use it to help understand their demand, to help understand some of their forecasting for sourcing too, is how much are people searching for their product specifically on Google. That's a really good kind of indicator of what they need to be doing on their side in order to meet that demand, service that demand, and whatnot. So those are the types of products that we see work pretty well.
Yes, because besides, they could be advertising for the wrong keywords. Right.
Yeah, it's all about the right keywords, right? And for Google, you want to be as product specific as possible, and you need to be able to understand how are people searching for these products on Google. Obviously, Google's still the biggest search engine in the world, right? So having that data and understanding how people are searching that for a variety of products can be super, super informative as you build out your strategies.
So what type of, sorry, before you answer, John, what type of data does AMPD help out with for sellers to get to know really what people are searching for?
Sure. So we help inform search volume on Google from like very top as you kind of get started building the campaign. How often are people searching? Are they searching it 100 times a month, or are they searching it 10,000 times a month? And then from there, once you start building the campaign, we connect the Google and Amazon data together. So you see how many clicks cost per clicks, all that data that you need from the Google side, and we stitch it together with conversion data from the Amazon side. You do need to be brand registered in order to get the attribution and conversion data. But if you are brand registered, you get the full picture from start to finish of how are people searching, how are people clicking, how often are they clicking, what are they paying, what are you paying for that click, and then how often are they buying on the Amazon side as well. So it's the full story, the full ROI story, to really understand what's working and what isn't.
Do you want to add to that, John?
No, I was just going to say that yeah, I mean, if there's sellers on here and they're not using a product like Ant, you obviously haven't done your homework, right? I get so frustrated with sellers when you know, they're putting so much effort to their product, and you know, it used to be like that probably a year ago, where they're putting so much effort to their product and they spend all this money, and then they create these crappy images that they put on their listing on Amazon, and they don't really do a great launch campaign. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you've just spent, you know, 8 months of your life, you know, building this amazing product, and then you don't have a launch strategy, right? So I think that's changed a lot. I think people are getting the launch strategies better, but I think it's now shifted to even beyond launch strategy and understanding beyond launch, what do you need to do for the next year to stay on top of the Amazon algorithm, and you know, you need some love from that algorithm, and that's everything from, you know, getting stock outs to having other traffic you know, sources, and Amazon is telling you, it's like, we give you money for outside traffic, so you need to do outside traffic. It's like, it's obvious. So you know, you're not doing it, you need to get on in it, and that's why something like Amp is awesome. Yeah, so one thing, just kind of going back to that name brand sourcing, like, we have a customer in Australia that used to be a private label Amazon seller. He did pretty well, but you know, at the end of the day, that business didn't work that well for him, and he switched into creating a total business, a business in Australia, of saying, hey, what is my skill set? I understand how to sell things on Amazon, and there's a whole bunch of amazing products in Australia that, you know, have clearly no idea of how to sell that in the US. And he just approached him and you know, just basically said, hey, I know how to sell on Amazon e-commerce, and give me the distribution rights for your product, and you know, I'll get it from you and sell it over there. And he's got about 10 different brands now, and I think he's well in his 10 figure business annually, right? So he's huge, and he's done amazingly well just by kind of pivoting and being a bit creative and saying, hey, I have this amazing understanding of selling on Amazon.com, which is not really that hard, but because he's in another country where they think it's really hard, he gets the rights for that and then sells it overseas. And his job is just to go and source amazing brands that already are perfectly manufactured, and then he takes it overseas. So, you know, that's a really cool way of doing it if you are international and you want to take something to the US.
Thank you, John, for that. And also, I wanted to say, I mean, do new sellers should be looking into sourcing outside of their own country, or should they wait around? What was your take on that?
So new sellers be selling outside of their country, outside of the .com?
Yeah, should they be expanding to sell to other countries?
Yeah, it depends. I always say that there's two ways to scale your Amazon business, right? One is you sell on Amazon.com. Let's just choose that as a marketplace. Probably the easiest way to really scale your business is to launch more products. You know, that is the best way to do it, especially early on in your Amazon journey. You know, I think you speak to any Amazon seller, they're going to tell you it was their second or third or fourth product that got them to their 7 figures, right? So, you know, launch a couple of products, you're going to get there. One of them is going to be a massive hit. You're going to learn along the way. I always say, try and, if I have a choice between 2 products to launch on Amazon, I pick the one where there's a manufacturer relationship that allows me to easily launch a second product. So, you know, furniture being a great example. You find a manufacturer, you can launch a coat rack stand, you can launch a mini bookshelf, you can do a whole bunch of stuff with the same supplier, you know? So, yeah, sorry, my daughter's like shouting at me in the background. Yeah, so I can't even remember what I was talking about now. Sourcing outside of the US. And the second way of doing it is obviously by expanding marketplaces and selling on, you know, other marketplaces. It could be Walmart, it could be you know, international Amazon marketplaces. You have to be at the right place in your business to do that. It is an amazing way of scaling your business, but you have to be, I would say, a little further along. You know, past the 6-figure range. You know, make sure that you have the right kind of standard operating procedures in place. You understand how to, you have a good relationship with your manufacturer. You understand how to manage your distribution. You have a very good, deeper level understanding of the manufacturing process and shipping, etc. And you've got that dialed in, because you know, when you expand markets, you can absolutely increase your revenue, but there's a lot of costs that come with that, right? It could be managing stock to different locations. You know, there's a lot of you know, spillage that comes there, that you know, there's a bigger cost to the business, and that can literally bankrupt you in a moment, right? So you've got to be at the right stage of your business to expand your markets, and it's an amazing way to do it. But you've just got to, you know, it's a real business, so make sure that you've figured that out before you go and do it.
Yeah, you just can't spread yourself too thin, right? Like whether it's sourcing or whether it's selling on different markets, like you need to nail one market and then expand from there. If you try to bite off too much of the apple at once, you're, as you said, you're going to set yourself up for potential disaster.
I agree, and I wanted to make that question because I see a lot of, personally, my students and our algo students on the chat, and I know many of them are not brand new, but just a few months in or a year into their Amazon business, and they might be thinking about expanding, and many of them may be ready for it, but other of them need to just first have those first products set up and really perfect their it's not perfect the translation, but really nail down their operations in their country, whatever it may be, if you're in the US, if you're in Mexico, and then just expand those same listings to the country nearest to you. But before that, as John says, and I agree, you need to nail first your country before you get started sourcing and selling in another country. That I think many people were asking in the chat, but you need to take into account how much time you've been selling on Amazon, really expertise that you have right now. So just to wrap up, John and Tyler, I wanted to give you a couple of minutes each, just to mention to everybody who is watching right now, what can you bring to the table for sellers of different levels that we have here combined in the chat today? What can you bring to the table? How can you help them? And a really deep, a small dive into what each of your companies do before we leave.
John, you want to go for it?
Sure. Yeah, I think I mentioned at the beginning, we have 17 different tools. You know, we've been around for a while. I think, you know, our kind of superpowers are we have a lot of sellers on our team, especially on the engineering side. So we truly understand how to find the data on Amazon, and that's not always an easy process, and how to then translate that data into answering key business questions that are really relevant for us as sellers, right? That's you know, that's kind of our superpower. I would say for any sellers listening, the tool that we're most known for is our keywords tool, our keyword research tool, and the way that you can optimize your listings. I think our tool is called Keywords on Fire. It does the best job of finding the most relevant keywords, but most importantly, we give you a view of understanding where your competitors are focusing and where the opportunities are. So there's a contextual view there where you can see, hey, this is who are my main competitors, where are they focusing, and how do I beat them, right? So you know, if you want to check that out, you can jump and check it out. And I think there's an offer there. I think it's a 20% off, you know, for you to get in and try some of those tools. But definitely jump in, and even if you run one Keywords on Fire session, you're going to get so much value out of that, because you're going to find keywords there that you won't find on other software tools. It's just the way that we get it. And secondly, you're going to understand where your competitors are focused and how to do it differently. And we've got some pretty cool educational material around that of how you can really generate a lot of sales. And going to Q4, I think it's a worthwhile exercise to do for sure.
Okay, so just to recap that, because maybe you guys might talk too fast, and for the interpreters, I'm gonna repeat. Scan that SongGuru QR code that you can see on the screen, and you will get 20% off of any SongGuru plan for life. So if you use that QR code to sign up to SongGuru, you will have a 20% off. So make sure to everybody scan that QR code. that we have here today. And thank you, John, by the way, for that opportunity for everybody here to have that 20% off. So, and also I want to mention that we also have the QR code for AMPD. We put it up again for anybody who didn't get it before. Scan that QR code for AMPD and go ahead, Tyler, and give us a little bit about how can you help people that are here today connected.
Sure. Yeah. If you want to tap into the Google market and making sure that you're promoting your products when people are searching for you on Google, scan that QR code and we can help you out, making sure that you're getting really strong quality Google traffic into your product listings or your Amazon storefronts. And it's a great way to accelerate revenue, get more traffic, more eyeballs to the product pages that you guys are building on Amazon and accelerate that revenue growth. We help create campaigns and we help get you the best quality traffic possible. If you have any questions, just check out that QR code, message us in our in-app chat on the website, or we also host weekly onboarding calls. We actually have one tomorrow morning. I think it's 9:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, to where it's free to join. And we go through basically everything you need to know. Is Google Ads right for you? How do you get started? And all that good stuff. So would love to have you guys, if you're interested in that, join us tomorrow morning.
Okay, so you heard that, everybody. I hope you're scanning those QR codes. You have educational content on both websites, so make sure to check it out. Even if you're not ready for perhaps getting your Google Ads on, you might be readier than you think. Everybody who is here and is asking about, hey, can I get ads on my wholesale products? Of course you can. So check out both of those QR codes and make sure to explore all the educational content that they share on both of the websites. Thank you very much, Tyler and John, for being here today. I was very glad to have this whole roundtable with you, because I wasn't supposed to be in on it. It was supposed to be actually my two brothers, but one's wife is giving birth and the other one must be filling in for him at something that he had. So I mean, it was great to get to know you, and I'm glad that you were here today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
I'll see you guys later. I'm on a panel later, so we'll connect later. But yeah, thanks a lot, and good to connect again, Tyler. And yeah, Sophia, Algo does amazing stuff. So I'm really glad you guys are on.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, guys.
Later. Bye, Tyler. Okay, so again, SongGuru, all-inclusive app for you Amazon sellers. They have sales estimates. They have really amazing tools, so check them out. And also AMPD. Even if you haven't done Google Ads on your products, you might be ready to do so. They will drive traffic to your products, especially if you're doing private label, but even if you're doing wholesale and you want to up those sales, get started doing Google Ads, and just check out their info there on their website. As I said, I have a free onboarding call tomorrow, so make sure to get in on that. Just a quick reminder before I know we have everybody here connected for the next talk here today, but just a quick reminder for everybody here that we have a gift card at the end of this call. We're gonna have a giveaway for 5 different gift cards. So we have one $500 Amazon gift card to be given here today. The only thing you have to do is tag AccrueMe on Instagram and post a photo of yourself with the hashtag ExitCon. You must be present to win. Reminder, stay until the end. We're gonna have a little break. I know this can be a lot of content, but I mean, it's worth it. So just keep watching until the end and post your picture. And also we have additional 4 chances to win. So other 4 $100 gift cards. So even if you don't win the first one, you still have more chances to win. Also, upon applying today, remember you have a $500 sign-up bonus. So that's just free funding on the top 1 rated funding app on Amazon Seller Central. That is AccrueMe, and they're the top 1 rated for a reason. So make sure to scan the QR code, and it just takes 3 minutes to get your instant funding offer. So just go ahead and do that, you guys. And I want to welcome our next speaker here today. Lindsay, I see that you're on. Welcome, Lindsay. But we're gonna go ahead with Nick right now, I believe. So Nick, are you in there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Sophia.
Hi, Nick. So great to see you. I don't think we've met before, Nick.
I don't think we have either. I've met a lot of people on the team, but yeah, I don't think you and I have communicated by email yet.
No, you haven't met, not me, not Pato, not Santi, not one of the Algo Spanish team, right?
Right. You may have looked through my presentation beforehand, but
Yes.
yeah, I'm good to meet you in person.
No,
Or kind of
but
in person.
yeah, it's like digitally, which is the way we work.
Right.
We all see each other through this way. So welcome, Nick. And I'm just going to give a quick introduction before you do your training today. Nick was born and raised in Northern California. Where in California, Nick, specifically? Because I love California.
Yeah, in the Bay Area, in Palo Alto, so kind of near San Francisco.
You're so lucky. I think San Francisco is one of my favorite cities in the US by far.
Just not during the summer when all the fires are happening in California. We don't feel as lucky during that time, but still happy to be here.
No, I agree. That's too bad. That's too bad. But Nick is, again, as he says, from Northern California, from the Bay Area, and after university, what began, and you need to tell me more about this in detail, Nick, but what began as a year-long trip to Seoul to learn more about his Korean heritage just turned into a decade-long stay in Asia, which I haven't been yet. So I'm going to ask for tips soon. But after many years in the online businesses, Nick joined Empire Flippers in 2019 because he wanted to do his marketplace transition. He wanted to help people on the marketplace transition to their own businesses. So he's a fan of the simple things in life. Pizza with only pepperoni and nothing else. Nick, gotta throw some mushrooms in there. And when he's not when he's not in front of the computer, you will most finally find him either at the gym, hanging on a pair of gymnastic rings, or stuffing his face with food on his neighborhood. Nick, tell us more about that. I mean, such an interesting intro right there.
I wasn't expecting. I didn't send that intro over, so I guess you found that. I feel a bit vulnerable right now. You know so much about me already. Yeah, so I lived in South Korea for about a decade, and I initially started out doing some consulting, and then I got into online business for e-commerce, and then opened a rental business out there and making that more accessible online. And then, yeah, so after doing e-commerce, rentals, SaaS, just a lot of different businesses in the online space, I then transitioned to Empire Flippers, and I felt like there was a lot to learn, because Empire Flippers, we'll talk about what that is in a little bit, but it's like a distillation of everybody who's made it, pretty much, who's ready to exit their business, who's kind of seen that light at the end of the tunnel that a lot of sellers dream of. So I felt like there was a lot to learn from just in my own entrepreneurial journey, and I felt like there was a lot that I could provide from my own experiences to sellers on the marketplace. So yes, and it's been a great few years since I've joined the team.
Okay, well, I leave the floor to you. Nick,
Okay.
I don't know if you're sharing screen or something.
Yeah, let's see.
You can.
So,
I'm gonna stop
okay.
sharing. You should be
Okay.
able to do so now.
All right. Okay, sharing screen. Okay, can everyone see the screen there?
I can.
Okay. How about when I bring this into
Yes.
the, okay, cool.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
Are you still able to see, can you see me transitioning through the slides right now?
I see the main one still.
Okay, let me, sorry.
There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna exit full screen. Okay, so, sorry, what's going on here? Slide. Okay. All right. So yeah, hey everybody. So this is from a talk from Empire Flippers, and this is about how to win in an economic decline, and specifically for Amazon businesses. how to continue to get acquired for high valuations. And I guess I wanted to say that while we're talking about maximizing valuations, meaning these are for people who already have Amazon or e-commerce businesses, this is also relevant to those who haven't even built their business yet, because you'll see that ultimately this is a path towards creating a high quality and profitable business, which would benefit you whether you want to hold on to that business and just benefit from the profits, or you want to sell that. Okay, so a little bit about Empire Flippers. So we are the largest curated marketplace in the world for selling e-commerce stores. And we're a 5-time winner of the Inc. 5000 for the fastest growing companies, one of the fastest growing companies in the US. We have done over $400 million in deals. And as of right now, we have over $4 billion in buyer liquidity. So our buyer marketplace has collectively over $4 billion to invest in businesses like your own. So a little bit about who I am. I started at Empire Flippers actually as a migration advisor. So essentially what I did was I oversaw the transition from the seller of the businesses, from the seller to the buyer after the business was sold. So and I've transferred over 130 online businesses and over $27 million in assets. And so I've had this unique opportunity to work really closely with a large number of businesses that made it, and the ones that just have experienced the type of success that a lot of business owners are striving to achieve. And now I've interviewed almost 100 entrepreneurs about their business and what led to their success and failures. And right now I'm heading up our YouTube channel where I talk about these different business models, how to build them, how to buy them, or how to sell them. So, and so I noticed that there's a distinction between some of these smaller businesses that have a more difficult time selling, and compared to the larger businesses that exit for those high valuations and sometimes are sold in as few as little as just a few days on the marketplace. So I just have some thoughts about what are the characteristics of those businesses that are the larger exits that sell more easily. But today I want to talk about the current market situation for Amazon FBA and e-commerce sellers who want to exit at valuations similar to that height that we saw only a year prior. So let's first start by going back to 2020. So 2020 and 2021 were pretty historic years. And in the mergers and acquisitions space, in the M&A space, that time period might be known mostly for the epic e-commerce boom. And during this time, consumer shopping activity shifted almost entirely online. And because of this, Amazon FBA stores, e-commerce businesses were seen more seriously as these profitable future-proof assets. And so as a result, valuations spiked. You can see from 20 to 2021, we have an increase of 29.9 to 43.2. And just a little bit about how valuations work. So the multiple that you're seeing here, you take that figure and you multiply that by your average monthly profit. So for example, if you have a business that's making, let's just say $10,000 per month in net profit. So you have a business making $10,000 a month. At the 2020 multiple, you'd have about a $300,000 business. That same business in 2021 would be $430,000. So that's just a way to understand how we value the businesses. But now, as you can see, markets fluctuate. And in 2022, we have a new series of dramatic world events that have caused the valuations to drop. And so you can see in August of 2022, the average multiple now decreased down to 37.56. So what we're finding right now with the e-commerce business owners who contact us, they're feeling frustrated. They're finding it more difficult to exit for the valuations that were possible just a year prior. And so before we talk about the solutions, let's look at how we even got here and the primary factors that contributed to that boom. So the pandemic really, that's what sparked this worldwide shift in online shopping. And people thought this was going to permanently change buying behavior. And in many ways it did. As we saw, brick and mortar stores, they went out of business, and Amazon was purchasing empty buildings to turn them into fulfillment centers. And meanwhile, while this was happening, this was giving rise to a few online investment companies known as e-commerce aggregators. And these are companies who invest entirely in e-commerce businesses, primarily Amazon FBA, to create one large e-commerce portfolio managed by a team of specialists. And so you can see here just this rise in capital that was invested into the Amazon aggregator business model. So the first aggregator that really made this business model public was Thrasio. And they, in 2020, they had a valuation of $1 billion. And then just a year later, they were valued at between $3 to $5 billion. So almost overnight, you had just these new aggregators coming into the space and VCs just swarming towards this business model. And this resulted in this buying frenzy of new institutional buyers that suddenly had millions of dollars in cash, and they were all looking to acquire large e-commerce businesses as quickly as possible. And so the name of the game was to, as an aggregator, was to acquire these individual brands and then bring them onto your team of specialists and then be able to grow your entire portfolio as a result. And so this was an amazing time for e-commerce store owners who would, in some cases, they would have multiple aggregators competing to buy their business, and they would just be receiving incredible offers, sometimes within a matter of days or weeks. So now in 2022, we can say that bubble has burst, and we're seeing both multiples declining and e-commerce businesses just having a more difficult time selling. And as I mentioned before, sellers are feeling a bit frustrated. And there are several reasons why valuation multiples are declining. And the primary reason is, of course, the shift in the buyer's market. And there are two major reasons leading to this buyer shift, or at least in the aggregator space. So first is VC funding. So in this current period of global market uncertainty and economic decline, VCs have significantly cut funding to aggregators. So now aggregators who would want to purchase new businesses at this stage, they now need to fund these purchases more from the profits that are generated from their existing portfolio, or become more reliant on seller financing, so financing through you as the business owner. And so this leads to the next issue, which is that decline in performance of that portfolio that's meant to be used to fund those acquisitions. So that e-commerce buying frenzy that we talked about earlier, that had four problems. One is that those valuation multiples that skyrocketed, so those were both inflated by the sales that we saw during the pandemic, but the investment, the valuation was unique to that specific time frame. So these investments really only made sense if the businesses continued to maintain those levels of profit experienced during the pandemic. And then second, we're seeing a profit decrease. So we're seeing decreases in revenue for some businesses, not all businesses, but we're seeing a decrease in sales volume for certain products and brands. And we're also seeing an increase in expenses, an increase in COGS due to shipping issues, supply chain issues, as I'm sure you're all aware of, and resource issues. And then third is that because of how quickly aggregators were acquiring businesses, sometimes million-dollar businesses in as short as within a few days, that led to hasty purchase decisions and low due diligence. So you just saw that businesses ended up with underperforming investments. And so now they're becoming more selective with how they their due diligence. So fourth, aggregators just purchased too many businesses and were just overwhelmed by the sheer number of brands that they had to operate all of a sudden. And they just found themselves trying to sustain those operations as opposed to scaling those their brands and growing their portfolio. So what all this means is that buyers have taken a hard look at their strategy, and the acquisition strategy is now shifted. So aggregators are now focusing on fewer, stronger businesses, dedicating more of their resources to growing the prized few acquisitions as opposed to spreading themselves thin over a larger number of lower performing brands. So that said, there are still businesses on the market selling at high valuation multiples. And so the question is, what are these businesses doing differently to achieve that success? And what can you do with your business to also win during a market decline and stand out above the rest? So I thought the best source of information for this, as I was putting together this presentation, was to talk directly with those involved in helping the business owners today who are helping them sell their businesses for those target multiple business valuations and within a target timeline. And those are our sales advisors and of course our vetting advisors. And they offered 7 tips that they wish you as a seller knew about setting up your business for a quick and successful sale, because of course this makes their job easier to sell your business. So the first tip is about product protection and differentiation. And I love that I came on after the talk about sourcing and just thinking about where to source from. Just like getting more into conversations with manufacturers, because you can think about ways to really establish a moat around your brand, a defensibility around your brand. So excuse me, patented products are ideal, but it's honestly, it's less common because we're seeing that some brands, or many brands, they don't have patents, but they have some form of protection, and that's becoming a must. So if you don't have any patent, then at least having done product development to show how your product is of higher quality than the competition, because buyers want to see that there are some advantages over similar products in the market. And so this isn't, so I know that there's some conflicting information about this. I heard we're talking about leather manufacturing. So this, just take this for what it is. As of right now, buyers are typically staying away from fashion or other categories, just businesses that require constant updating of products or rely on new product launches in order to sustain those businesses. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't be getting into fashion, or if you are currently in that space, then you're doomed. It's just thinking about ways to make your business be able to continue without requiring new products every single time. And then there are the number of SKUs. So I know that part of a brand's growth is involved with relates to how many units or how many different products they can launch, but there is also a sweet spot, I guess I would say. So buyers want a limited number of SKUs, or we're seeing typically less than 50, but it's okay if they're just variations of the same product. And I know we talked a little bit about, I heard some information about ad spend. So just some information about what we're seeing on our side. Ad spend typically should be at about 10 to 15% of revenue maximum for Amazon FBA, but this can be higher for Shopify stores or e-commerce stores that rely more on paid sources of traffic and are less reliant on the Amazon or organic traffic. So this can vary, however, according to the category that you're in, or the not lifestyle of the business, the life cycle of the business. So you're probably going to be seeing an increased amount of ad spend during launches or maybe during specific seasons. So that's that's something to also take into account. That's separate, but just as ongoing operations. Next are profit margins. So a typical minimum profit margin to go for is between 15 to 20% at minimum. And it's also important about the trend of the profit margins. So buyers do want to see margins that are stable or growing over time. That would be ideal. And we've seen a lot of business with decreasing margins due to shipping cost increases, Amazon fees, and increased marketing spend due to competition in the category. So going back to having a brand that can be protected, that plays a large role in being able to maintain operations without over-reliance on ad spend, or certain sellers are changing the way that they send inventory to Amazon, maybe working with a 3PL to store more of the inventory there, so you can ship inventory slower from manufacturers. Those are just some examples. Next is branding. So quality branding and image, of course, is important for just selling your products, but also from the buyer perspective, buyers don't necessarily like to see when businesses have a random assortment of products. They like products that could work well together and they could imagine seeing on shelves on a retail store, for example. And the important, I guess, factor here is that for these large acquisitions, buyers should be able to see a clear direction on where to take the brand if they did additional product launches. Okay, and then last as a bonus is sustainability. So just having some kind of unique factor to your brand is maybe what the message here. But a lot of buyers do like some focus on the environment and sustainability. So, I mean, having certifications is great, but you can also just, as far as marketing goes, you can focus on if you're using less material than other competitors, if your product just doesn't use harmful materials, or it's just a more durable product. And so you might be able to already claim sustainability to some extent with your existing products. So I just went through these 7 points, and you might be thinking, if you own a business already, you might be thinking, oh man, I'm missing the mark on like all of these. And I just want to mention here that it's not necessary for your business to have all of these qualities. And we're currently selling many businesses that only have 1 or 2 of these attributes, but this is meant to just help you understand that the more of these that you can take on, the more kind of, as a buyer is going through their own checklist, these are some of the things that they're thinking about. So we realize, these are all ways to maximize your multiple, but the reality is you are dealing right now with a market that's very picky about their acquisitions. So you'll still be battling with those lower valuation multiples, and you'll be dealing with negotiations for less cash paid up front, which are called earnouts. So an earnout is when you receive anything besides 100% of cash up front for your business. And you're seeing that these larger buyers, they want to give you a percentage up front, and they'll pay out the remaining over time or being contingent on performance. And a lot of sellers, they think, oh, I only want 100% cash up front. I will say, though, that the more flexible sellers are, at least right now, if your goal is to sell your business, especially for a larger valuation, being flexible and open on the financing is one way to do that. And of course, every seller would prefer 100% cash up front, but you can also benefit from earnouts in 3 ways. So first, as we mentioned, you can close the deals faster. Second, there are also potential tax benefits. Some sellers, they don't want their entire business to be paid up front because it'll allow them to stay under a certain tax bracket by being paid out over a longer period of time. And then the third is that you could potentially increase your sales price by having a performance-based earnout. So if you think that your business, it will continue to grow, you could potentially make more than your original list price, or you can also do a combination where you have some sort of interest involved with the financing. So I guess after all that, the decision now, at least for those who own businesses and are thinking about whether they should sell now or hold. So some sellers right now, they are choosing to, well, many sellers right now, they do want to sell, even though they're seeing lower multiples, because it means they're able to reinvest in other online businesses or niches that are performing well, and then they can scale those and sell them for profit. Or other sellers are choosing to allocate their capital into other asset classes like real estate, stocks, and crypto. But I guess a case for holding for now is if you don't plan to reinvest the capital that you make when you sell, it might be best, just because of increasing inflation and the lower value of capital, it might be better for you to hold onto this cash flow asset and potentially grow that business further. So if you think that it is best for you to sell, then your decision comes down to selling private or through a brokerage. So selling privately is just working with somebody directly, and you have to negotiate everything and figure everything out on your own. Selling with a brokerage is working with a company like Empire Flippers or other brokerages that will help guide you through that process. And so pros of working with a brokerage: you have access to that buyer pool. We assist in those tough negotiations about, for example, the structuring, the financing negotiations, or those who are trying to negotiate a lower multiple. And then we also give you assistance in helping you to build your business to the point where it can be sold for the highest valuation. The benefit for selling private is that you're not paying a commission, with the caveat that you will likely be paying in many other ways, which could involve hiring people to perform specific tasks like legal paperwork, helping you to transfer the business. And you could potentially get a lower valuation. So if you decide to sell through a brokerage, one thing to just watch out for, I guess two things to watch out for, is brokerages that offer inflated multiples. We're seeing this situation where some sellers are tempted by higher multiples on some brokerages. And when you list on a marketplace, you sign an exclusivity contract where you can't list anywhere else for a certain period of time. It could be a few months. And so we're seeing sellers tempted by higher multiples, only to find that there are no buyers interested in purchasing the business at that level. And so the sellers find that they're stuck on a marketplace, and this either wastes the seller's time or they feel pressured to reduce their multiple, their valuation, to sell the business. And second, just make sure your business, if you're going to list on a marketplace, make sure it's a protected marketplace, which means there are buyers, the buyers have to unlock the listing in order to view more of the sensitive details, in order to view the specific products that you sell, more information about the niche, how you're performing. These are verified buyers, meaning they verify their identity and their liquidity. So you're only getting serious buyers looking at this, not just people who are looking to find business ideas. So if you think about the next 6 to 12 months, whether you're, I guess, getting started early on, or you've had this business for a while and you're just thinking, in this time of uncertainty, what is the best thing for me to do? How do I grow my business? So what I recommend is, okay, so you could speak with somebody. I would say don't guess, you should get qualified advice. And what I mean by that is speaking with people in this space to discuss your business and where it's at. Ideally, if you're looking to exit, people who have experience in taking people from where they are now to that exit for your target valuation and within a specific time frame. And typically, so these can be consultants, and they could charge a few hundreds to thousands per hour even. But here's a hack that many people just don't use that will allow you to speak to somebody for $0. So what I recommend you do is speak with a sales advisor at either our brokerage at Empire Flippers, or it could be any online business brokerage, and just talk through your business, discuss the target exit, your target profit, how, and just have a discussion how you can go backwards, where you can reverse engineer that exit, that light at the end of the tunnel to where you are now. And the sales advisor will help offer some steps for how to take you from point A to point B. So I think this is just an incredibly underutilized strategy. And at Empire Flippers, you could just schedule a call with us, discuss strategy, and there's zero obligation to sell your business or work with us in any capacity. So if you're not ready to speak with somebody though, and you just want to know what your business would be valued at right now, we do have a free tool. You can go to our valuation tool with the link there. Or if you did have any questions for me directly, you can find me at my LinkedIn or email, or follow me on YouTube if you want. So hopefully I finished that with enough time for Q&A, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nick. so much. And I think we have time for, yes, a few questions, because you do have a few questions in the chat. So let's go ahead and see. So, okay, here we have a question. Hold on, let's see. I think these are the questions of the last talk. Okay, Ben asks, how small is a business? No, how small of a business is sellable?
Yeah, so at Empire Flippers, we have a minimum of I believe it's $1,000 per month in net profit. So typically that's a business valued at between $30,000 to $50,000 for businesses that sell that do $1,000 per month. There are other brokerages that have lower minimums or even zero minimums. So, and those, I mean, you can buy businesses there for a few $100s even. But yeah, Empire Flippers has that minimum.
Okay, and can you sell a wholesale FBA business?
Can you sell a wholesale FBA business? Meaning it's not a private labeled business? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm not going to say no, although the businesses that I've seen are all private label brands. I'm trying to think. I know we do have people that sell their drop shipping businesses, so obviously those aren't their own brands. So I would say if you're curious about that, you could submit and just see if the vetting team accepts your business for listing.
Yes, I have actually another question from Bob about businesses that are strictly retail arbitrage. So same answer, right?
Yeah, so like drop shipping essentially. Yes. Yeah, so we do have, I would say that drop shipping has kind of gone in waves, and we're still seeing drop shipping businesses being listed. So, and actually some have done really well, especially over the pandemic. So it's not impossible, but I am seeing that they have been harder to sell just because of what we were talking about, the buyers. They want to be able to acquire a brand. They want to have some sort of protection around the brand so that they're less reliant on ad spend in order to operate the business.
Okay, there you have it. And also, do buyers prefer one platform like Amazon.com, or that you sell on multiple platforms like Shopify, Amazon,
Mm-hmm.
Walmart?
Yeah, that's a good question. So a lot of the larger businesses, we do see that there's at least a percentage of sales being done through their own website, through Shopify and maybe Walmart.com, maybe a few other platforms. It's good to see, because a lot of buyers, when a buyer is acquiring a business, they're not only acquiring how the business is performing, but they're also acquiring the assets involved with that business. So if you have a Walmart.com account and all of these other accounts already set up, those are just additional assets that are part of the deal. And yes, buyers do like to see that there's diversification of revenue. I think many businesses, like Walmart.com isn't a significant revenue channel for them. So I think from the buyer perspective, they don't take those channels as seriously at the moment, but it is a good sign of validation that if they wanted to go in that direction, that they could already do that because they have those channels opened.
Okay, and another question from Mo Sam says, what are the best practices to increase the value of business and get better multiples?
Yeah, so a lot of what I listed there are ways to get better multiples, but let's see, some other methods would be, so year-over-year growth is a big thing. So just that the business is on an incline as opposed to a decline. Especially right now, if you have a business that is stable or growing, it's kind of like how, for anyone familiar with websites, one thing that buyers look at for websites is how a business does when a Google algorithm update happens, because a lot of businesses, they crash, a lot of websites, they crash, but it makes the businesses even more valuable, the ones that remain the same, because it's evidence that they're built on solid SEO tactics. So in this case, for the e-commerce side of things, yes, having a business that remains stable or grows during this time is a really good sign that it's going to continue to perform in anything that's a better time than right now. So that growth, good profit margins, high percentage of organic traffic or a mix of traffic sources. The fulfillment itself is outsourced. So if you're doing a lot of the outsourcing of the fulfillment yourself, buyers don't want to take on a full-time job when they're buying your business. So to have a lot of that already outsourced and systemized as much as possible. So typically what I'll see is these more mature Amazon businesses or e-commerce businesses, the sellers are spending probably at most 10 hours per week on their business. And that's when I'm able to say that there's minimal time involved in that business. So yeah, being able to systemize that.
And also Gary asks, do you value customer list like DMs, emails, many chats? And also, do you value brand trademarks in different countries?
Yes. So as far as customer lists, they help if they're being monetized, because we see a lot of sellers who like they have a 10,000 subscriber email list, but they've never sent out an email to them. A buyer can't really do a lot with, I mean, it's there, but it's likely not going to be as valuable of a list because they're not already purchasing. They might not even remember who you are. So the answer is for those who have an email list, a customer list, plus there's evidence that they've been engaging with that customer list. And even better than that, there's data to show that I'm getting a percentage of my revenue from that customer list, because then a buyer can actually use that and see, okay, this is the value of that email list, and this is the value of each subscriber. And if my goal was to then grow that customer list, I can increase my revenue by this much. So at least it gives them some sort of data. And then the question was for, no problem, Bob. And the question was about brand trademarks in different countries. Yeah. So if you are, it's tough to say with complete certainty because I don't want to offer legal advice, but at the same time, it kind of goes back to if you're selling in a different country, having protections in that country definitely would help. So, I mean, it won't help if you are predominantly in the US. I have seen people with trademarks in China who sell predominantly in the US. And I think that's so that manufacturers can't necessarily just copy their products, which is another risk. But again, I don't know, I can't say for sure that that's a protection, because that gets into like, you're not a citizen of that country. But yeah, I would speak to like maybe a lawyer about that, or better yet, I would just speak to somebody on our sales team. They can ask our vetting advisors who assign the multiples for each business and ask like what specifically. So for example, you have a business and you want to ask, is it going to be worth my time to do what I'm about to do, which is to set up a trademark in this country? That would be a perfect question to ask a sales advisor, because they can say, no, we don't actually care about that, or our buyers don't care about that. So don't worry about doing that. And so I would actually, that's why I would say to talk with somebody in advance, because you might assume you know the best way about growing your business in a way that would make your acquisition attractive. But that could also have the negative effect of, for example, some people, they'll start this huge growth initiative in order to spike sales. But buyers feel a little bit uneasy about that because there hasn't been enough time to show if that's going to cause the business to decline or if it's actually going to help the business. So I would, before you make any big changes, I would reach out, but for the trademarks too, I would ask somebody.
Okay, so actually for everybody who is looking for just a consulting, a free instant consulting on their businesses, you can actually just scan the QR code on the screen, and they have this, Empire Flippers has this amazing, very user-friendly tool that you guys can use right now just to get a valuation of your business. Doesn't matter which type of business you do, if you do affiliates, if you do private label, they have in that tool, they'll help you get that instant valuation. So everybody, who is looking for evaluation specific to their business, just go ahead and scan that QR code. And actually, thank you to Empire Flippers and Nick for providing everybody today with this tool, which I think will be very useful to many of you which are thinking about selling or getting ready to sell. Just scan that QR code and you're gonna get a free valuation from Empire Flippers. And also, we're gonna share the contact from Nick. For Nick, you're gonna get an email with all of the contact lists, everything we shared today. So look out for that, everyone. And thank you so much, Nick, for being here. That was an amazing presentation. I think people were left with so many good content and also questions. So be ready to be getting.
Yeah. Any questions? Feel free to reach out. I'm happy to chat.
Okay, everybody, go ahead, scan that QR code right now if you have questions about evaluation for your business. Everybody, even if you're not thinking about selling right now, should do this so that you know how much your business is worth. So thank you, Nick.
Cool. Thanks, everybody.
And get mushrooms on your pizza, Nick.
No.
So up next and finally, before we have a little break here today, and I'll put the QR codes up in a minute again, but before we head to a little break, I'm going to introduce somebody very special that we've actually had here before. And Leslie, I'm so sorry for the delay that we've had. It's partly my fault because I talk too much. It's just my Latin heritage. I mean, it's a thing I gotta live with. But thank you for being here so much. And I'm just gonna do a quick intro and then give the floor to you. So Leslie is the co-founder and co-owner of Riverbend Consulting, and I know so many of you will have a big interest in what they do as a consulting firm. They reinstate, between the many services that they have, they reinstate Amazon accounts that have been suspended for whatever reason. They do account appeals, ASIN appeals. They protect your account and teach you how to protect your account. Leslie in particular, she's a co-owner, and she'll talk to you more about that. But she oversees the firm's client services team. She personally has helped hundreds of third-party sellers get their accounts on ASINs back up and running. She leverages 2 decades as a small business consultant to advise clients on their profitability and also on their operational performance. So definitely, I will put the links in a moment for Riverbend Consulting. And welcome, Leslie. Glad to have you here again.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I'm excited to be here, everyone. So what Riverbend does is our number one job is to help people when their accounts have been suspended or when their ASINs have been suspended. So they generally come to us when they are having problems. And, no one wants to hear about that extensively. So instead, I would like to talk to you today about how you can use seller performance and some of the data in your account to actually help you make more money. Instead of seeing seller performance and voice of the customer and suspended ASINs as a negative, let's flip it on its head and see it as a positive and find ways to actually make more money and be healthier over time. So I'm going to share my screen real quickly here. Okay. So there are, am I good? There are money-making secrets buried in seller performance. I know it is hard to believe, but let's talk about these. So when you think of seller performance, most of you are thinking about the bad things, the upsetting things that Amazon is sending you warnings, or they're telling you that your ASINs are going to come down. And for most people who have actually sold on Amazon a while, you know about the dogs of Amazon. So these little doggies on this slide are actually dogs that are on Amazon when you get to a 404 page. Someone at Amazon decided that instead of just saying item not found 404, that they would put these cute dogs and say, oops, the product's no longer there. Well, when you see a dog page on Amazon, usually that means that the ASIN has been suspended. And it's important for whoever owns that ASIN to get it back up and running, or else they get this dog page. But what if instead of just seeing the negative, we saw the positive of seller performance? Because they give you a lot of data to help you make more money in your account. If you manage risk well, it actually creates opportunity. So if you manage the risk in your account better, you have a lower risk of account suspension. You maximize the uptime of your ASINs, so you don't have the dog pages where you're not making money. Your inventory is available for sale, because gosh, that's frustrating when they take down ASINs and you can't sell anything. And the most important one, you minimize returns. What newer sellers on Amazon don't realize is that returns can destroy your profitability in a heartbeat. If you have just a few ASINs that are underperforming in terms of your return rate, it can destroy the profitability of your entire account. Why? Because when someone returns that item to Amazon, not only are you deducted what they paid for the item, but you are not reimbursed for all of the fees. You're reimbursed for the referral fee, but the pick and pack and all the FBA and related fees, you eat those. And then a lot of times you're going to remove that inventory or have it destroyed. So you end up eating the cost of that as well. It does not take very many returns, and you're not making any money on those products. So I have a simple strategy I'd like to share with you today. It seems simple, it's hard work, but we're going to talk about how to make it easy for you over time. And that is always be improving your worst ASIN. It is that simple. That if all of the time, continuous improvement, you know what your worst ASIN is, and you're making it better to minimize returns, to sell more of the item, to have fewer quality issues, you will make more in profits. It is that easy. So 3 steps to this, 3 general steps. Number 1 is believe the data. I have to say this because as Amazon sellers, and I've been a seller since 2010, as Amazon sellers, we have all seen very frustrating things with buyers in our accounts. Frustrating things like when people return items and they give bad reasons, when you know that it's just not true what they're saying about the product. We've all had competitors who've attacked us. Sometimes people buy your products and return them just to be able to have negative reviews that are verified. That is all very frustrating. But the fact is, Amazon believes its data, so you have to believe it too. Even if you have to suspend your disbelief, believe the data in your account. Also, there are a lot of honest buyers, and we are all a little bit biased, right? We believe our product's the best product. We believe we couldn't have possibly done something wrong. So I'm going to give you a quick example. I had a seller who was selling a shampoo and a conditioner that were in a bundle. And they kept getting a voice of the customer complaints saying, I received 2 shampoos. And they refused to believe the customer, even though that same complaint happened over and over and over again. Finally, we convinced them to remove part of their inventory from the FBA warehouse and take a look. And sure enough, some were 2 shampoos, some were 2 conditioners, some were a bundle of the 2. It was a mess. The sooner you believe the data, the faster you can correct the problems. Number 2 is sweat the details. So that's an example of detail right there, right? But also sweating the details of your account. Too often, we do not actually go and look at performance notifications. We don't actually look at the cases that Amazon opens telling us that there's some kind of problem in the account. We fail to respond in a timely manner when they ask for invoices. These are the details that can be the difference between success and failure. Because if you do not respond to Amazon in a timely manner when they ask for data, they can shut down an ASIN or shut down your account. But also, if you don't pay attention to the data in the account, you won't get the warning sign that something's wrong with the product. I had a client selling kitchen blowtorches. I would never sell a kitchen blowtorch because that scares me. There's too much liability. Nevertheless, they were selling kitchen blowtorches, and they got messages from buyers telling them that the item opened along a seam at the top and caught on fire. And they got those messages before the buyers reached out to Amazon directly. So if they paid attention to the messages, which they did not, they would have actually seen the problem and maybe taken down the ASIN before Amazon took down the account for the problem. And finally, make decisions based on fact, not fear. As someone who works with sellers who are in trouble, who have problems with Amazon, I see a lot of fear-based decision-making, and it's reasonable. I get it. I would be fearful also if I was at risk of losing my Amazon account or my key ASIN. That's why it's so important to really look at data that we're going to talk about and let the data tell the story for you, not your fear of what's going to happen if. So let's discuss that data. Where are you looking to figure out what your worst ASIN might be? There are so many sources of data, and keep in mind, there's even more data that Amazon sees that you don't see. So you've really got to utilize what they do let you see to the fullest extent. Number one is your returns. Look at your returns report, download it into a spreadsheet, sort it by the reason for the return. There's a reason to do this first. There are several return reasons you don't care about, such as wrong address, couldn't deliver, mistaken order. All of those are things that you can just throw by the wayside. Those aren't the kinds of returns that we're worried about. What we are worried about are wrong size, inauthentic, bad condition. There's something in there called switcheroo that everyone wonders, what the heck does that mean? Switcheroo means bait and switch, that the buyer felt like they ordered one thing and received something else. That's a problem. Anything that says used or a safety concern or it was opened, these are the things that you're concerned about. So first, you're going to sort this data by the return reason, and then resort it again by ASIN. And then you're going to need to, for the same period of time, have your sales data by ASIN. That way you can calculate your return rates for the important reasons and see where you stand. And very quickly, you're going to see pop out one or two ASINs where the return rates are very out of line. For most goods on Amazon, you need to have a return rate of less than 2%. Less than 1% is what you really want. Less than 2% will keep you out of trouble. Unless, of course, you're selling clothing and shoes, those can be 20%, sometimes even more. Even in clothing and shoes, though, it can be a problem. Give you an example. I had a client selling Nike clothing, and he'd sold tons of Nike clothing over many years very successfully. All of a sudden, his return rates went very high. We sorted all the data and saw that the returns that were out of line were all in just one line of clothing in Nike. It was this one women's line. It was a particular type. And almost every return said it was too small. For some reason, that particular line was cut smaller than Nike consumers were used to receiving. So he discontinued selling that line, but it took really digging into the data to figure out those were his worst ASINs. Next is voice of the customer. Okay, voice of the customer is frustrating because we've all seen it. There's a lot of stuff in there that is irrelevant, where people say irrelevant things as to why they returned the item. You can discard those. It's okay. We're just looking for the bad reasons in voice of the customer, just like we were looking for the bad reasons in the return report. Seller feedback. Okay, this goes for your store feedback. People will leave comments in there. Do not ignore it. A lot of times they're actually product reviews, so you can find information there. Product reviews if you're a private label seller, or even if you've got problematic products that you're selling that are wholesale. Go look at the reviews and see if you see commonalities in problems, packaging issues, defective items. Those will show up. And finally, the account health dashboard. So Amazon will flag ASINs there. They will sometimes open cases. They will tell you that there is a problem with an ASIN. This is last resort, though. What I'm hoping is that you're going to find data in returns, voice of the customer, seller feedback, product reviews. You look at all of that data continuously. You are going to suspend your ASINs long before Amazon gets around to it. So once you have this data and you've seen which of your ASINs has the highest return rate, which one is costing you money, you have to figure out, now what do I do? Do I just stop selling it? That's actually a last resort most of the time. Now, if you have something with a high return rate and it's not really making you money, you're not selling very much of it, the fastest and easiest thing to do is say, I'm not going to reorder that item. I'm done with that. The profitability is bad because of the returns or the complaints. It just isn't worth it. And that is a great idea, especially right now in the current economic climate. Do not spend your precious dollars sourcing inventory that is problematic and you're not really making a profit. But let's say you have a catalog of 50 ASINs and they all make some kind of decent contribution margin. What do you do to fix when you choose your worst ASIN? Well, obviously, it's going to depend on what the complaints are. So how can you fix these things? Can you improve the listing detail page? A lot of times when we create listing detail pages, we're talking to ourselves. We are someone who understands the product, has it in our hands. We might already use it. Make sure the listing detail page is talking to the end user who is not experienced with your product and doesn't know anything about it. Work with your manufacturer if you're private label. Do they have appropriate quality controls in place? What about the packaging? I'm amazed at the number of times it comes down to packaging. Items aren't getting to the end user in appropriate condition. Seals are falling off of bottles. People think that an item has been opened just because there's no seal on the box. One of my favorite fixes is as simple as adding seals to a box that say, if seal is broken, item is not new. That is not just talking to the end user, it's also talking to the returns handling folks at the FBA warehouse. Improving your FBA prep, same kind of thing, as an MFN shipping methods and prep. Sometimes it's our own packaging folks in our own companies who aren't adding enough dunnage, who aren't using the right size boxes. I've had clients who shipped cosmetics in unpadded envelopes. And of course, they broke apart into 1,000 pieces by the time they got to the buyer. It's as simple sometimes as spending the extra 20 cents on better packaging. Ask for better FBA packaging. Now, this is a tough one, but sometimes Amazon ships in an inappropriate package. I had a client selling large glass candles. It was a glass jar with that wax poured in. And Amazon decided that their prep guidance at the fulfillment center was to ship the large glass candle in a padded envelope. Obviously, these were not arriving in good condition. So we had to get FBA to change the prep guidance. And then eventually we convinced our client to instead have their manufacturer box the candle in a box that had that egg crate packaging around it so that it would be safer in transit. And as I mentioned before, the last resort, stop selling the product. If you've got a non-clothing item with a 20% return rate, you might decide it's not worth the time and investment to solve that problem, but your bottom line might thank you for discontinuing it. Now, this all sounds extremely time consuming, and that's the pushback I always hear when I talk to clients about how to always be fixing their worst ASIN is, wow, this all sounds great, but who has the time So this is where having a team comes in handy. And I know most experienced sellers, like the ones on this webinar, have virtual assistants. They have VAs or other team members. This can all be semi-automated, just like so many other processes in your business today. So what would that SOP look like? It depends on your business. But for most of my clients, it means a weekly process. If you only have a very small number of ASINs, it might be every 2 weeks. A month is a little bit too long. So you write a weekly process whereby a VA is running the returns report, figuring your actual for-cause return rates, and then giving you all the relevant data on why people said they returned the products for maybe the 2 to 3 ASINs that have the highest return rate right now. In the short term, that data should be delivered to the business owner, the brand manager, whoever is taking care of the real day-to-day decisions of managing the product on Amazon, until the VAs fully understand the process and how to make these decisions. So they're setting you up with return rate data and then kind of a digest for the highest return rates of the reasons that they're finding throughout the account. Then I find it's useful to sit with the VA and go over this information and include them in the decision-making process in the short term so that they truly learn how you're thinking this through. And you go through that list on my last slide of what are the things we can do to fix this problem. So here are a few examples. I had a client that they sell supplements, and the supplements were getting all of these complaints about mold inside the package. Well, that's disturbing. So with that, we went back to the manufacturer and said, tell us about the machines that are putting the seals on this product. Why is it opening? So not only did they review QA, found out the manufacturer had a problem, get the process moved to another set of machines in the plant, and then they decided to add a box as well because of perception with all of these customers who had received product that apparently the seal had opened just enough to let mold grow inside. That one still makes me shudder. Let me see another. An example with improving, working with the manufacturer. Another one working with the manufacturer was a toy that kept getting complaints that it worked well for 2 weeks and then it stopped working. You can imagine the number of complaints received in the months of January. And turns out that it was shorting out. There was not QA at the factory. There was no QA at all. In that particular case, my client decided to move to a new manufacturer that would fulfill its QA processes. And that's painful and long-term, but it sure did help. And finally, an example of improving the listing detail page. I have a client who sells bundles of party supplies, and there was a lot of confusion about the multiple of each item in the bundle of party supplies. When I read the listing, I couldn't understand exactly what I was getting. And then throw in like 1-pack, 2-pack, 3-pack. Wow, it got confusing. So we helped them rework the listing, gave them some suggestions so that it was clear to the buyer exactly what they would receive. And boom, those complaints ended overnight and no more problems with that ASIN. So all of these are things you can talk through with a VA and say, let's understand the problem. Let's see all the feedback and the data from Seller Central. Now, what are we going to do with it? Then the next step is the harder part, that a lot of times it is the brand owner, the account owner, the manager, whoever is responsible for the actual products. It's usually on them to implement. So it might be working with your listing optimization people, working with your packaging folks, going to your warehouse, going to the QA folks, whatever it might be to solve the problem, you've got to involve those teams. But I do recommend looping in the VA at every step that you can, because if you have a high quality VA, we have some on our team that I would trust with almost anything. They're amazing. If you've got a great VA, the more they can watch you do this, the higher the likelihood that they can actually take over the entire process in the end, unless it is something that involves a lot of expense or changing manufacturers. So they've given you all the data. They've sat with you to figure out the problem. They've worked with whoever these third parties are in your company to solve it. And then what do? You start all over the next week. So if every week or every 2 weeks, you are improving your worst ASIN, you will be shocked at the end of, say, 2-3 months at how much your returns go down and your profits go up just by solving these little issues in your account. And so the last time I talked to someone about this, the question that they asked me was, how often is this a world-changing problem? Like, I've got to get a new manufacturer. What do I do? And I've got to recall my inventory. And how often is it something like fixing the listing detail page or package prep? I would say 75% of the time, problems can be solved inexpensively and fast, like with your FBA prep, your packaging improvements, and improving the listing detail page. And then the other 25% is something a little more severe. If you do have to change your product or your packaging, you can decide to not do it right now. You can decide to do that when you run out of inventory. So the next run, the next manufacturing run is when you make that improvement. And then 2 to 3 months after that, you'll see the changes in your account. So I think I have some time left if there's questions, Sophia, or whatever you need to do.
No, yes, exactly. I was about to say thank you, Leslie, and that you have a few questions. So I'm just gonna put everybody else who has questions for Leslie. I was just typing that down, but I'm just gonna say this is the time to type them down. And yes, there's a few questions here. I can read them out to you, or if you want to read them out, but you can open the chat so that you can read them also. But Bob says, have your clients been receiving policy violations for submitting product reviews for products they have an interest in? It seems like a bug in Amazon system that keeps flagging my account, and I'm curious if other sellers have this experience and any advice you have.
So yes, this has been happening a lot, and sometimes it is a false positive. A lot of times it is not a false positive because people do submit reviews on their own products or on competitors' products when they shouldn't be. So I'll tell you, Bob, as someone who's sold on Amazon for a really long time, I never, ever leave any product reviews ever from my personal or my business Amazon logins ever. I don't care how much I love a product. It can be the best thing since sliced bread and Jesus, and I'm not going to leave a review, because if I ever got one of these false positives, I want Amazon to be able to look at my buyer account and my seller account and see that no review has ever been left for anything. If you get a warning for this and you haven't actually done it, I would recommend talking to any VAs you have, anyone who has a third-party login to your account, anyone who has any access at all. You've got to make sure they have policies in place at their company or as a VA individually that they do not leave reviews, and that they certainly don't leave reviews with any email address that they then use to access your account. And finally, if you have someone accessing your account, don't let them do it with their Gmail address or whatever address that they also use to access other accounts. So like my VA on my account is Winston at my account name, that's my domain address.com. He does not log in with Winston at Gmail that he might log into 10 other accounts. And that helps to prevent that happening as well.
I think that's a great tip. I hadn't thought about, and that I think that's a great tip. So you heard it. As your VAs, they might be the one getting you in trouble. So also Gary says, can I get Amazon to remove a complaint for wrong item was sent in voice of the customer? It must be Amazon's fault because clicking on the page, I get the order number and the item shipped to me was a Guardian, also clearly not the product that they ordered.
Oh, so Amazon FBA actually shipped the wrong item. So they will not take that out of voice of the customer, but keep in mind, voice of the customer is not actually a policy violation on your account. So having bad data in voice of the customer does not hurt you. If, however, there is an ASIN warning or an ASIN suspension where Amazon shipped the wrong item from FBA, then you can absolutely dispute that and would want to prevent any problems. I would ask them to do a bin check on that ASIN and if they say, why, we don't do bin checks anymore, which they're going to try, you're going to say, you need to do a bin check because I have proof that you shipped the wrong item. So I'm concerned that you dumped it in the wrong bin. So ask for a bin check. That will be in the notes of your account. If someone from Seller Performance saw a flag on this ASIN and they went and saw that you asked for a bin check, they're going to pass you on by and leave you alone.
Okay, so just for the translators, that is bin, B-I-N. Okay, so bin check. And also Doris asks, what happens to the returned item? Is it placed back if it's returned unopened?
Oh, this is like the bane of every seller's existence, what FBA does with returns. So the FBA team at the Amazon fulfillment centers, they have an entire group of people whose job is called returns grading. So they bring in a big old bin full of items that have been returned to the warehouse, and their job is to look at them one at a time. They scan them if they can with the barcode. If not, they look it up however they look it up. And they are supposed to determine if the item is brand new or if it was damaged. Unfortunately, they have quotas, meaning they must grade a certain number of items per hour. And those quotas are not compatible with accuracy. Was that a nice enough way of putting that, Sophia?
Yeah.
So
for every seller on Amazon.
So if someone has opened something and used it and put it back in the box, a lot of times they don't open the box and look. That's why I suggest the seals on the box for private label products saying something like, if seal is broken, item is not new. That's for them in the warehouse. It's not really for the customer. I've seen clients, oh my gosh, I had a client suspended because they had a coffee machine that was resold and it had moldy coffee grounds in it. That is how bad the returns grading process is. Also curling irons with hair in them. So a strong recommendation is that if you sell the same ASIN over a long period of time, that you send your items in with different FN SKUs. So you will actually create like a new lot that you send in at some point. And when the old lot sells out, you turn off that listing and have the remainders returned to you. That way you're cleaning out all the old, dirty, dusty returned stuff out of your account.
Yes.
Shudder.
Shudder. Imagine getting back a hair straightener with a hair on it. I would
so
die.
Gross. So my client who that was happening with his products, these were like $150 hair straighteners. So you can imagine how angry people were.
Yeah. And Hernan has a final comment. He says, I have received from Amazon 3 items, absolutely new and well packed, ready for disposal. Amazon claimed these items were not sellable. Is this a common practice?
So like when you have stuff returned to you, I'm assuming this means where it looks brand new and they said it was garbage. Yes. And yes, that does happen. That is part of their poor returns grading. Absolutely. I have had Amazon send me back items, and this has not changed in the 12 years I've sold. I've had them send me back things that they called unsellable that I was like, wow, looks good to me. Listed a merchant fulfilled, resold them.
Yes, exactly. That's the advice we always give, like just put it on FBM. That's it. So Ben asks, how can someone get their restock limits increased for highly seasonal products?
Oh, that is such a good and impossible question. Okay, so it's very frustrating. Two routes here. One is highly seasonal products sometimes still do sell off season. There are people who are very successful selling like Christmas inflatables in July when stores do Christmas and July sales. I know it sounds nuts, but it happens. So even if your items are highly seasonal, try to always keep them in the warehouse and keep a trickle of them selling. Just that trickle will help you when it comes time that you need more inventory to sell. And next is you can actually ask Amazon to increase limits for highly seasonal items. We have had some success with that before. It is not super easy, but you can make a case. So you have to essentially give them like a business case of why they should let you do that. It's in their best interest. They need availability of seasonal items. I would send that to jeff@amazon.com. That email address is still answered, but it's by executive seller relations. I would go straight there because seller support will not help you, not going to happen. So email jeff@amazon.com, address the email to executive seller relations, and put your A number, your token for your store in the first paragraph. Make it a few bullets and keep it short, and they might just help you out.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leslie. I remember when we used to use that email address for everything urgent.
I know. And people think because Jeff's not there that it doesn't work. It still works. You just have to do it right.
Okay. Thank you so much, Leslie. And also, can you just tell briefly what will happen if they scan the QR code right there on the screen?
Absolutely. So this QR code goes to my LinkedIn page, my personal page. The reason I put that on there is most of the folks we talk to about challenges, they don't have a challenge today necessarily, but they might tomorrow. So if you follow me on LinkedIn, I post content about Amazon almost every day of the week, so it can keep you informed. You can always just reach out to me there with questions, just like the questions today. Sometimes I can help you right away, and if not, I can refer you over to my team at Riverbend. So I'd love to hear from anyone here, connect with any of you, and if we can ever be of service, we would love to help you.
Thank you so much, Leslie, for being here again. It was such a joy to have you today. And I just want to remember everybody, just scan the QR code and you'll get actually a 10% off any reinstatement service. Or so everybody who's just had an ASIN shut down or their account shut down, make sure to scan that QR code. Thank you again, Leslie. And everybody type, I think I see a few thank yous for you, Leslie, for that.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one. All right, everybody. So say thank you to Leslie on that chat. There you go. And again, I'm gonna leave the QR code for just a sec while you scan it for 10% off any reinstatement service. For being here, we want to thank Riverbend Consulting for having this amazing discount for everybody that is on this call today. And also, I'm going to introduce in just a sec, Colleen Kettlebaum. Colleen, you have to teach me how to pronounce your accent, which is beautiful. Super unique. I don't think I've ever seen that I'm sorry, not accent, that last name before. So I'm just gonna put those QR codes in just a moment. But Colleen, she's the director of marketing at Ecom Engine. She's gonna introduce Ecom Engine in just a moment, but she is committed to helping Amazon sellers succeed. She reviews the latest market trends. She strategizes on how to improve Ecom Engine's offerings for the sellers, so she can pass that insight and that value for Amazon merchants. Welcome, Colleen, and we're glad to have you here today.
Thanks so much, Sophia. Yeah, my last name is German, so Quadelbaum is how you pronounce it. And Baum means tree in German, from what I'm told. And I think Quadel is quail, I've heard. So I don't know, a quail tree, maybe? Maybe there's somebody from Germany or that's more fluent in German that could help me out there. So yeah, I'm married into that one and my husband doesn't know much about it. So
I'm gonna leave the floor to you. Thank
all
you.
right, very good. Now, do you have my presentation or should I share my slides?
No, yes, go ahead.
Okay.
You can do now.
All right, I will go ahead then.
I'll be on in a few minutes with you to assist in the Q&A.
Okay, very good. Just 1 second here, and I will go ahead and share my screen. Maybe you can just help me out. Let me know if you can see my screen there, Sophia. All good? All right.
Yes.
Okay, well, I know it's been a busy day. Some of you have been on for the whole 3 or 4 hours so far. Some of you have been hopping on and off, but hopefully you're getting a lot of value out of this. There's been a lot of awesome presenters, a lot of great discussion, and I'm here to talk about product reviews. So I know if you're on this webinar, you of course are interested in finding out how you can grow and potentially sell your business. So my question is, do product reviews play into the valuation of an Amazon business? And the answer is absolutely. So we've spoken, with many aggregators, many other companies out there and agencies that have helped Amazon businesses sell, and product reviews do play an important part in the valuation of an Amazon business. So just to dive into this in a little bit more detail, how do product reviews actually play into that? First of all, strong Amazon reviews, ratings, and rankings, they're critical because they are really a sign of your brand strength and customer trust. Product reviews and rankings prove your product's quality, the demand, and reliability. So making sure that, there is demand in the market for it, that customers are satisfied with the products, that your product is reliable, it's not going to break, and really that there's a clear need in the market. Seeing a trend of positive reviews or more and more reviews is obviously a really good sign of a brand that's, building a strong product and a strong following, especially if you have multiple products, a whole suite associated with your brand. So really just making sure that you are asking for reviews on every order is important. Other things that are important that play into your brand strength, of course, are like a badge, like the Amazon Choice or the bestseller that adds value. However, you don't have as much control over an Amazon Choice badge, but Amazon will give that badge to businesses that tend to have at least 1,000 reviews and an average rating of 4.5 or higher. So again, reviews are, do play into getting that Amazon Choice badge, and having those types of badges certainly helps in the valuation because it shows that Amazon recognizes your product's quality and the demand in the market. So again, just making sure that you're asking for reviews constantly, so that you always have new and recent reviews that show that your product is still relevant in the market, especially compared to the competition. When asking for your reviews on every order, it's best to have an automated, proven process in place that shows you're getting legit reviews. Unfortunately, there's a lot of black hat tactics and fake reviews that are out there, and somebody's not going to buy your business, or you're not going to be able to sell your business if your business is at risk because you've been getting product reviews in a risky, way that does not follow Amazon policy. So make sure that you're always following Amazon's terms of service when you're getting reviews. Otherwise, if it's leaked that some of your reviews are not legit, then you're going to lose trust in, whoever's looking to purchase your business. All right, so just a quick high level on some of the review policies that are most critical to follow. The most common ones that we come across are that you must send your review request within 30 days of order completion. So after 30 days, you don't have access to send that review request. You need to make sure that you have the 17-digit order ID and include the review request must be in the buyer's language of choice. So that's hard to do when you're sending your own messages through buyer-seller messaging because you don't know necessarily what the buyer's language of choice is. However, if you use Amazon's request a review button, which is found in Seller Central, all of the review requests are automatically translated into the buyer's language of choice. So no matter what marketplace they're on, the buyer actually can put in their settings what their language of choice is, and that's how they will receive that message. So it's automatically translated in a professional way. And you can only ask for feedback and reviews once per order. So do not ask more than once, or you'll be at risk against Amazon's policy. And then some don'ts that we always like to reinforce is don't manipulate reviews. Always ask in a very neutral manner. You should not ask specifically for a positive review. and never ask for a review in exchange for a coupon or incentive or additional free product. So when you're asking for reviews, you need to just ask very clean, please leave us a review, not a, if you liked this product, please leave us a review. If not, please contact us at our customer service number. You're not allowed to do that. You can't give other ways for them to contact you, especially if it's diverting them from leaving a negative review, then that certainly will come back to bite you. You can't review your own product. Don't ask family or friends to review your own product. I saw in the previous session with Leslie, somebody asked about getting some violations potentially for people leaving reviews. And so just make sure that they are true, honest reviews and that you're not asking, people that you know in your close family or circle of friends, because oftentimes that will come back. They will figure out based on IP addresses and things like that, that it's happening right there, either in your home, that you're getting those reviews and that it's related to your account in some way, especially if it's an employee. And don't use any external links. So you cannot say, hope you enjoyed this product, come visit our website to learn more about other things that we offer. Don't use any links in your email. All right, so I talked a little bit about policy there. Fake reviews are something that I understand that a lot of Amazon sellers have been very frustrated with. It's been very challenging, because there are a lot of groups out there that, people pay to get reviews, and Amazon is well aware of this and they are cracking down. So in July, Amazon filed a lawsuit against more than 10,000 Facebook groups, and they are taking action against sellers that have been a part of those groups and who have been paying for fake reviews on their products. So hopefully nobody on this call is in that group, but the good news is they are cracking down. They had a press release that came out in July that talked about the lawsuit. So hopefully for all of those sellers who are doing it the right way, that you'll appreciate that Amazon does have a team dedicated to protect stores from this type of fraud. And hopefully we'll start seeing less and less of this. So really just like anything, just make sure you're doing it the right way. And hopefully those that are doing the wrong way, eventually they're just in it for the short-term game. You hang out and stay doing it the right way. You're in it for the long-term game. A couple other things I just wanted to mention about some recent updates to reviews. The Vine program is a great way to get reviews. It used to be a free program, but now it is $200 per ASIN. So if you're launching a new product and you're looking to get reviews, you can use the Amazon Vine program. Don't expect it to be all positive reviews. In most cases, Vine Voices do leave positive reviews, but there have been times that we've been seeing some neutral or negative reviews. And a lot of times that's because the product was not necessarily thoroughly tested or the listing was not very clear or complete. So always make sure before you send it to Vine that you've at least sold some items and you've been getting some feedback from customers, so that you can make sure that your listing is as accurate and clear as possible, that you have good quality images, and that your packaging and product are tested so that when it's received, it's not broken or anything like that. So before you submit it to Vine, you want to make sure that $200 per ASIN that you're spending for Vine is actually bringing you the most, best chance for positive reviews. So just keep that in mind. So I mentioned recent reviews. Recent reviews are critical. So even if you have a lot of reviews and a lot of 4 and 5 stars reviews, that's fantastic. But make sure that they are also recent reviews. If you have, like in this case, 247 5-star reviews, that's fantastic. But if you haven't had a new review in 6 months or even 2 months or a couple of weeks, and your competitor is still getting a lot of reviews in the recent weeks and days, then that competitor item, even though they might have fewer reviews, will tend to look like the more relevant or more newer, product in the marketplace. Especially going into fourth quarter, the holidays are going to be here pretty soon. Everybody's already starting to think about shopping. And so you want to make sure that you have recent reviews going into October, November, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, so that when people are shopping during that time, that you have very recent reviews. So again, as always, if you're constantly asking on every order for reviews, then hopefully you'll have, a good trickle of reviews coming in on a steady basis. It also looks very suspicious when products have a boost of reviews in like 1 week and then you don't see any for a while. That's obviously, usually a sign to Amazon that there's, something happening. Maybe you're, getting fake reviews in some certain way. So just constantly asking, on all of your orders is important, just to keep a steady stream of reviews. And as I mentioned, fourth quarter, one way to hopefully, help you get more positive feedback and positive reviews is to make sure that you set up the Amazon gift options. So by default, this is not set up, but it is free for FBA sellers. So the gift wrapping there's no extra cost. Now this is not available on every category, but it is available on most categories. So of course, if you have an unusual size or weight, then that's not available. But in most cases, the Amazon gift option should be available to you. And so I'll show you how you can do that. This is something you should really have up all the time. But if somebody's looking at your product as well as another product and they're trying to determine which one to purchase, if they're sending it to someone for Christmas or for a birthday throughout the year, you're more likely to convert that to a sale if it has the option for the gift and the competitor does not. So you have the option for a gift message and for a gift wrap. And I don't know about you all, but I have ordered things on Amazon and sent them to like my niece or my nephew. And my sister has called and said, by any chance, did you send this to me? I just received something in the mail. I'm assuming it's for their birthday, but I don't know who it was from. And it's because I've sent them something and it didn't have an option to leave a gift message. So they just see that they received something in the mail from Amazon. So making sure that you have that Amazon gift message checked is important so that the buyer can, say Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday, whatever it is that they want to say and have their name on there. And then gift wrap, of course, as well. Now to do this, just go into Seller Central, the main settings menu. And if you just use that drop down for gift options, then you'll see all of your choices. You just use that slider button on the right-hand side to enable the service and click continue and save, and then you're all set. The last thing that you do need to do is you have to make an update to your inventory files using the Manage Your Inventory tool so that you show that gift changes are available for these products. So we do have a link that I can share with everybody on how to do that with a little bit more detail. But if you have any questions, happy to chat more. All right, so then again, looking at fourth quarter here so that we can maximize sales in fourth quarter and make you set up for success, whether it's just to grow your business or potentially sell your business in the next year. You want to have a strong fourth quarter. And since reviews are important, make sure that you request reviews all throughout the holidays, but think about the timing of your request. Most people at the holidays are purchasing items as a gift, at least in many categories. Maybe you sell grocery items or something and that maybe doesn't apply here. But if you sell an item that's potentially a holiday gift, and you can request reviews up to 30 days after order completion. Maybe on a normal basis, you typically send that review request 5 days after the order is received. Well, if somebody's purchasing something on November 15th or November 20th, 5 days after is only still going to be the end of November. They have not given that gift yet, most likely. So they don't know if it's good or bad, how to even leave a review. So since holidays are for gift giving, typically in November and December, I recommend adjusting the timing of your review request to 30 days after the order was delivered. So that maximum time. So come early or mid-November, change it to 30 days out. So you're closer to the time that the gift is received. And that will be more likely to help you receive a review for that order. Then once it becomes like mid-December, getting closer to Christmas, then adjust your review request to send about 14 days after the order. So if it's December 15th, then they'd receive the review request December 29th, for instance. And then come January, just move your review request back to your typical timing business as usual. As far as timing review requests, we always recommend for you to think about your category and when the customer should see the value in your product. So if it's a vitamin, it might take 30 days for somebody to really see the value in that vitamin. Whereas if it's an article of clothing, they usually know within the first couple of days if it fits, if they like it, or if they touch it, they feel it, they understand how it works. If it's maybe like an electronic, maybe it takes a week or two for them to get a chance to unpackage it, plug it in, do the technical side to get everything set up. So you might want to send that out like 10 days later. If you sell paddle boards or some kind of sports equipment that typically needs a weekend to use the product, then I would send it 7 days after the order's delivered. So again, just think about your ASINs, your categories, what you sell, and on a typical basis, just time your request as to when you think that they'll see the value. other than, the holiday gift giving season. And then we always recommend to automate your review requests. That request a review button is available in Seller Central. That is the safest and best way to request reviews. You always have the option to do buyer seller messaging as well, especially if you're looking more for feedback, then that's probably the better option, because request a review, which is sent by Amazon, it asks for a review request first, and then at the bottom it asks for feedback. So if seller feedback is your priority, then sending the message through buyer seller messaging is probably the way to go. But if you're focused on product reviews, then I highly recommend to use Amazon's request a review message. It's mobile friendly. They've optimized it to make sure that it's well received by the buyers and people are familiar with it. It comes directly from Amazon and it follows policy, so you don't even have to worry about any risk of not being compliant. So it is a manual process to do it in Seller Central. So our tool Feedback 5 does help you to automate that. So that's what we always recommend. And what we've noticed is that our sellers who use buyer seller messaging, only about 23% of Feedback 5 users are using buyer seller messaging, while 77% are automating with request a review. And those that have switched from buyer seller messaging to the request a review button are seeing about a 41% increase in daily reviews within that first 10 days. And again, I think that's because the message is coming directly from Amazon. It's optimized for mobile. It's like a one-click button and it makes it super easy. So definitely consider that. And then a couple other tips that you can do to optimize your review requests is to A/B test your review requests. So if you want to test buyer seller messaging versus Amazon request a review, or you want to test the subject line, one thing that you can do is set up the test, at least in Feedback 5. You can have all of the orders that end, for instance, in an odd number, give them version A, and all of those that end in an even number, give them version B. Give it 30 days and see what performs best. Continue to measure that and, switch to the winning campaign, and that will help you to determine, which timing works best, what message content, which subject line, which tool, whether it's buyer seller messaging or Amazon request a review, works better. And then monitoring your competing ASINs as well as your own ASINs is important. When you're looking to grow or sell your business, it's very important that you know exactly what people are saying about your products as well as your competitor products. I know Leslie in the previous session was talking about how important data is, and you can learn a lot from reviews. So make sure you're getting alerts for any new reviews, that you're reading through them, taking a look at them. You can also, see trends. It can help you with restocking decisions. If you start to see that, a lot of people are talking about how great this is, you're getting a lot more reviews, it might be a sign that you might need to restock, because more and more reviews typically means more sales, more converting of people adding to cart. Reviewing your leads, your reviews, your negative reviews can also help you with better listings. So if you are getting negative reviews, that's not always a bad thing. Obviously, you'd rather have positive reviews, but a negative review can teach you something. It might teach you that your listing needs to be clarified so that you don't get any more negative reviews. So definitely make sure you're having alerts on those negative reviews, because you could maybe instantly change your listing to prevent any more negative reviews on that same topic that you just received one on. And then also sometimes your reviews can teach you about a new opportunity for a bundle or a kit, not only on yours, but your competing ASINs. If somebody says, oh, I love this suitcase, but I wish it had, some other like smaller little bag that went along with it, then maybe that gives you an idea. Or maybe you wish it had like a keychain attached to it or something. Then you could add a keychain to it, have some product development, or sell something else with it and bundle it. As I mentioned, this is just kind of an example of how a bad listing can lead to negative reviews, but a bad review can obviously lead to better listings. So as we get close to fourth quarter, just make sure you're taking a look at your listings and reviews before fourth quarter, or before you're looking to sell your business, to make sure that you're in a good position to grow. And then one other tip is that if you are looking at your reviews, I know it can be overwhelming, especially if you have a lot of them, but a word cloud is a great way to quickly identify and highlight different issues. So freewordcloudgenerator.com is an easy way just to export your reviews, pop them in there, and certain things might pop out to you. I just have 2 more slides here. Negative reviews, as I mentioned, make sure you're getting alerts. If you do get any negative reviews, just make sure you're prepared to respond timely to negative reviews. As long as you're brand registered, you do have the option to do that. And make sure you're excluding refunds, late shipments, and any other defective SKUs or anything like that that could put you at risk for a negative review. If you currently have negative reviews, especially if you're looking to sell your business, talk to Celatech, celatech.com. They can identify reviews that are eligible for removal that are within Amazon's terms of service, and they will help file that case for you. So they're a great company that can help with that. And then another way to reduce negative reviews and returns is with our friends at On-Site Support. They can help you get the Get Product Support button added to your account so that when people purchase your items, if they have any questions or need instructions, or if something's broken and they need to contact you, then they can contact you through chat and through the Get Product Support button. And so this is a beta program that Amazon's working with On-Site on. It's one of the first ways that they've allowed Amazon sellers to talk with customers directly. So I highly recommend it. All right. And then lastly is just the seller awards that Ecom Engine has going on right now. So it goes on through the end of the month, through September 30th. And we'd love to have you nominate yourself or any other sellers so that we can give you some money, cash, and prizes for all of your hard work and efforts. And that's it. So I know I went through that pretty quickly, so I can see if we have any questions over here.
Yes, Colleen, thank you so much. Yeah, you actually did go through that pretty quickly. So we have time for questions, so I can read some of those back to you. So first of all, we have I think Ben. Yes, we have Ben. How important is seller feedback to sales?
Yeah, seller is critical to, just like product reviews. Both of those go hand in hand. They help you in the buy box more often. So you need to have, very, very strong seller feedback. Product reviews are very important, obviously, if you're the brand owner. But if you're a seller, a reseller selling a lot of other products, you should really be focusing on your seller feedback.
Okay. What is a Vine program? Asks Ben also.
So yeah, good question. So the Vine program is a program that Amazon has a group of what they call Vine Voices, which are basically expert product reviewers that Amazon has approved to review items in advance, or for that $200 allotment, for instance. And so you would send your products to those Vine Voices, and they would take a look at your products, use them, and write a review for you. So it's basically the only approved way to pay for reviews, essentially, through Amazon's Vine program.
All right. Well, we have also Shasia. What about FBA orders? Is there any option to send a review request?
Yes, absolutely. All orders. FBA orders, merchant fulfilled, you can send review requests on every order. Yeah.
Right.
And the last one, I see one here. Somebody said, who do you contact for bad review removal? That was celatech.com.
Can you spell that? It's seller TEK, right?
Yep, I'll put it here in the chat. Yep.
Also, Rufino says, when running out of inventory, is it best to pause the publication, or is it best to raise price and reduce inventory?
Sorry, say that one again. Raise price or?
When running out of inventory, is it best to pause the publication or to raise the price and reduce inventory?
So is that related to reviews or?
Yes, I'm guessing they're worried about the seller feedback.
I would say if you don't have any more inventory, you don't want anybody to purchase anything, obviously not receive it and then leave a bad review. So yeah, so I would pause that. So you have the inventory in stock.
Okay, and also Ben asks, what are the rules of what you can say on how you can contact your customers?
So I will actually put, there's a lot of rules. So I will go ahead and just put a link here in the chat that has a guide about getting reviews, and it has links to policies, tips for getting more reviews, Amazon Vine that we talked about, what to do about negative reviews. So that's a great resource, just to tab and save it as a favorite and take a look at.
Okay, so make sure to go to that link down below in the chat. It's ecomengine.com/get Amazon reviews, right? So everybody just click there. And the question was for Ben, so Ben, just go ahead and click on that link. And also, All right, let's see if we have one last question. Okay, Kath says, hey, Colleen, another great presentation. Thanks so much, really helpful. And yeah, I think that's it for okay. Doris says, you mentioned to make sure your brand is registered. Aren't they all registered? No.
No, you have to get through the Amazon brand registry process.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Colleen. I'll see you in just a sec. Don't go anywhere in the roundtable. Type down your thanks for Colleen right there on the chat, everybody, and also scan the QR code right here to nominate a seller or yourself for the seller awards. They have up to 10K in awards, so cost nothing, guys. Go ahead, scan the QR code and nominate yourself or another seller for the seller awards. And just hold on a minute. Colleen, stay right there, don't go. I'm gonna introduce everybody for the next roundtable that we're gonna have here today, next and final roundtable. So just a reminder for everybody, you must be present to win the gift cards that we're gonna have at the end. So we're gonna have one $500 Amazon gift card to give away. You just have to post your picture. I post your picture tagging AccrueMe and using the hashtag. And also we're gonna give another 5 additional $100 gift cards for everybody who doesn't win with a photo. So stay until the end. You must be present to win. And also remember that AccrueMe, our primary sponsor for today's event, has awarded everybody who is in this call and gets funding by applying today $500 sign up bonus. So that's just free $500 of funding upon signing up. You just have to apply. It takes 3 minutes. They're the number one app on funding on the Seller Central app the Seller Central website for a reason, guys. So takes 3 minutes, scan the QR code, and you'll get an instant funding offer. And with that said, I'm gonna now welcome everybody here for the roundtable, proven tools for automating your business so you can focus on high value actions, and give over the floor to Don, who will be our host for this roundtable. So welcome everybody, and Don, go ahead.
Thanks, Sophia. Great as always. If you could put us on the big screen so we're looking at everybody's beautiful faces. So, you know, this is a special group, I have to tell you. First off, Colleen, that was great. The amount of great information you gave. You always give great information, but it was rapid fire. Boom, boom, boom. It was great, really was. And, you know, I have a couple of thank yous first. First, to Dylan, was the first person who's like an influencer in the industry, who knows everybody, who's just a wonderful guy. And when I first got in this industry, I knew nobody. I was from outside the industry. And, you know, I was looking for people to just say hello to me, forget about, you know, teach me stuff. And he not only got on the phone, but, you know, took time with me, introduced me to people. And, you know, I'm forever grateful. And Liz, same idea. You know, as I was going through, you know, I found, you know, Dylan first, and then Liz, and just the most wonderful people, most helpful people. Whether they get anything out of it or not, it's meaningless. They just help people all day long. And then Liz introduced me to Colleen, and who is the same kind of person. You know, this is a group that's just cut from the same cloth. So it's a fantastic group. I suggest everybody pay attention. You're going to get different kinds of information here in this group, but it's going to be a lot of fun and very interesting. So welcome, everybody. So first, I'm going to ask you to just take a minute or so and tell us about yourself and your company and what you're doing. And Dylan, we're going to start with you. So just give everybody, you know, 1 to 3 minutes on yourself and the company, and then we'll go around.
Sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate you having me on here. Yeah, so started as a reseller doing retail arbitrage, went to OA because I thought it would be more scalable. Then realized didn't want to do that. So hit the first fork in the road, which was either private label or wholesale, decided to go the wholesale route. Did that for a number of years, decided to go back to college full time at this time. Eventually met my now co-founder, James, and went to the software world. And so we've been scaling that out. So, you know, the company is VinDrive. We're best known for Aura, so go aura.com. So we do repricing for resellers. That's been our major focus here. We initially launched with VinDrive CRM.com, which is a CRM tool just for wholesale Amazon sellers. And we've launched the Wholesale Made Easy podcast. So we used to teach wholesale sourcing and stuff like that back in the day. So that's pretty much it. We started as a completely remote company. James and I worked together on a company for a year and a half after meeting on Instagram without meeting in person. So that was a fun ride. And now we have our own little office here, and we're hiring more people. So it's super exciting.
That's great. Congratulations. I
you.
followed your success all along, and I was hooked on your podcast from day
Thank
one. I still refer it out.
That's awesome.
I really do. Just last week I did. And
Yeah.
so Liz, my good friend and confidant in the industry, who I could call about anything. And Liz not only knows everybody in the whole industry, loves Liz, but she knows basically, it seems to me, like a little bit or a lot about everything in this industry. And it looks to me like you might be in Seattle right now. Am I right? You are.
I am. So I'm Liz Downing. I'm in the marketing department of Takeometrics. Takeometrics is a platform to help you optimize your presence on Amazon, Walmart, and soon other platforms as well. So we help with your advertising. Don is always way too kind to me, but he's just been such a great addition to this industry, and he tells the best jokes ever. So
you're the only person ever says that.
If you're friends with Don on Facebook, you'll get treated every day to one or more jokes that you can read out loud to people and feel like you're funny like Don is. So I'm joining from the big partner hall at Amazon Accelerate in Seattle that starts tomorrow. So I'm at the Takeometrics booth. We've got a screen and a banner and a QR code. So I'm going to scope it out for you guys this year, and then we're going to publish some content about what we learned and all that kind of stuff. But this is our first one, so we're pretty excited.
Terrific. And Takeometrics, just take a minute on Takeometrics.
Yeah, so we have an AI-powered platform that helps you optimize your ads on Amazon and Walmart, but we also have managed services that can help you use that AI for your advantage. So we work with anywhere from small brands to great big brands on 3P, on 1P, but we're here to make sure you don't waste money with your advertising, but make sure you're found in all the places you want to be found and increase that digital shelf presence.
Beautiful, beautiful. And Colleen, I know you just gave a presentation, but people coming and going, and again, you gave so much great information. Please just reintroduce yourself and give a little bit on Ecom Engine, and which is just a dynamic tool.
Sure. So I'm Colleen Quattlebaum. I'm the director of marketing for Ecom Engine, and we've been in the industry for about 15 years. So we're one of the old ones that have been around the block for a while. But we have tools to help Amazon sellers. One is Feedback 5, which helps with feedback and reviews. And then Restock Pro helps with FBA inventory management.
Beautiful, beautiful. Cool. And John Tilley also was on earlier, and John gave some great information earlier. John is in LA right now. He's in his garage, right, John?
Yeah, good to see some familiar faces over here.
Yeah, you know everybody.
Yeah, but sorry I'm late. I think I got it a little bit wrong on the timing. So I'm glad that I managed to jump in when I did. But yeah, I'm John. I'm here in Los Angeles, and yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing from everyone on the panel and hopefully contributing. If you don't know Zonguru, we have about 17 different tools in all the major Amazon marketplaces, specifically for private label sellers and agencies. We have some great data for sellers to use.
And have a partner program where they introduce me to pretty much everybody around the world, right, John? So what kind of car do you have back there, John?
Yeah, I'm in the garage. Sorry, it's a little crazy at home, so I'm home today. But yeah, it's an old school classic. I think it's classic nowadays. It was 1988, 911. Yeah.
Beautiful. That's what I thought it was. Beautiful. And so let's get started. We're talking about tools for automating your business so you can focus on the high value actions. So I'm going to start out with one question and go to everybody. And by the way, at the end of this session, we're going to come back around and I'm going to ask you all to spend, another minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, on the one thing, the one takeaway that everybody should get from you and your company? When they think of you and your company, what should they remember? So let's start off. So here's the question. What's the one thing that sellers spend too much time on that they could easily automate? And at the same time, what's the one thing that sellers are not doing that they should be doing if they knew about some, specific tools? So I hope I didn't stump anybody there, but Dylan, you're nodding your head, so you get to go first.
Oh gosh. All right. So I'm going to be a bit biased. I think, obviously we do repricing, right? It's one of those things you kind of need to do. It's kind of like, having reimbursements, right? There's things that are table stakes that like you just should be doing. It's pretty obvious. Where I want to spend a little bit more time, I think, on is where sellers, I think, are spending less of their time where they should be. I've noticed a trend. I've been a seller. I've been in the space for a little over half a decade at this point. Not terribly long, but I think it's long. I think we spend a lot less time on strategy, right? I used to spend a lot of time working with small groups, doing one-on-one stuff, and 9 times out of 10, you have sellers spending too much time focusing on one little tactic, right? But they're not really thinking about building a company, right? It's like, how do I flip this? How do I do that? How do I source this? And those are great things, right? Those are playbooks. Those are how do you source? How do you do logistics? How do you do X, Y, and Z? What we're missing is this overarching kind of philosophy here, right? Which is strategy fundamentally, right? It's like, how are you approaching X, Y, and Z? And I think a lot of sellers are missing taking the time to define their strategy. It's something I do actually weekly. So I have a daily checklist. I have a weekly checklist. I want to know where am I heading and what are the 2 to 3 things I should be doing next week and every single day that gets me closer to that goal. I think we're being a little too reactive, unfortunately, in terms of what I'm seeing a lot. So it's less about a tool, which I know we're here to talk about tools and listen, I geek out Zapier and all that stuff too. But I think tools, if we're going to extend that definition a little bit here, I think it's that strategy aspect.
Very cool. And Dylan is a self-professed geek, right?
That's true. Yeah. I get a little too meta at times, but
that's okay. All good. It's all good. So Colleen, how about from you? One thing that sellers are doing that they should be automating, and one thing maybe that they're not doing that if they had the tool, they would be doing.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of sellers I talk to that are still managing their inventory through Excel spreadsheets. And there's a lot of risk for error with a lot of hands in a Google Sheet or an Excel spreadsheet if formulas are off or anything like that. It's just a lot of manual work. So make sure you have a really good FBA inventory and forecasting tool to help you so you know what to restock and when. That will take a lot of the guesswork out of things. Obviously, it's nice. You still need that human, the human interaction with it to account for seasonality and other things of why things might be selling more or less. And make those decisions, but automate your FBA inventory processes with some software for sure to help you with that forecasting.
Beautiful. Well, Liz, you're nodding in agreement, so you're up next. One thing that sellers are not doing, and one thing that they should be doing, especially if there's a tool involved.
I totally agree with Dylan that sellers don't spend enough time thinking about process and don't spend enough time thinking about the fundamental building blocks of like this is what you have to have in place in order to be successful and to play with things like advertising and to do things like repricing. You've got to have great listings. You've got to make sure you're compliant with every single Amazon policy that exists. But I love what Colleen said about you need that human touch, but you also need technology. Like, I don't know if anybody knows this, but I came from Ecom Engine. That's like, was my introduction to the industry. They're the people that taught me, hey, people can sell on Amazon. So I am a huge fan of Feedback 5 and I'm a huge fan of Restock Pro, and I've watched people struggle with their inventory management. And I know that you cannot effectively manage your inventory. And especially now if you're thinking of expanding your product line, increasing your amount of SKUs, you can't do that without some sort of automation in place. But of course, I'm supposed to talk about automating your advertising, which I do. And I do think that you should use software because you're missing out. Yes, you can manage Amazon ads manually. Sure you can. There are lots of really smart people in the space that will show you how, but you're missing out on a lot of opportunity if you don't put the data to work for you and you don't get some automation in place so that you're not starting from scratch every single day. But I do think that it does also take a little bit of expertise, human expertise, to really, really kill it, because Amazon advertising is so very competitive. And as we get into Q4, getting so expensive. So that's why I like to say, you need to talk to somebody, you need to get a good strategy in place, and you need to execute upon that strategy. And you can do that using data, figure out your strategy with the data, use the data to come up with a good plan, but then use people to help you put it in place so that you know you're doing the right thing, and you can pivot, you can pull the right levers to success, especially when things are as competitive as they are. Plus, another Prime Day on top of Q4. I mean, this is going to be bananas the next couple months.
Yeah, and another benefit of using like an ad agency or using Tychometrics, for instance, is you instantly get the added value that they have from all the learnings that they've had from all their other clients. So, you know, instead of, even if you're an advertising expert, a marketing expert, and you run your Amazon business, you are just testing and optimizing your own ads and just continue to iterate. But it's going to take you a lot longer to learn than if you, you know, hire an agency that has worked with hundreds of clients and already has learned a lot of the ins and outs.
That's what we brag about the most, actually, is all of the data we've collected from the billions and billions of dollars worth of advertising money that we've handled. We've got a lot of data that will help you make better decisions and help you learn more about how to use Amazon's different ad products too. And that's another cool thing about our analysts, is they understand what ad products work in which situations. Like if you're doing competitor targeting, if you're focusing like solely on sponsored product ads, but there's a huge opportunity with sponsored brand ads, or there's a huge opportunity with video, especially in your category, we've got people in place that know that, and they can help advise you on other ad products that you can use. So yeah, thank you for that, Colleen, because that's something that it's true. Like the massive amount of data that we've got definitely helps you learn more and get ahead of the curve. Another thing I wanted to mention and give a shout out to one of our favorite partners and companies is another thing that people could just automate. Whenever somebody says, what is something that a seller could automate that they're not automating, or what's something that they're doing manually or they're not doing at all, is reimbursements. There's all sorts of money that Amazon probably owes you. And companies like Getita can go in and help you find it using automation, but then they use that human touch to get it back, because you can't automate your request for reimbursement. So that's another situation where you've got tech to help you get to the meat of your problem, but then you've got people to help you solve that problem.
Very good. So John, we got to bring you into this. You know, you're a big hitter here, man. Sit up. We're gonna go now. But one quick thing. Remember, this is all being translated into Spanish. So I'm going to say this for Liz: slow down, slow down. So I'm probably just as guilty. So John, first off, anything that you'd add to that conversation as far as things that sellers are doing that they shouldn't be doing, things that they are not doing that maybe if they had a tool they'd be doing, or do you want me to go on to another question? Go ahead.
Yeah, there's plenty answers there, but I think one that is massively impactful that I've seen sellers implement and what they're not doing enough of is kind of being a fly on the wall and following along the buyer decision path. And there's really simple ways that you can use tools to kind of do that. One simple one, and it's not an Amazon tool, but just using something like Loom, which is a screen sharing video recording software, but it's free. And I would recommend every seller, finding their target audience, friends, anybody, you only need a few of them, and basically just tell them, hey, go into Amazon, buy this product category, this keyword, just go in there. And then as you're going through the process of finding the product, selecting it, and narrowing it down to the one you're going to choose, and then actually buying it, talk loudly about the questions you're asking yourself and what stands out, what do you like, and go through that process. And it's fascinating. You can do it with two people, and the amount of insights you'll get from that, the feedback on that buyer's journey, can literally double your revenue if you implement some of the insights you get there. Because we're always so close to our products that actually hearing someone going through the buying process, you'll find genius in that you can put into your listing, and it can be everything from understanding how impactful price is to simple things. And you see it still today of not having detailed dimensions on your third or fourth image on your listing, really showing like how that product is going to be placed in whatever position it needs to. And so many listings have that missing. And if you can add that and you can add it correctly, those are the kind of things that have the final final decision-making process, the final input on that decision-making process. So every person I've seen do that has had a massive increase in their sales because the conversion rate goes up, first and foremost. So if you haven't done that, make sure you do that before you get into Q4 and just ensure that you have the little pieces missing that could result in a sale. And that's a huge one. That using a simple piece of technology like Loom, Loom, which is free, will help you with. So that would be my kind of nugget there.
Nugget.
On what people aren't doing enough of. I think the question, how I would look at that is everyone automates things, right? And we have so many tools and we can automate all processes and stuff. But I think at the end of the day, you've got to do it at the highest quality level, right? And if you don't have the right tools that give you the right quality information, or at the end of the day, even if you automate it, you're not necessarily going to get the result that you need. So make sure that you're doing it at the right level. From our side, kind of our keywords on fire tool, which is known as an industry leading from a quality perspective. It gives you massive insights into one, obviously the right kinds of keywords, but also where are your competitors focusing and where are the opportunities. And when you have that kind of information, even as far as understanding what are the back end search terms of any listing on Amazon, we kind of give you that information around competitors. And when you have that, no matter how much you automate it, if you have the right quality data, your business is going to take off, right? So, I would say automating a lot of your research around your listings, but doing it right and doing it in the right way is obviously going to make a massive difference, because that's the heartbeat of your Amazon storefront, right? Is your listings.
That was great. Loom, that's a great one. I've heard about it, but I never really understood how it was used. I imagine there's going to be a bunch of questions towards the end on that. So you brought up Q4. And, everybody's thinking about Q4 and how much inventory we need. Obviously, they should go and get some capital, get more inventory. I don't know where they would go, but seriously, how much inventory am I going to buy? When should I buy it? And, how do I avoid stockouts, and how do I avoid buying too much and being stuck with, too much on the shelf at the end of the year at the same time? So, John, since you just finished up there, I'm going to let you take it to start, and Dylan will jump over to you, or Liz and Colleen, you can feel free to just jump in as you please.
So the question is around how much stock should you have?
Yeah, and how do you avoid buying too much, and how do you avoid stockouts at the same time going into Q4?
Yeah, I think this is obviously where some AI around your historical sales, comes into play, and hopefully you've been in stock long enough or selling long enough that you have historical sales from last Q4, although that's going to be, everything's so wonky still. We're still trying to kind of get through this massive global shift that's happened, right? So, I would say first, if you're getting stock, great. I think there's still some people that are struggling to get that. And secondly, using forecasting tools. Again, this is probably going back to a pretty normal Q4 that we haven't had probably in 2 to 3 years. So, if you have some historical trend data on that, we have some tools for that as well. You can typically figure out how much stock you need, but hopefully you have some good historical trends and you have a forecasting tool that you can use to stock.
And I know you have tools on it. Go ahead, Colleen, you were going to jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that, the dates have been announced as to when inventory is needed to be at FBA for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. It needs to be there by November 2nd. For Christmas, it needs to be there by December 1st in order to be available and delivered by Christmas. So just keep those dates in mind. Be prepared to start sending things in very soon. I know the last couple of years we had recommended that you send in a little bit at a time, but more often. That of course does help your inventory performance index. It certainly helps, that you're keeping products moving along. So I would, probably go with that same theory, but send in a little bit more, maybe a little less often, but it's still good to have several times that you're sending inventory in, several opportunities, so that you just constantly have your inventory moving and not being at risk for long-term storage fees.
Makes sense. Liz or Dylan, anything on that, or we'll go on to the next? We'll go on to the next.
I'll kind of jump in. So I'm going to approach it from like the reseller perspective.
Yeah.
Because it's slightly different. So when you're doing RAOA wholesale, and wholesale is mainly my background, it's how much can you get in? It's less about, right? Because you have limited capacity in terms of what you can buy, not just from capital, that's a major one, but just what do the brands have available? I remember my last Q4 as a seller. I'm in downtown Boston now. Liz, I think I literally used to walk past the Techometrics office on the way to my apartment in Seaport. So we definitely got to catch up. And I used to use Restock Pro as a user, fun fact. So we got some connections here. But I was flying to Boston. I'm having these, toys get checked in, and they're getting checked in 100-unit chunks. I kid you not, they would get checked in. I would refresh 5 minutes later, they are sold. So immediately I'm on the phone with the brand, because I have a direct, connection with the brand. I'm like, hey, I need like 10,000 units now. We don't have it. We don't have it physically. We are back ordered until February. So it becomes a problem of, if you don't get enough in, you're just going to stock out and be out of luck, right? So it's less about like overstocking. I think that becomes less of a problem because you have natural limits built into how much stock is actually available from the brands, from the stores that you're purchasing from, as well as the amount of capital you can actually deploy, right? Most people don't have limited capital, right? Obviously go get some from Don here, but even that, it's like, but even that is like, there is a limitation here, and we need to think about these things. So from a reseller perspective, it's really, how do we get everything just teed up, ready to go, right? And then we're just going to let it go through. I would still rather have a little bit of inventory left over going out of Q4 kind of into Q1, because I'm going to need it anyways. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is, especially on the wholesale front, you stock it out in Q4, great, it's still profitable. You want to hold that in Q1, sales are going to go down, just normalize, but there's no inventory, right? So you're almost buying not just for the Q4 rush, but also going into Q1 to kind of weather the storm. So it becomes actually worth it to take on a little bit of long-term storage fees, because the alternative is not making any profit versus making a little bit less, right?
Yep.
So it depends on the business model, I think.
Yeah, so I'm going to just stay on the wholesale model for one more question here, because Vendrive has GoAura repricing tool. Amazon's got a repricing tool. I want to ask you, what's the value of a repricing tool?
Yeah.
And why should they use a paid for repricing tool as opposed to the free one at Amazon?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We get asked this all the time. There's absolutely a repricing tool. I don't call it a repricing tool. Technically, it's a pricing tool. And I'll break down the difference here in a moment. The difference here is incentives, right? What is Amazon incentivized to do? It's not incentivized to give you the majority of the profits, right? It's incentivized to have better prices for their customers, right? We're not the customers here. So the pricing automate platform is not designed for extensibility. It's not designed for profitability, right? It's going to take you down very easily and very quickly. Nobody can beat their speed because it's just them, right? They're not going through, an external API like we are, but they're not incentivized to take you up, right? So when you start getting down into the subtle nuances of strategies, which vary, right? It's not just one size fits all. Certainly, you're very limited in that regard. Is it free? Sure. But again, you end up missing that critical piece, which is I want to have an average net profit that is healthy, right? So that's where your third-party repricing tools come into play, right? We're able to be a little bit more advanced from that perspective. For me, it comes down less to who's the cheapest, who's the most expensive. It's ROI. I don't care what tool you're using. What's the ROI on the tool, right? Some sellers, I think, get a little too budget conscious, and there's nothing wrong with that. Listen, we all run businesses. I get it. But at the end of the day, you could have a cheaper tool provide a lower ROI than a more expensive one, right? So you need to start thinking about those things. It comes down to speed as well, right? And feature set. What do you need, right? Who are you integrated with? Just because you add on a tool, it can solve one problem, but create a completely new problem for you. So all you did is you took your time from problem A and gave it to problem B. Sounds great, but not really, right? So you want to start thinking about these kind of things. How do we we're in the tech world, right? So we're always thinking, what's the tech stack here, right? Who integrates with who? These things become important, right? Liz brought up something amazing, which is the amount of data we are completely drowning in. And the problem becomes a lot of that data is siloed. So when you can start to share this data between tools, they themselves get to do some interesting things for you that you just don't have the capacity as a human being, let's be frank, to execute against, right? That becomes incredibly important. So in terms of the difference there, it's less about is it free or does it cost money? It's really what is it designed to do? And those two things are designed completely different.
Got it. Thank you. All right, I want to switch gears here. And, this is called ExitCon. So let's just think for a second about the aggregators. And I know you've all worked with the aggregators and you know a lot of inside information. And I'm wondering, what tools are the aggregators using that sellers should be looking at using? So, are they using your tools? Are they creating their own tools? When they're buying a company, what are they looking for in that seller that the seller is using certain tools? Are they excited that the seller is using Ecom Engine, for instance, that they know what they're doing on their reviews and, they're protecting themselves and such? So I'm throwing that one out there, just high level. What tools are the aggregators using that sellers should be using? And what are the aggregators happy or want to see in sellers? What tools that they're using when they're looking to acquire them? So Colleen, Liz, John, you want to take a shot?
Sure, I can talk to that. We have a few of the aggregators as clients. Most of them are using ZonGuru from an operational perspective, so to run their various brands, and it's quite rewarding when I think at that level they're kind of choosing us to help scale all of their brands, and mainly they're doing it because of the quality of the data, but it's really we focus a lot on impactful data, like what really moves the needle, and kind of cut out all the rest. So we keep it really relevant to the most impactful thing that moves the needle. And then secondly, it's very efficient in terms of how you can go through the process of doing SEO or kind of managing your listings or managing your alerts or your profit, etc. So we have a lot of them using it, and the main word there is that they choose us because they can scale in a better way, right? We can set the quality for their account managers, and they can be very efficient in their processes, because you want them to get through that so they can really kind of focus on the strategy of moving the business forward. So mostly on the operational side that they use our tools. I think the one area of difference that a lot of aggregators want answers on, and also agencies, I think it's a very typical thing that comes up, is they want to understand the product that's the brand that they're managing. What is the overall TAM? What is the overall size of that niche, right? What is the overall potential dollar value of that niche, and how is that tracking over time? So historically and hopefully predictive into the future of saying, hey, is this niche that we're in worth $25 million a month, right? And the second step on that is that how much market share do the main competitors own, and how much market share do we own, and can we grow that, right? So every aggregator who comes in who speaks to their account managers on a monthly basis, they want to understand, hey, great, your sales went up by 10%, you gained 2% market share, but what did all the other competitors do? Did they grow 15%, in which case you didn't do great? Or did the overall market grow by 20%? Okay, so your 10% doesn't look great, or vice versa, right? So that context of how is your brand performing inside the marketplace, and more importantly, what is the potential of what you can actually grow into, is a very critical question for agencies and aggregators. And they ask that question at acquisition because they want to understand, what is the potential of how we can grow this brand. And then furthermore, they want to understand at each phase, as you try and grow that brand, what is the context of yours versus others. And we have a lot of reporting around that, and the data to kind of historically look at market share, and then predict into the future of where this can go, and how much can you own of that market share as you grow your brand.
Excellent. Colleen, Liz, Dylan, anybody want to chime in on that or move on to the next one? All right.
I'm
By the
mainly
way,
familiar on the software side, so I can't speak to it.
no, that's fine. And by the way, if you go to LinkedIn or Instagram to the Zon Guru profile, they do a great series called Rate Your Hack. And it's like 30 seconds of quick hits from different leaders in the industry on, what's your one hack? So it's just something that's fun. It's presented really, really well and very interesting. So just throw that out on the side. We're getting down towards the end.
Wait, what? Real quick. This has nothing to do with advertising, but one thing, as I've talked to aggregators and I've talked to brands that we're getting ready to exit, one thing that you wouldn't expect would be such a big deal is your actual seller health.
Yes.
Like I've seen deals tank because ODR was not where it needed to be. IPI wasn't where it needed to be. There was a reviews abuse situation. ASINs were suspended. So it's really important. Again, I learned to be a stickler on the rules when I was with Ecom Engine and we saw people trying to abuse product reviews, but it's really important to keep your seller metrics healthy. Ecom Engine is one of the places that can help you do that because seller feedback goes into your ODR. Sorry, Colleen, I'm doing your job for you. I didn't mean to. Sorry. But that seller health, that seller health is so important.
Yeah. And in my last session, I talked a little bit about, how it's important to have really strong reviews, rankings, all of that goes into your brand strength and the brand evaluation with FBA aggregators. We have quite a few that use Feedback 5 and manage a lot of their clients and help them grow their reviews before they're ready to sell. So
it's very smart.
Thanks, Liz.
Very smart.
Liz,
I thought
by
you
the
two
way, I'm
never
hiring
met.
for a marketing role. Just going to throw that out there.
So I'm going to start wrapping things up now. And I just want to make a quick note that the next session, which is the final session, is Sean Hart from Post-Purchase Pro. And, it's going to be a quick hitting, solid half hour and then some questions. And I'm telling you that anybody that doesn't know what they do, it's going to be a half hour well spent. You'll have your mind blown. So stay tuned. So I want to go around the room just one last time and ask you for the one thing that sellers should take home with them today from you. Like, what is it about you, Colleen, and Ecom Engine that they should say every time they hear Ecom Engine or they hear product reviews or whatever it is? What's the one thing that you would want them to take away?
We can help you get more reviews and follow Amazon policy to a T. So we offer free product review consultations. We'll review your messages if you're sending a custom message. We'll review your current strategy and help you get more reviews the right way.
There's nobody better at it, and the whole industry knows it. And you can all see, and I'm sure you all get the feeling how great Colleen is and how approachable she is and how nice she is. Seriously, it really counts a lot when you're reaching out to a company to have somebody that you're comfortable with. So thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
Liz, my friend, you're up. What's the one thing that people should remember about you and Teikametrics?
Well, the thing that I have in common with Teikametrics is that I make data-based decisions, but I rely on people and relationships to get things done. So your data is your friend, or it's not, but anyway, you got to know it really, really well in order to make good decisions about your business, but know who is around in this industry is so special. All of you need to understand how special this industry is because it's full of people that want to help you succeed. So go to these webinars, come to these events and meet the people that have the tools and have the services that can help you be successful. And we can introduce you. And we don't want anything for it. We just want to help you get it done and get it done well.
And the one main thing about Teikametrics would be automating advertising?
Well, it would be looking at your data to make good decisions about your business. And we've got the best data of anybody.
There you go. Thank you. Dylan, you're up, my friend.
Yeah, so fundamentally, we increase sales by 20 to 40% on average. That's typically what we see. We focus on the RA, OA, wholesale sellers, so we're mainly, on the resale side. But I would say fundamentally, us as a team, we're just a group of nerds that geek out with modern tech and data, to Liz's point. You know, we're a group that came from being sellers, so we get it first and foremost. And we've probably been incredibly empathetic to our user base, and we've led with education this entire time, and we're looking to do a lot more of that in the future.
That's great. That's great. And John, you're bringing up the rear here, my friend, not in the car, but in the session. So what's the one thing that people should, you know, think of when they leave here about you and ZonGuru?
Yeah, we have a bunch of tools to help you with your Amazon business. But I think if there's one thing to take away, it's to use our SEO tools to optimize your listings. We do an incredible job with both the keyword research and finding keywords that are you know, that you can't find with other tools, which is step one. But two, we show you how your listing should be optimized, and we rate it versus your top competitors, so you can be guaranteed that you have the best listing on page one. And we, you know, we track overall customer improvement in terms of revenue from people who've implemented and changed their listings using our tools. And right now we're tracking at about an 82% increase in revenue just by implementing our keyword research and listing optimization tools. So you know, if you want to at least double check and make sure that you have keywords that your competitors haven't found yet, and that you have the best listing on page one, you know, you can sign up with ZonGuru and do that, and just check that off your list before you go into Q4, because you don't want to be going on to Psychometrics and spending a bunch of money on PPC if you have a crap listing, right? So make sure your quality score is there, and that you're really well suited. So I would leave that in terms of a tool that you want to try, and then the other. I know you said one, but the second thing there is that over the years, I've not that many people know this, but over the years, because I'm so passionate about the space, I've always incentivized our team to be sellers on Amazon. You know, most people have a side hustle, and if their side hustle is Amazon, you know, it's a win-win for both of us. And so anybody on our team, we give them the capital for their first stock purchase to go live on Amazon as an incentive. So over the years, we've got you know, everything from engineering products. We've got 7-figure sellers, 6 figures. We've got multi-brand owners, people who sold businesses throughout our whole team. So they truly understand, you know, what we need as sellers and how to move the business forward. So whenever you engage with us, you know, at ZonGuru, you're going to be speaking to people who are truly sellers, which will help you with your business for sure.
Terrific, terrific. Well, that was great. Sophia, you coming back? Because
I'm here listening to all of you.
With Sophia, we get to ask questions that not are just in English, and there's a lot in Spanish. So I'm just going to ask you one, John, that I'm seeing here, and I'll read it, and you go from there. When creating a camping with keywords from ZonGuru tools, do I need to choose all the choices like phrase, exact, brand, or is brand enough?
Phrase broad or exact, right? Is probably what
yes, I guess that's what they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think at a high level, and I'm trying to read into that question because I'm not sure I'm totally following it, but I think at a high level, you know, the way that our tools work is you've got to seed your analysis, right, with the proper buying questions. And I think it's really important there that you have multiple phrases, multiple buying keywords that you seed the analysis with. And we kind of return all the organic results for those seed keywords that you put in, and make sure that you select the most relevant ones within that, and that will ensure that you have the best set of keywords that you can optimize on. And then the second thing on exact, phrase, and broad, there's many theories around how to optimize your listing. You know, you can speak to Norm. He's got certain opinions about, you know, stuffing titles versus not stuffing titles and doing it over launch, etc. What works really well for us is ensuring that you exact match for your main you know, buyer keywords in your title, and I would also ensure that you have one or two of your most opportunistic keywords in your title. So those are keywords that have a lot of search volume but don't have as much competition. And using our keyword tool, you can find that out. Make sure that you have those as exact match in your title. And then I would you know, exact match wherever else you need to without doubling up, and then ensure that you have a really strong phrase match and broad match, and across your top 40 or 50 keyword phrases, you can very easily, literally exact phrase and broad match across almost all of that just with your title and a few other pieces. So you got to play around with that. But if you can get really good broad and phrase match across, those 20 or 30 main keyword phrases, you've got a really good chance of doing incredibly well with your listing. That's
great. So Sophia, I'm going to turn it over to you to see if you have any questions here. But before I do, I just want to say a quick thank you to the two interpreters that have been working hard all day. Very, very, very difficult job. And, we all speak too fast, but they are just fantastic. And I really do appreciate what they do. And, I don't think there are many webinars in this industry that are in English and Spanish, and opening this up to such a big, tremendous group that really is important. So I really feel, I just want to say thank you very much. And Sophia as well, the superstar of all, really, really appreciate all you do. So now I just want to turn it over to you.
Yes, no, I actually have something to add to that. Everybody's getting a few comments on the chat about if you give service or if your companies give service to people who don't speak English. So if you don't, you need to get somebody in your team who speaks English, because everybody here is very interested in working with you.
So Colleen, you want to start with that? Can your company, can Ecom Engine work with Spanish speaking sellers?
We definitely have, we work with a lot of Chinese sellers. A lot of our product is translated in Chinese, as well as our help center articles. And we have several Chinese speaking folks. But at the current time, we don't have anybody Spanish speaking that I'm aware of. We used to, but we certainly should look at that as we hire additional people. So
huge market. That would be great. Liz, what about you? What about Techometrics?
We have some Spanish speaking people on staff. We don't have help documentation in Spanish yet, but we're working on that. And we also support, and I think Ecom Engine does too, every marketplace that there is in terms of international marketplaces, but all of that will be in your native language as well.
John, what about Zonguru?
No, we don't have Spanish speakers on staff, but I'm pretty sure they'll be able to help you regardless, and they'll figure it out, and they'll be determined to help you. We definitely see a lot more Spanish phrases in the keyword research that gets returned. So ensuring that those Spanish keywords are including your listing is an important step for sure. But no, we don't.
All right, Dylan, what about you?
So we're not natively localized, but we do translate. So the software we use for support actually does translate. It's not perfect, but if you reach out to us in Spanish, we will respond in Spanish. We will default to that. So we support it as best as we can at the current moment.
I'm going to tell you all, just from, you all know me and that I've built many businesses in many different industries. And one of the things that was one of the keys to every company that I had was we did everything in Spanish. If you can think about building one of the largest mortgage companies in the entire country and converting all those legal documents and all the marketing documents to Spanish was critical. And it made us, not only did we make money at it, but it made us better as an overall company. I'm going to suggest to all of you, it's a great opportunity to just kick ass with that. So go ahead, Sophia.
Yes, so actually, I mean, to everybody watching, I just my recommendation and what we tell to our students who have to contact sometimes suppliers that don't have anybody in staff who speaks Spanish is just contact by email and then just Google Translate. So that's what we do as sellers for the sellers who don't speak English. So everybody watching, contact everybody and just type it in Spanish or translate it to English with Google Translate. And also a lot of people asking in Spanish for the contacts of everybody. So can you, can Liz, John, Dylan, Colleen provide perhaps in the chat or just say it out loud?
Yeah, put it in the chat would be good.
Wait, can they contact you?
Yeah, so the chat would be great.
Yes.
Let's see who's first. My money's on Liz. Right, Colleen, Got that
Super.
look.
I think Dylan beat me.
Oh, Dylan beat you.
Text
Oh, I'm
expansion.
not.
We were
put
both
in
at
my name.
4:56 p.m.
I put my name, my company name, and my email address though.
Fair point. Fair point.
Overachiever.
Oh.
You get quality points.
And there we go. We're all in.
And no, yeah, just a lot of people saying thank you to everybody here for your time, for the information, for everything you shared here today, and especially for sharing your knowledge with everybody. Even if, I mean, thanks to the interpreters, because even though you guys don't speak Spanish, I really hope someday we can do this event completely in Spanish, hopefully.
That'd be great.
But thank you
That'd
for
be great.
sharing today, and thank you for the interpreters.
Yes. And thank you all. I think it's time to move on to the final session of the day, right, Sophia?
Yes, we still have Sean Hart, and it's going to be an amazing conference. So everybody who is still here, stick around. We have the last speaker of today. And thank you to Dylan. Thank you to Dawn. Thank you to Colleen. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, John, so much for being here.
Thanks, John.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Goodbye. Thank you, Don, for hosting. Don is an amazing host. And thank you, Liz, also from Metrics. So everybody just shared their contact information in the chat, and I'm going to pull up very quickly before I introduce our final speaker of today. Last but not least, Sean. So just take a quick scan of all the QR codes here on the screen for Ecom Engine. You have for Vendrive, for Songuru, and for Metrics. So for all of the companies and the sponsors that were here today on the last roundtable, just take a quick picture and a quick scan of these. And if not, I'll make sure to pull it up at the end one last time. So Sean, welcome to today's call. And I'm sorry for that delay. I thank you for your patience. Thank you for being here. And I'm just gonna give a quick introduction to Post-Purchase Pro before I give you the floor to get started. So for those of you who don't know Post-Purchase Pro, I know some of you have worked before with them. They're an amazing company and the only done-for-you email marketing service for Amazon sellers. So they will capture your customer emails. They will build your opt-in funnels. Then they will do your email campaigns, the marketing campaigns for all of your customers. They will create it. The team does everything. You don't have to be in charge of that. For the purpose of getting you more sales, repeat orders, keyword ranking, etc. So Sean's going to tell you more about that, but I just want to give him a quick introduction. He has an impressive, let me just say, Sean, that's an impressive curriculum you have. Over 1,000 unique private label products launched on Amazon's since 2014. And as a person who has launched so many private labels, I know the work that goes into each and every one of them. So more than 1,000 private labels, that's amazing. More than 53 brands, and he has exited successfully more than 17 businesses. He's now the mentor of millionaire sellers around the world. He co-authored the book, so look for it. Look for this book, Private Label Millionaire Secrets, and also look for their podcast. Yes, that's the book. That's the one. I'm looking forward to reading it myself. I haven't got it, but I'm getting it as soon as possible. I'm betting it's on Amazon. And they actually have a podcast, which I didn't have on my intro, but I looked you guys up and I saw that you have a podcast. So I'll go into that also as soon as possible. So yes, welcome, Sean. Nice to have you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. What an awesome pleasure it is to serve your audience out there. And thank you as well, Don. Appreciate that, man. So
my pleasure.
let me get my stuff together here. Got to share the right screen.
And I have the book, by the way, and it's great.
You do? Okay. Well,
I do.
All right. So I spend all day on GoToWebinar, and then I switch over to Google Hangouts, and then I switch over to Zoom. So
don't worry.
I want to share this screen. We'll jump right in this just to try to be. There we go. All right. So I should be coming through okay, right?
Yes,
looking good. Looking
great.
Good.
All right. Well, let me jump right in, Don. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure serving your audience, man. So hopefully I'll keep this within 30 minutes and 15-minute Q&A. So let me jump right in. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Sean Hart. And for those of you translating, I apologize, but sometimes I get a little crazy and start talking fast. So I'll try to slow down, ride the brakes a little bit. Welcome to Amazon Launch Domination. What I want to show you today is how to create an Amazon listing that can dominate any market and build a massive customer list at the same time so that you can then use that customer list to launch your products at full price successfully. We're going to solve 3 problems in this presentation: launching, ranking, and list building. Okay. But first, let me ask you a question. On this call, who wants to be able to completely destroy any of your competitors' chance of stealing any more of your sales? And how about being able to guarantee the success of any new product you launch on Amazon? Sound good? Well, I'm going to show you just one of the 4 strategies that I've been using to crush it since 2014. These 4 core strategies have allowed us to launch over 1,000 private label products, build 53 unique brands, like Sophia said, and then we were able to hit 1 million in monthly sales within 18 months of starting my very first sale on Amazon. Think about that. And now we've sold 17 businesses to date. Don, almost 18 coming up shortly. I must warn you though, some of what I'm about to show you may seem like some magic ninja hack or some black hat tactic that you probably don't know about. But really, if you stop and think about it, what I'm going to share with you is just fundamental marketing, good business practices that we've simply applied to our Amazon business. So let's take a look at launching, ranking, and list building. I want to show you how you can create an irresistible offer on Amazon by stacking up tremendous value using what we call OPP, otherwise known as other people's products. This is about offering more value than anyone else. Our listings, think about this. Our Amazon listings never need to compete on price anymore because our offers are simply not comparable with any other offer on Amazon. We're able to attract new buyers and then convert those buyers at a higher percentage, and then double, yes, and triple the value of each customer. But when I say double or triple the value, the lifetime value of the customer, what does this really mean? What it really means, my friend, is that every time you create a sale, you can count on making 2, 3, 4, 5 more sales to the exact same customer within the next 90 days without spending another penny on sponsored ads. Listen, your customers are going to continue to shop on Amazon after buying from you, right? Why not capture some more of those purchases? Why not? This changes everything, because when your profit is 200 to 500 times more, then it allows you to spend more in marketing and product quality, customer service, and other launches. And most importantly, you make a ton more profit. What you're about to witness will fundamentally change how you view your Amazon business. Yes, instead of building an Amazon business that simply creates transactions on Amazon, we're going to show you how to use Amazon as a profitable customer acquisition channel, and then send your customers back to again and again to keep buying more and more. This then creates better keyword ranking, followed by more sales and ultimately more customers for your business. So yes, instead of paying to get new customers, with this, you'll soon be getting paid to get new customers. We've used this exact process to hit over 1 million per month within 18 months of starting our business, and we've accomplished it with what we now call post-purchase marketing. So just to be fair, you're probably asking, what the heck is post-purchase marketing? Well, basically, it's all the actions that happen after the initial purchase on Amazon that produce more additional, more profitable sales, higher page rankings, and better natural reviews. We do this by systematically re-engaging your customers through several different channels. This is the best way that we found to create a real brand and long-term successful business in Amazon's competitive marketplace. Post-purchase marketing, my friend, allows you to build a list of raving fans, nurture relationships, lower bad reviews, deliver more value, eliminate returns, create more sales, and build a more valuable brand. We do this through email and text message marketing. Don, I sent out an email blast to drive traffic to this event today. Did it work for you? I bet it did. I saw 97 clicks within the first 15 minutes. Why do we use email and text? Think about it. It's the only marketing asset that you own forever. This allows you to generate sales, ranking, and reviews on demand. It's better than social media, better than PPC, better than chatbots, better than rebates, and it's better than that latest black hat tactic that you found out about. Yeah, social media followers and chatbots are cool, but at the end of the day, if you're using something like ManyChat, who really owns and controls the platform? Facebook does, right? The real advantage, you can create a list of raving fans for your products, build a real business asset, create a valuable brand, control the narrative of your brand, increase your profits. You can launch new products more easily, control your search term rankings, and create more natural reviews. For Amazon sellers, let's talk about traffic. There are really only two types of traffic, right? You have paid traffic, means paying someone else for traffic. Have you ever used sponsored ads? I bet you have. And then you have traffic that you own. Owning and controlling your own audience through an email list, customer mailing addresses, or a phone list. But with paid versus owned traffic, you have to pay every single time you want traffic. With paid traffic, you don't own anything. And guess what? Those ad costs are rising over time. When you own the traffic, think about this. You can send buyer traffic whenever you want for nearly nothing. You own a very, yes.
I'm sorry, Sean, I don't mean to interrupt, but for some reason, I think we can't see your screen very well.
You can't see it very well?
It's like cut off. Can you maybe share full screen? Is that okay?
Oh, is it because I have the
Yes, that's better, actually.
That's better.
If you can just put full screen, I think
golly, let me see here. So the problem is
I think that worked.
Yeah, that fixed it.
I have all y'all, like, you don't see this ribbon over here, Sophia, of all of your cameras?
Oh, no, yes, but you know what? I think you fixed it.
I fixed it. Okay. I didn't do anything.
I don't know what you did.
I just stopped speaking, so maybe that works.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The thing that excites me most about when you own traffic is that you're owning a very valuable asset that people out there will pay you big money for if you exit your business. And guess what? The value of that asset is increasing over time. Now, here's how you can crush your competition and at the exact same time, build a massive source of traffic that you will own forever. This is the hack that I call Amazon launch domination. Now, I want you to pay close attention here, okay? Because this is not what you would consider a quote unquote normal Amazon strategy or something that you've seen before. We're going to look at the entire system as an overview in each individual step, and then I'm going to walk through a real example or three to show you how to use this system. All right. So the first step is you're going to launch an easy, low barrier product. You're going to make sure it's within your same niche, dominate the market with a breakthrough price, create a bunch of break-even sales, demand attention with awesome. Don't worry, we're going to break down each step. All right. Compel buyers to opt in to redeem your bonuses, collect customer contacts, use that niche customer list to launch the real product, ensure your successful launch, keep your contact list warm through follow-ups, and then you can launch or relaunch on demand. Yes, just like Procter & Gamble, we get to rinse and repeat. Now let's break down each individual step, and then I'm going to show you 3 examples if we have time. So the first step is launch an easy, low barrier product. All right. Now, I've created, like Don, numerous businesses in my career, and I've often needed to depend on my ability to create what we call a gateway product, a product that opens the door to my sales funnel. Now, this gateway product is a lower priced, higher volume product that we'll use as a tripwire. This lowers the acquisition hurdle and allows us to acquire customers much faster for our soon-to-be owned traffic. But here's the problem. When you try to launch a hero product on Amazon, it's often very difficult because the competition is fierce and the barrier to entry is too high. Huge competition makes it difficult to get started and carve out a piece of that market, right? That's why we're going to use a gateway product. So pay attention here. The next thing you want to do is make sure that that gateway product is within the same niche. So if you're selling cooking supplies, don't go sell pet products, right? Sell home goods or kitchen products. What we do is we use this gateway product to open the first order and then build a list. And then we use that customer list generated from the gateway product to launch the high profit product that we really want to sell. We're creating an Amazon tripwire. That's our bait, right? That uses a cheaper, lower hurdle product as the gateway to our sales funnel. Stay with me here. Now, We use this exact strategy for all new product launches. And after today, this too will probably become your go-to system for launching. The next step is we want to dominate that market with a breakthrough price. This is easy. We dominate this niche market with an amazing price so that we demand Amazon shoppers' attention to increase our click-through rate. If I don't see your listing, I can't click it, right? If I don't click it, I have zero opportunity to make a sale. Make sense? But price is only one aspect of the offer, isn't it? We're also going to create much more value in the next few steps. Next thing we're going to do is create some break-even sales or better. This is not about making a huge amount of profit on the first sale. Instead, this is about getting Amazon shoppers to sit up and pay attention so that we can increase our click-through rates. Once we get a shopper to look at our listing, the value becomes overwhelming. So yes, it's okay to break even on the initial order as long as you're gathering data and building a list. This is a longer game here, right? It's not some get-rich-quick scheme. If you want to make a baby, it takes 9 months, right? You can't just get 9 women pregnant and have a baby in 1 month. It's a process. The next step is you want to demand attention with an awesome value using my favorite part, OPP, other people's products. We create an offer on Amazon that would make any reasonable shopper actually feel stupid saying no. We do this by borrowing other people's products to use as bonuses. This is where it gets very interesting. The next step is we're going to compel buyers to opt in and engage with us to redeem bonuses. So the buyer must redeem the valuable bonus by email or text. That means text or email to redeem your gift, right? Customer opts in to get a redemption code. You deliver your offer through email or text. Now, before you start thinking this is illegal and you put your earmuffs on and you think, hey, this is against terms of service, I want you to think about something. If you purchase a pair of Nike sneakers from Amazon and right on the box, there's a code that says scan this QR code and download the free Nike app, is that against terms of service? No. What if you purchase a new coffee maker on Amazon and inside the box it says scan here or go to this URL to register your warranty? Is that against Amazon terms of service? No, it's enhancing the end user experience, providing world-class customer support. Every single consumer packaged good sold on Amazon, every household name, bar none, has at least contact information, if not in and or on the packaging. Questions or comments, call, email support, that type of thing. Not against terms of service. All right, let's move forward. You're going to collect customer contacts. You're going to build a massive contact list of your best Amazon customers. It's simple. Everybody does it, right? We make a purchase on Amazon, the customer opts in, the customer gets a free bonus. You're going to understand more in just a moment. The next step, we're going to launch on Amazon to your brand new customer list. Yes, we send your past customers an amazing offer on the new product that you really want to sell. This ensures a successful launch. Remember, these customers have already shown interest in your niche and they opted into your list. Now they recognize your brand and they have experience buying from you. The next step is we need to keep that contact list warm. All right. You have to keep your brand top of mind for your customers. We do this through warm-up sequences, exclusive offers, order confirmation emails, newsletters. We literally have up to 70 week email sequences for some of our brands. Next step is you launch and relaunch on demand. Think about this. Whenever you need to launch or relaunch to spike your rankings on an existing product, yes, this works just as well for existing products as it does for new ones. You have a list that's ready to jump. They've already said yes to you once. They already know, like, and trust you. You've already shown value and support. The final step is you get to rinse and repeat. Repeat this process as often as you like for any new product. In the book that Sophia mentioned, this Private Label Millionaire Secrets, which I'm going to give you a free copy of at the end of today's presentation, we discuss several core strategies for marketing physical products. Just one of the concepts that we discuss is the tripwire concept. We're all familiar with the tripwire in marketing, right? We've just simply applied that to our Amazon business. We talk about getting the importance of that very first yes and how the first yes starts what we call the slippery slope effect. Here, the simpler the first ask, the easier it is to get the first yes, right? Think about that. You ever tried to get a kid to clean his room? I can't walk in and say, son, clean your room. No, I have to get that first buy-in, that first simple yes. I may say, hey, let's go. I'll help you pick up your toys, and then lead them to the next item. Hey, you want me to show you how to make your bed? Before you know it, he's cleaned the entire room, or you have, right? He didn't even see it coming. What we like to create is a slippery slope where every interaction with our customer is very strategic and deliberately leads to the next action in the process. We create a situation where each step is thought out and leads them to continue an exact process leading to a specific goal that we have in mind for them. This unique process always compels the customers to fall in love with your brand, like this flow. What you should do is create a unique and more profitable relationship with each customer and along every step of your flow. Now, at first, something like this looks a little confusing, I understand. But remember, this step-by-step process, it's developed over time. It's tested continuously and tweaked for maximum results. But it all begins with that very first yes. So instead of focusing on our desired end result, let's launch this amazing hero product to make millions of dollars on Amazon, don't focus on that end result. We focus on that very first, but very important first yes, because getting the easiest first yes from your prospect is easy, right? After a buyer has said yes one time, each additional yes becomes much easier. This is why the slippery slope effect is so effective in marketing. And this is why we put so much pressure on getting that very first order. Now let's take a look at an example. This is the original bamboo pillow. This is a brand that I sold back in 2017. But look, this was a very competitive product when I launched it back in 2014. But with this strategy, our competitors didn't even stand a chance. What we found was that this sleep mask was a perfect gateway product for quickly creating 250,000 orders on Amazon and a list of over 50,000 customers. It's that list, my friend, that we used to launch the product that we really wanted to sell, the bamboo pillow. But how did we do it? It's simple. We launched the sleep mask at a very competitive price of just $5.99, where we barely break even on the first sale, but it helped us build a list of raving fans who had digitally identified themselves as buyers of sleep products. It's what we do next. It's crazy. The overarching idea is to create a self-liquidating offer like our sleep mask, build a list from those sales, and then use that list to launch your real product and any other complementing products you want to sell. What we're doing, we're creating what's known as a value ladder like this. Each order becomes more and more profitable, increasing the lifetime value of our customers. But how do you get them to give you their email address, right? And won't I need to get these products ranked? Yes, and yes. And here's how to rank quickly every single time. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave anything out. I'm showing you how to create what we call a mafia offer, also referenced in the book, Private Label Millionaire Secrets. That's an offer that's so good that your customer will feel stupid. They can't refuse that offer because there's nothing else to compare it to. And then we pile on so much value and remove all the risk. This way, our customers simply cannot say no, and it removes all the barriers to getting that important first yes. Is this making sense so far? I hope so. We're going to create a listing that cannot be ignored, cannot be competed with, by creating an offer that's so good they'll feel stupid choosing any other. We do this by pairing your offer on Amazon with a few other bonus products. And these bonus products, they're fulfilled by a third party, and they'll even pay you commission for doing it. Stay with me here. You're going to add more value to your listing without adding any additional cost for yourself or for your end customer. We do this using what's called affiliate networks. Affiliate networks, they allow you and I to offer bonus products completely free to our customers, and they pay us to give their products away. These are called CPA offers, or cost per action. Let's say that Nike again wants to promote a new style of sneakers. They may pay us to offer a free pair of Nike socks to our customers in exchange for an email address, right? Nike would allow us to use a special link known as an affiliate link to make this offer. The customer opts in, the customer gets a free pair of socks, and then Nike would use those email addresses to promote their new sneaker style. Let me ask you, on every I saw there are about 300 people on this call. How many of you have ever entered a drawing to win something for free? Have you ever entered a drawing to win something like a cruise, a car, a shopping spree, or sweepstakes cash? We all have, haven't we? But what are these marketers really doing? They're building a list, a contact list of consumers who have already shown interest in a certain category. But why? Because they'll wisely use that list to market their products through various channels. Here's what you can do. I'm going to show you how to create a value stack inside your Amazon listing using complementing products and services that you won't need to support or fulfill. When you create a value stack inside your listing, you'll create an offer that cannot be competed with, making it literally impossible to make a purchase decision based solely on price, which we know this is what causes a lot of products to race to the bottom, right? Eliminating any chances for profits. When your customer makes a purchase decision based on value, then price becomes only one element of that decision, right? This forces your Amazon shoppers to consider the real return on their investment and puts a lot of pressure on your offer, which makes it an easier decision. Now, listen, this is a very dramatic representation of this idea, but I want you to understand it. Ask yourself this: would you rather purchase a new set of tires for your car for $1,000 or purchase the exact same tires for the same price, $1,000, and get a free car wash, a free oil change, free windshield repair, and a free 32-point inspection? Now, if you had to choose, which one would you take? Option 1 or option 2? It's not even debatable, is it? Now you can see the power in this, right? What we're doing is spiking the price versus value ratio, making your offer the obvious best choice. Here's an example of two identical Amazon products, but with a different value proposition. Here are some magnetic eyelash extensions selling on Amazon for $17.99. Here are the exact same magnetic eyelash extensions. Same price, $17.99. But if you buy from this listing, you're also going to get 4 free bonuses. This is getting exciting, right? These items are exactly the same, but the offers are different. One offers much more value for the same money, but it doesn't add any cost to you, the seller or the buyer. When comparing these two offers side by side, one becomes a much easier decision, right? And this is where your customers will feel stupid not choosing the better offer. Besides, are you stupid? If you had to choose, which product would you buy? For me, if everything's exactly the same, I'm going to take the one with all the free goodies, right? Let's look at an example of how this launch works. Hopefully you're with me. Is everybody with me so far? Check this out. Let's assume that you wanted to launch and sell this pizza stone on Amazon. It's very heavy, it's high priced, it's high minimum order quantity, and it's a high barrier to entry. It looks like a great opportunity, yes, but it's also very competitive. What can you do? Pardon me. You stack the deck in your favor before your launch. What you could do is you can find a gateway product to build your list. So you look in the frequently bought together section, now known as buy it with, and maybe you see this pizza cutter as an obvious opportunity. What you'll do is build a highly optimized listing selling a similar pizza cutter at a breakthrough price so that you can dominate that market. We'll also apply more pressure to the offer with a bonus product. Why don't we offer a free Domino's pizza with each order of a pizza cutter? Yes, this is real. Your customer can buy your low-priced pizza cutter and get a free Domino's pizza as a reward in exchange for an email address, and you make $3 for sending the traffic. Does this sound exciting to you? Now, would you agree that this is an offer that's so good they'll feel stupid choosing a different pizza cutter, right? We have a popular pizza cutter that already sells well with this pizza stone. We price it so that it stands out in a crowded market and screams, hey, buy me, I'm the best option. And then we add more pressure to the offer with a free pizza. This pizza, my friend, could be worth $17, but we're selling the pizza cutter for $6. So the choice is this. Option 1, you pay $12.99, you get a pizza cutter. Or option 2, you pay $5.99, you get the similar pizza cutter along with a free pizza valued at $17. Isn't it reasonable to assume that anyone looking for a pizza cutter likely eats pizza? Yes. Would this customer also be perfectly suited for a pizza stone for cooking that pizza? You bet your bottom they would. Major retailers out there will pay you and I for giving away their products. Many of the companies that you already know and do business with have offers just like this. They want this traffic so bad that they'll pay us $1, $2, $5, $12 in some cases. You won't need to fulfill or support these products. Isn't this an amazing opportunity to stand out on Amazon? Everybody should say yes. But why, Sean? Why would these retailers give away something for free? It's simple. Because they have their sales process so dialed in that they know exactly what the lifetime value of each new customer is, and they're happily willing to pay you for the traffic that you send. You're paying Amazon for sponsored ads, right? This is a very similar scenario for these retailers. They're happily willing to pay a little something up front to gain a new customer. But where do you go find these bonus products to give away? Well, start here, offervault.com. OfferVault is one of the largest affiliate networks out there, but there are actually thousands, right? I'm going to show you what it looks like in a moment, but first, look at this list of giveaways that I recently found. You can give away eyebrow gel color, just like in that Amazon. Remember the listing I showed you with the magnetic extensions? Here are their giveaways. Give away eyebrow color, get paid $1.30. Offer a hairstyler, make $1.30. Give some premium mascara, make $1.30. Send a free laser hair removal tool, get paid $1.30. How about free candles? How about Popeye's chicken? Domino's pizza, sound familiar? Free Nike socks, coffee, Red Lobster dinners, right? Razors. How about a free value meal from Burger King? You give it away, your customer eats it, you make $3 and you gain an email address. It's actually very, very easy to find some bonuses that fit your niche. All you have to do is go find the offer, get accepted into the network that has the offer, grab a tracking link, give your link to your opt-ins, gift them free stuff, and get paid. It truly is this easy, my friend. Remember, this allows you to set yourself apart from all other offers. You can increase your prices, boost conversions, gain page rank, build a customer list, and then use that customer list to launch new products or relaunch your existing products. This is what you call a win-win situation, because you win, the retailer wins, Amazon wins, your customer wins, and you win again. Look, go to offervault.com. We're not affiliated, and register for a free account. OfferVault is an aggregator of affiliate networks. Here you can search for offers. When I searched for Domino's Pizza today, I was shown this offer that pays $1 for every email. This offer gives a free pair of Nike socks and pays you $3 for each opt-in. You get the idea, right? Just click run the offer and you'll be zipped away to the network that's hosting this offer. Here are 3 other networks you should check out. ClickBank, probably the oldest and largest, ShareASale, and Max Bounty. Just go there and search for free products and you'll find all kinds of opportunities. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, all right, this all sounds good, but what am I missing? How do I get my customers to opt in? And how do I deliver on my bonuses? Well, we need 3 simple elements. Please don't get confused on this part. This is truly very simple to set up. So let's take a look. Element 1, you need an attention-getting marketing device. You need a simple opt-in page, and you need an autoresponder. What is an attention-getting marketing device? An attention-getting marketing device is basically an insert that delivers with your product. It tells your customer how to redeem their free bonus promised in your listing. It directs them to opt in to redeem their code. The customer opts in on a simple landing page. The landing page automatically delivers the promotional information through email. The customer has to open and click the email to redeem, which spikes your sender reputation and ensures your future promotions will make it to the inbox and not spam. Let me slow down just a minute so you can study this slide. Step 1. The Amazon listing with bonus offer in the bullets and explanation in the text. The customer places an order. The customer discovers the attention-getting marketing device in the product. That device explains how to redeem for free bonus. The customer visits your site or sends a text to get their redemption code. The customer opts in as instructed. Customer receives a valuable link through email or text. The customer visits a third-party retailer to redeem their gift. Shoes, socks, Burger King, pizza, whatever. You gain a contact address for your future marketing, and then you launch your main product to your new list. Amazon ranks your product high in search. Everyone's happy. This product insert, it can even be this simple. This insert simply asks the buyer to scan the QR code to claim his free gift. When your customer scans the QR code, they'll be taken to a page that explains the offer in your listing. Element 2, it's called an opt-in page. What you're going to need is a simple opt-in page that delivers the promised offers and does it automatically. All right, like this one. Choose your freebies, enter your name and email for delivery, and submit. Now, of course, this also builds a very valuable customer list for your post-purchase marketing. This page can never be about you. This page needs to offer value and customer service. Don't do anything stupid like asking for a review or something that circumvents Amazon's sales system. Yes, if you do it right, it is legal and it is within terms of service. Finally, you need one more element, an autoresponder, also known as an ESP or an email service provider. This stores the contact's information, delivers your affiliate link, and then your customer follows your link to claim his bonus. You can easily set up an automation and a page inside your ESP. We like to use MailChimp for this process. It's very simple, straightforward, user-friendly. You cannot do this manually with Gmail, Hotmail, or anything like that, okay? Because each offer, each listing, each brand has a unique automation. We currently manage thousands of Amazon product automations just like this for our clients. Now, here's an overview of the problem today. Launching products on Amazon is often risky, right? Getting ranked for those products can be extremely difficult. Some products are higher barrier to entry than others, and trying to launch with PPC alone is very expensive. We all know now that launching with rebates is against terms of service, and Amazon controls the entire process, so they don't easily allow us to build a customer list. What's the solution? First, launch a low barrier product in your same niche with an amazing price. Add a lot of pressure to the offer on your listing with some free bonuses to guarantee sales and ranking. Show your customers how to redeem those bonuses with an attention-getting marketing device. Your landing page explains the offer and asks for an opt-in, and then you can use your new customer list to generate free traffic and launch your hero product. Here's the real difference. 88% of you are making sales to create customers. But what we're doing is we're creating customers so that we can make sales. This tactic will significantly increase your Amazon sales in a way that most sellers are not even aware of. And the only reason I can sit here today and tell you this with 100% confidence is because I see it every single day in businesses just like yours around the world. Let's just admit it. If we want different results than the average Amazon seller, then we have to take different actions, right? And I know that if you add a high volume gateway product to your brand line to accelerate your customer acquisition, then you will too make a ton more money and your business will be much more valuable. When you add this to your business, you should expect to see more rapid growth, launch products more successfully, gain search term rankings, and gather more positive reviews. Remember, the best part, this is just one of the 4 core strategies that we've used to hit over 1 million per month within 18 months of starting our business on Amazon. So if you like the strategy I just shared today, thank you, Don, thank you, Sophia, then you're going to love the other 3 because honestly, they're even better. Now, this is important. I typically don't share these strategies publicly, so please don't share the upcoming information with anyone outside of this meeting, okay? Is that fair? In fact, Don, I want to request specifically that these next few slides be removed from the replay deck so that it's only shared with those of your audience who are watching live. Now, if you have a phone with you, pull it out right now because I'm going to show you something exciting. Get your phone out, and if you open up the camera app on your smartphone right now and scan this QR code, I'll give you exclusive access to my 3 other secret strategies. This is important. Remember, this is not going to be included in the slide deck, so you won't be able to access this later. So do it right now. I'll give you immediate access to my other 3 secret strategies, along with video walkthroughs and SOPs, a complete video walkthrough of today's strategy, along with an accompanying SOP, and I'll also show you where to order these amazing attention-getting marketing devices. Scan the QR code or go to postpurchasepro.com/final. And if you like to read or listen, guess what? I'm also going to include a free copy of my new book, Private Label Millionaire Secrets. Yes, I'll ship you a physical copy of our book. I'll ship it today. Or if you're an audiobook lover, I'll send you a coupon so you can get a free Audible download. Seth and I have documented our journey of building 53 private label brands, creating millions in profits and even more in exit payouts. Go to postpurchasepro.com/final right now or scan the QR code. Thank you, Don and ExitCon team, for having me. My name is Sean Hart. I hope you enjoyed, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you so much, Sean. That was amazing. You're such an energetic speaker.
It's my favorite thing.
Yeah, really. I think the interpreters had a hard time, but for me, I was just hooked. So thank you for that, Sean. I know you
Definitely.
gave so much content right now, and I wish we had more time because I'm betting you're gonna have so much questions.
I'm
Just
here
one
for
thing
you.
everybody was saying about the QR code being cut off. So guys, not right now, you can see it completely. So just scan that or go to postpurchasepro.com/final. So whichever.
Yeah, Sophia, is it possible you can send me a screenshot of what it looks like? Because it looks perfect on my side. So if I ever go on Zoom again, I'll know how to fix it.
Yes, I'll make sure. Yeah, I'm taking it right now. There you go. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Now. I'll make sure to share it.
And we'll get you the video.
All right, great, Don. Exciting time, man. It's tough to be the last guy of the day, but I'm so thankful and humbled by you inviting me to share with your audience. Hopefully they like it.
Well, you came in, as Sophia said, with a ton of energy. I got so many texts from people saying, wow, this guy's energy is amazing. And I agree 100%. I just responded to people, and he's not just got great energy, he's a great guy.
Hey, I am a pretty good guy. At least they've been
You are.
telling me that. So, so you have questions? I can probably guess what they are.
Yes, I think we have a few questions in the chat, and for everybody who hasn't written down their questions, this is the time to do so. So I see the first one here, and yes, a few comments about your incredible energy again, Sean, from people in the chat. Big Mac, it's asking, how does the process work if you have an offer, but the affiliate link is for providing an email to the other company?
All right. So here's what happens. So I have a 60-minute presentation and I'm forced to squeeze into 30 minutes. So I can tell you all the questions that are going to come up. Here's, if you go back to the flow, let me go back so you can take a screenshot of this. Just a moment here. This is important because this is where a lot of disconnect happens when you have to squeeze this into a small space. So here's how it works. Can you see that?
Sean, can you make that a full screen?
I mean, it is a full screen on my side. I don't know what else to do. So anyway, one of the parts is Big Mac is if you scan the QR code that I gave you, you'll be able to download the entire slide deck. So you'll see everything in full screen. Okay. And then, but here's the process. Remember, we don't have to fulfill these products. Our job is to pair your product on Amazon with a free giveaway or something that's an amazing opportunity, right? High value. We want to give tons of value so that we can force your Amazon shoppers to sit up and pay attention, look at your listing, increase your click-through rates, and increase your conversions. Here's the beauty of this, okay? There's no one else out there in your category that's offering this value. That's why your listing becomes incomparable. So all we have to do is we find that affiliate offer, okay? We add the language to our listing. It's important. I'll tell you why in a moment. Add the language to the listing. Don't use the word free. All right. I forgot that. I had to cut that slide out on this one. Free is no longer available, but a good salesman knows 10 different ways to tell the truth. No cost to you, included with the order, a bonus product, no additional charge, something like that. Just don't use FREE for whatever reason. Amazon frowns on that now. So in the bullets of your listing, you're saying this order includes a whatever. All right. Now remember, in the scenario with the pizza obviously is not going to be delivered by Amazon or UPS. You have to go redeem it. So in the description of your listing, you want to put the bonus products do not deliver with the original purchase, or bonus products will be shipped separately. A lot of these are physical products. So what's going to happen is inside of your product, let me just show you an example. When your customer gets your product from Amazon, like this right here, inside of that product is going to be an insert. This is going to be an attention getting device that literally, watch this, watch closely. When you open it, it literally pops out at you. And this attention getting marketing device would say, scan the QR code to redeem the bonuses that are inside of the listing. You see how it says customer discovers attention getting marketing device? That device explains how to redeem for free bonus. Okay. So this device is very difficult to change. So it needs to be generic. If I put on here, there's a free pizza, and we'll say in February, Domino's cancels the free pizza deal because they don't want to run the promotion anymore. Well, guess what? I have to get all these reprinted. The easiest thing to change is your Amazon listing and your landing page. So keep the insert generic. And again, this is all on the SOP that I offered to let you download. All right. So I visit the landing page as a consumer because this thing says, hey, claim your free bonus from the listing, go to this URL or a QR code. So I go to the URL. That landing page reiterates the offer that you made in your listing and says, thank you for visiting. And remember, the landing page can be changed easily at any time if the offer changes. Thank you for visiting. To claim your free Domino's pizza, enter an email address below, and then we'll send you your redemption certificate. So I put in my email address, seanhart@gmail.com, and then boom, the next page does not deliver on the value promise. Okay. The next page simply says, hey, thank you for registering, Sean. I've just sent you a very important email. It looks like this. Go check your inbox now so that you can redeem that free pizza. Why did I do that? Well, if I can train you right out of the gate to immediately open and engage by clicking an email right after it hits your inbox, I'm spiking my sender reputation with the SMTPs, the Googles, the Gmails, the Hotmails, the AOLs, whatever. I'm spiking my sender reputation, showing and proving to the SMTP. That's Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, I think, for the geeks out there. I'm showing that my email is valuable, it's trustworthy, and it's relevant, because immediately when it's delivered, you went to your inbox, you found it, you opened it, you clicked it. Boom. That's how we spike your sender reputation, so that now your future email marketing will be delivered to the inbox instead of the junk folder. So here's what happens. That email gets stored into your ESP when I put my email address in, right? So you're building a list. Then when you send me my redemption code for Domino's, that redemption code needs to be redeemed by the store. If it's face-to-face, or if it's redeemed online, they'll go to the third-party website, enter whatever demographic they're collecting, name, address, whatever, zip code, and then they can redeem the code. As soon as that code's redeemed using your affiliate link, then the affiliate network will pay you out a commission weekly, sometimes daily, but most of the time weekly, based on all the opt-ins. So you spike your click-through rates, you increase your conversions, you build a customer list, you create an offer that can't be compared with anything else, and then you get paid for doing it. So instead of paying to get new customers, like every business in the world, now you're getting paid to get new customers. Hopefully that clears things up.
Yes, that did. But we have, yes, Big Mac answered. Yes, it did. Thank you. And I think I have a few other questions. Okay, hold on.
I think I might know what this is. I'm actually, my second screen is an iPad Pro, and I'm sharing that. So maybe it's just the aspect ratio is off.
Oh, yeah, maybe, but right now we can see it fine. But
Okay,
yeah,
now it's better.
It's full screen now?
No.
This is crazy. I have a big webinar tomorrow. I'm gonna have to go buy me another screen, Don.
It's not full screen, but we can see it now. You had the screens were cropped.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like we can see what's behind it for some reason. Just a little bit, the margins of what you have open behind.
Oh, okay.
So not the text, but just the margin. Okay, so you have another question. It says from Brian, free offers. How do you ensure that the free offer will be valid for several months out?
Yep. Yep. Good question. And that's something that I kind of already addressed, but basically on these affiliate networks, when you sign up as an affiliate, part of what they do is they keep you abreast as to what's live and what's not. So most of these offers are going to be valid for a long time. But if they ever see something in the future, like this offer is going to go away, they will notify you several weeks in advance. So make sure you use a valid email address. Don't try to get sneaky or cute there. They will email you and say, this offer, is going to expire, say, on December 31st or something like that, which gives you ample time to go change your listing on Amazon and change your landing page. What you can't change easily is the product insert if you have a ton of inventory. So keep the insert. And like I said, this is all in the SOP. You can download it here using the QR code. But if you need to change your insert, that's a lot more challenging, right? If you have a lot of inventory. So keep it simple. It's just going to say, thank you for your purchase. To redeem the bonuses in the listing, go here to this or scan this QR code. Keep it simple so that you can easily, so you don't have to change it.
Okay. Thank you. Another question here from Eduardo. How to be accepted on those CPA companies? Is it true that they don't accept everybody?
It's true. They don't accept everyone the first time. What I like to do is find some low barrier company like Eduardo. I would go to ClickBank first, which is the most widely known. You're not going to find a lot of relevant offers on ClickBank, but once you get accepted into one network, what you'll do is leverage that relationship to get into another network. Because one of the things that they're going to ask when you try to join Max Bounty or something like that, they're going to say, what kind of experience do you have? Just tell them the truth. Here's what the main point you want to touch on is, I'm using my own in-house customer list for marketing. This way they know you're not spamming or buying some email list, okay? I'm using my own in-house customer list. I don't have a lot of experience, but I'm a good learner. And then be willing to get on a phone interview. A lot of these companies, like 9 out of 10 companies, are going to want to interview you on the phone or a Zoom call. So make yourself available for that. They see that you're a real person. They see that you're passionate about your business. They might not say yes the first time, but continue trying. Once you break into 1 or 2 of those, you'll be able to fill in your application and say, yes, I have experience with ClickBank. Yes, I have experience with ShareASale, for example. Another thing I would do, Eduardo, is go to Google. Let's say, for example, you're selling kitchen products. Go to Google and search for a kitchen products affiliate networks. And then you'll find some smaller, what we call boutique affiliate networks that will focus on your category. So you're going to have a lot more relevant offers and you'll have a better chance of breaking into that. Don't give up though. Even me, I'm an affiliate for probably 2 or 3 dozen affiliate networks. And sometimes I still get denied access to new offers. So you just have to keep trying.
Thanks. So a bunch of people in the chat do actually do wholesale, and there's a few questions kind of related, asking, first, is the Millionaire Secrets book only for private label or also for wholesale? And other people are asking, does this method work for sellers who focus on wholesale?
Yeah, definitely. So with one caveat, we are private label sellers. That's all I've ever done. I've never followed the wholesale method, although we do have a lot of clients who do follow like the wholesale formula, for example. What we do works better when you're building your own brand, but here's what you have to remember. Your customer is an Amazon customer, right? You own the product that you're sending into Amazon. So if you can bundle that product with an offer, like using my value stack example, then what that's going to do is set your listing apart from the other wholesalers who are selling the same product. So yes, you can use it to increase your click-through and your conversions. And yes, you can use it to build a customer list. The challenging part is going to be sending offers to that customer list that are relevant along the same line of what they already purchased. Buyers are buyers across the board. We've sold pillows and then followed up with affiliate offers for protein powder. It still works. But, if you're selling to new mothers, then the more baby products you can put in front of her from a brand that she knows, likes, and trusts, the better the results. But I would not be discouraged if you're using a wholesale business method. I would not be discouraged of building a customer list, because I think Don can even attest with his many businesses that the customer list, especially for a digital age business, is the #1 most valuable asset of your business.
100%. Most Amazon sellers don't have that.
Right, exactly. And that's what we help folks do. Like, we have a complete system, and this is not the appropriate place to talk about that, but I deal with hundreds of Amazon sellers all over the world, even some who have a tiny customer list from a Shopify store. If they have a list, Don, they're still not doing anything with it. And that's what we do.
That's what you do.
Okay, so a lot of people saying thank you for the book, the access to that book, Sean. Really,
yep.
I think that's amazing. And also, somebody asking, is the flow chart that you mentioned in the book? It's not, right? It's in the value stack.
It's in the slide deck that I'm sharing. It's also in the SOP, and you can email CS for customer support, CS Charles Sierra, CS at postpurchasepro.com, and ask for it, and we'll get it over to you that way. As far as the book goes, in the previous question, so this book covers 4 core concepts that Seth and I have used to launch over 1,000 private label products. It goes back and talks historically about how I learned the concept of building a customer list and tapping into that list. Starts about 2008, I believe. And keep in mind, I did not get into the Amazon business until 2014. But all of those fundamental business practices that I learned in my direct response business were perfectly suited to apply to my Amazon business. And that's really what this is all about. This is about using fundamental marketing to grow, to launch and grow and expand private label products on Amazon.
Amazing. And by the way, Sophia and everybody else, this is Don. I didn't get the book for free, by the way. He told me where to get it. I went on Amazon, I bought it, and it's a great book. So I hope everybody enjoys it.
I'm still waiting on that 5-star review, Don.
I think I did it.
I think everybody's so thankful. We've gotten 1,000 thank yous, I think, in the chat for Sean, for your presentation, all of the value that you brought here today, and of course the book. So everybody go on and check out that book. It's completely free, and the link is going to be there. It's there in the chat. I put it a few times, and also the QR is on the screen.
Yep. So what we'll do is we'll immediately, as you opt in with your email address to get all these downloads, you'll have an option that you can opt in with a phone number, so that we're going to send you a text message, a link immediately where you can go download the PDF copy right now for free. My office will follow up with a physical copy in the mail. And then if you want the Audible version, all you have to do is ask for it, and we'll provide that. So
that's pretty cool.
No strings.
Oh.
Pretty cool. All right, Sophia, it's time to wrap it up.
Thank you so much, Sean. And thank you, Don.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah. Thank you, folks. Anytime, man. I'm here to serve, Don. Appreciate it.
You always do.
Bye, everyone.
Please type down a thank you to Sean in that chat for everything he brought today to the table, from content, amazing presentation, amazing energy to get you everybody woken up, and also for those links and for that content. So just send an email. I think it was cs@postpurchasepro.com for those slides, for those of you who didn't get a chance to see those slides correctly. Just email them and they'll get them to you. Thank you, Sean, again.
Thank you. I'll see you guys on the next call.
Thank you, Don.
Sounds great.
Yes. Okay. So everybody, last time I'm going to give you a last reminder. You have less than 5 minutes, I think 2 minutes. Oh no, we already have our winners of the $500 gift card, which I'm going to give away in just a moment. And also remember that if you're still here, everybody that's still here, you have not only that, but another 5 chances to win a gift card, even if you don't get the $500 one. But I just want to remind you, everybody, that our primary sponsor here today, Accrumi, has given you the amazing opportunity to have, upon funding, $500 of free funding once you get your funding offer in. So for getting this, you have to apply today. Okay, it's a 3-minute survey. Well, you'll get an instant funding offer. Accrumi, as we've said a few times, and I know you've heard this before, they are the #1 funding solution for Amazon business owners and sellers. So just go ahead and go to app.accrumi.com. You have to do it today, and you'll get a $500 sign-up bonus upon signing up. So let's get to it. So first of all, we're gonna do the 5 Amazon.com gift cards. So we're gonna do 5 questions, and the rules are that you have to type down on the chat the answers. So the first person to get the answers into the questions I'm gonna say right now will get, I'm gonna say one by one. So the first person to answer correctly will get the gift card. And if you win, you have to send an email, just send an email to us. I'm gonna give the email address in just a moment to redeem your gift card, okay? So get ready, get those typing in. And the first question for the first gift card today is, what does PPC stand for? ¿Qué significa PPC? Okay, we have the first one. Oh my God, people are so quick. I don't know how you guys type so fast. It's amazing, but I'm glad everybody knows. So the winner is Donna. Donna writes, you write so quickly, Donna, congratulations. Send an email, please, to us to support@accrume.com. So I'm gonna put it in the, if the team can help me to put it in the chat, just send an email to support@accrume.com to redeem your gift cards. And congratulations to Donna for that first $100 gift card. So second question, and to everybody who answered correctly, okay, get going to the second question. Name one of the sponsors that participated here today. El nombre de uno de los sponsors que estuvo aquí el día de hoy. Okay, vamos a ver. Okay, so that was Big Mac. I don't know how you type so fast. Seriously, guys, that's crazy. Accrume says Big Mac, but also a few correct ones: Algo, Accrume, Post Purchase, Vendrive, Algo. So many Empire Flippers, Vendrive. Yes, but the first one to answer was Big Mac. So congratulations. Please send an email to us and redeem your gift card. Third question: what does ESP stand for? ¿Qué significa ESP? Say it in Spanish so that the guys in Spanish also have a chance. What does ESP stand for? Yes. So really just a few answers to that. I think just one answer to that. So Kelsey, congratulations. The third $100 gift card is yours. Send an email to us, please, so that you can redeem your gift card, okay? Congratulations, Kelsey. So just email support@accrume.com. Fourth question, can you source products? Okay, where can you source products? ¿Dónde puedes comprar productos? In Mexico or China? In Mexico and China. Where can you source products? Mexico and China or China? It's just one of those two. Okay, who was it? Yes. First answer, super quick, was SM. I don't know who SM is, but yes. No, I'm sorry. No, that's not the correct answer. Mexico or China, and the first correct answer is, let me see. It's Deyanira. Deyanira a la triste says both, and that's the correct answer. It was a trick question. You can source in both Mexico and China. So congratulations, Deyanira. And also last question and last chance for that $100 gift card, everybody. Last question. Accrume is the #1 blank, so #1 what solution for Amazon sellers? Accrume es el #1 solución para qué? Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so the correct answer, no, the winner was Matthew. Funding. So congratulations, Matthew. You're the winner of the fifth and final gift card. So everybody who won, please send us an email to redeem your gift card. And now for the $500 giveaway, congratulations to all our winners, and thank you for being until the end. Okay, so you had to, one of the requirements was that you be present at this moment. So I'm gonna say the winner of the social media prize, and if they're here, please make yourself known. And if not, they're not here, we're gonna give the gift card to someone else. So the winner for social media was picked at random. You had to post a picture of yourself watching ExitCon, and it is Heather Henson 33. So their handle is Heather Henson 33. Heather, if you're here, yes, she's here. Woo! Well, congratulations, Heather. Congratulations on winning that $500 gift card. Again, every winner, congrats. Send an email to support@accrueme.com and redeem your prize. Just write your name, and we'll get you those Amazon gift cards. Congratulations to Heather. Hello, well, everybody, I just want to remind you that we have you have the chance to win that $500 sign-up bonus. And I want to thank everybody for being here. We're at the wrap-up of today's talk. It was amazing to have you. For those of you who stayed until the end, I hope you had amazing value that you brought out of today's call. Thank you to all of the speakers, to the organizers of this event, to AccrueMe, all of our sponsors, and of course, thank you everybody for being here and sharing with us and being part of this community. Don, do you want to say something? I see you.
I want to say thank you to Sophia, because you are really, I've said it before, you're a superstar. You really are. We can't thank you enough.
I learned from the best, Don. Thank you.
You're the best. Have a great night, everybody.
Have a good day, everybody. Thank you for being here. I hope to see you soon. Goodbye, Don.
Bye, Sophia.
I'm always reluctant to say goodbye. Adiós a todos en español. Chao, chao, chao. Nos vemos pronto. Esperemos que podamos hacer este evento pronto. And thank you, a special thank you to our translators here today. I know you do an impossible job. They do the most impossible job in the world. Thank you for everybody for your patience, and for them for their patience. Thank you very much to all of the translators, because they do the most impossible job out of today.
Absolutely. Have a great one, everybody.
Have a
Thank
great
you,
one.
Sophia.
Bye. Goodbye.
Bye.